Chapter 78. Outside, Guhai's fire was still burning in some places. However, it would be extinguished soon. The fire was easy to extinguish, but the thick smoke was hard to disperse. Immediately, a thick, churning fog surrounded the great foam mafia family. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The thick smoke and fog made it look like the end of the world. Few cultivators were willing to come out in such an atmosphere. Only the family members who investigated the cause of the fire left. Everyone else returned. Guhai took advantage of the thick fog to head to the Great Foam Mafia family's periphery. Montez told me that there is a secret passage in the Great Foam Mafia family's beast arena. He wants me to go and retrieve 10 bronze masks, place them in the beast arena, and activate a ritual array in the beast arena. As Guhai walked, he pondered Montez's instructions. Although this Montez only exchanged a few words with him, based on his tone, he is not an ordinary person. Does he want to use Yu Yao to threaten Li Wei? Does he want to put the mask on Yu Yao and get Li Wei to reveal the passcode to unlock the mask? Guhai pondered as he walked. Although Guhai felt some revulsion at using Yu Yao to threaten Li Wei, this concerned his life and death. Furthermore, he was not the one doing it. Hence, he could only suppress his discomfort. Xiao Chun slowly walked to the foot of a small mountain. Then, he followed Montez's instructions and pushed aside some plants and rocks, immediately revealing a small cave. Indeed, there is a secret passage. Montez is indeed not an easy person to deal with. Back then, when our brotherhood was fine, he actually left such a backup plan. It looks like he is not a good person. No wonder he chopped off Yu Yao's head so decisively. Guhai muttered as he pondered. After entering the tunnel, Guhai covered the entrance again and headed deeper into the cave. The tunnel twisted and turned. Xiao Chun slowly reached the end. Night pearls illuminated the end. However, there was a wall and a handle on the wall. Guhai grabbed the handle. Creak! A small door suddenly opened in the wall, immediately revealing a huge warehouse before Guhai. Many night pearls illuminated the warehouse. Bronze masks piled up like mountains in the warehouse. Guhai quickly collected 10 of them into a small space. At the same time, according to what Montez said, he searched the warehouse. Gradually, he found a hook fixed to the wall. Is this the mechanism? Guhai frowned as he looked at the hook. Following Montez's instructions, Zhang Xian reached out and pinched it. Ka. The hook suddenly began to rotate, emitting a crisp sound. At the same time, the entire beast fighting coliseum emitted a slight mechanical sound. Ka. Some of the Great Foam Mafia family disciples stationed there heard this. Some did not think much of it, but some frowned. Did you hear that? What was that sound? Do you want to look for it? What are you looking for? It's raining so heavily. Don't look for trouble. Yeah, let's bet again. In the warehouse, Guhai finished everything. Turning his head, he quickly returned to the small door and grabbed the handle. Creak! The small door closed again as if Guhai had never been there. Guhai returned the way he came, slowly going through the tunnel and returning to the cave. After exiting the cave, Guhai looked at the bronze mask in his hand. This was the mask that all the evil men wore, preventing them from escaping. Next, we just have to follow Montez's instructions and place the mask on the Beast Fighting Coliseum spectator stand. Then, we just have to wait for Montez to retrieve it, Guhai said with a frown. That won't do. I cannot trust Montez completely. He might not help me with his full power. I cannot place all my hopes on others, Guhai said with a frown. After covering the cave entrance, Guhai headed for the VIP area again. Then he found another herb shop. Sir, what do you want? The herb shop owner asked with a smile. I'll make a list. Give me everything. I won't shortchange you, Guhai said seriously. All right, Guhai quickly wrote down a list. Huh, these? These are the most ordinary herbs. Their medicinal energy is too weak. Even if they are combined, they're useless. Sir, what kind of herbs do you need? I'll help you identify them. The herb shop owner immediately said with a smile. There's no need. Do you have them here? Guhai said seriously. I do have them, but the herb shop owner showed an unsightly expression. After all, these herbs could not earn him any money. He could not even buy an inferior grade spirit stone. Whoosh! Guhai took out 30 inferior grade spirit stones and said, "These are for you. Lend me your medicine furnace." All right. The herb shop owner quickly put away the spirit stones and smiled happily. For hours later, a pot of transparent medicinal liquid was slowly being refined. "Sir, what are you refining?" The herb shop owner showed a confused expression. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You can leave first," Guhai said seriously. The herb shop owner showed an embarrassed smile as he left the medicine refining room. The transparent medicinal liquid looked like oil, incredibly viscous. Guhai took out a small brush and gently dipped it in the medicinal liquid. Then, he slowly brushed it on the bronze mask. It was a thin layer. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. After brushing the medicinal liquid and waiting for it to dry, Guhai carefully put it away in his compressed space. Guhai turned around and walked out of the herb shop. Then, he returned to the Beast Arena's spectator area. Following Montez's instructions, he hid the 10 masks in 10 different places. After doing all this, Guhai found a place to hide. Outside the Great Foam Mafia family. Division Master Ding, why are you leaving already? I have yet to show my hospitality as a host. Li Wei immediately tried to hold Ding Rue back. There's no need. Li Wei, there's not much time left. Every moment I stay here is a waste of time. I need to find the dragon vein as soon as possible, Ding Rue said while shaking her head. But Li Wei still wanted to hold Ding Rue back. All right, Don Master Li. Prioritize the situation. My first song sect still has important matters to attend to. Guard the Great Foam Mafia family properly, the first song sect master said while shaking his head. All right, since that is the case, I'll send everyone off again. Li Wei could only compromise. There's no need. Just prepare the spirit stones. I'll come and get them next time. Ding Rue shook her head. She took out a flying ship, and her subordinates quickly steered it. Then, everyone boarded the flying ship and flew into the distance. Now that Ding Rue knew about the dragon vein, she did not want to stop for a moment. She wanted to find the dragon vein immediately. After sending everyone off with his eyes, Li Wei's expression slowly turned cold. Humph, is my Great Foam Mafia family just a money-making tool for you? Although Li Wei felt angry, he could only feel helpless. Hey, right, where's Ding Rue's nephew? It seems like he did not leave with them. Li Wei suddenly thought of Guhai from back then. Don Master, not good, not good. A Great Foam Mafia family disciple ran over. What's wrong? Li Wei asked, raising his eyebrows. Madam was kidnapped. That Great Foam Mafia family disciple said with an unsightly expression. Kidnapped? What? What happened to you, Yao? What happened to you, Yao? Li Wei's expression suddenly changed drastically. I don't know. That person seems to be the former Grand Master. That Great Foam Mafia family disciple said with an unsightly expression. Who? Li Wei glared. I don't know. However, he seems to be the former Grand Master. Whoosh. Li Wei's expression changed dramatically as he rushed towards the Great Foam Mafia family. Inside the Great Foam Mafia family. Stop right there, bastard. Put down the madam. Release the arrows. Don't hurt the madam. Chaos reigned in the Great Foam Mafia family. Montez managed to escape. Montez's upper body was bare, and his body was covered in countless bloody holes. Traces of poison leaked out from the bloody holes. At this moment, Montez appeared weak. Although he managed to escape, he had been tortured for 20 years. He no longer had his initial strength. Cough, cough, cough. Montez coughed blood as he held Yu Yao by his waist. He showed a ferocious expression as he flew towards the beast arena. Yu Yao seemed to have her cultivation sealed. She could not resist at all, showing a wooden expression. Suddenly, Montez grabbed Yu Yao, and her figure trembled as if she feared Montez. As she looked at Montez, she showed a pained expression. Who are you? Yu Yao showed a pained expression as she looked at Montez. Yu Yao, you are indeed still alive. However, you only have a spiritual soul left. You're like a walking corpse. What's the point of you being alive? Montez said coldly. I am Yu Yao. I am elder brother Li Wei's woman, Yu Yao said woodenly as she trembled. Neither human nor ghost. It is all your fault for bringing this upon yourself back then. Otherwise, how could the four of us end up in our current state? Humph. You should hope that Fengling is fine. Otherwise, even if you still have a human soul, I will help you shatter it. Montez said hatefully. Fengling? Who is Fengling? How familiar? Yu Yao held her head in pain. Fengling? Who treated you the best when you were young? Fengling gave you whatever food and clothes she had, treating you like her own younger sister, her own daughter. As for you, for the sake of a little future, not only did you poison Fengling, but you also nearly killed her. A woman's heart is the most vicious. You are an ingrate. Montez scolded. I want to harm Fengling? Yu Yao wants to harm Fengling? Yu Yao held her head in pain. Humph. Montez snorted coldly. Amid the rain of arrows, Montez flew to the beast arena. In a dark corner outside the beast arena, Gu Hai's expression froze. Montez is really fast. He managed to escape so quickly. Bang! Montez led Yu Yao to the spectator stand. Then, he suddenly found a mask that Gu Hai left behind. He extended his hand, and the mask immediately flew up. Bang! With a toss, the mask landed on Yu Yao's face. There! Quickly, save the madam. They entered the beast arena? Oh no! That person put a mask on the madam. Quick! Quick! Deactivate the beast arena ritual array. The Great Phone Mafia family disciples called out. Montez led Yu Yao to the edge of the beast arena. Bang! With one punch, Montez shattered a wall somewhere in the beast arena, revealing a round stone. Then he placed his hand on it. Buzz! Suddenly, a large number of red energy ropes shot out of the beast arena's ritual array. The energy ropes immediately knocked all the Great Phone Mafia family disciples into the beast arena into the air. Some of the stronger energy ropes even split a Great Phone Mafia family disciple in half, spraying blood into the air. Oh no, we can't control the beast arena's ritual array. It's not working. All the ritual arrays are not working. Countless Great Phone Mafia family disciples cried out in alarm. The large number of red energy ropes whipped around like whips of death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flew over from the sky. It was the Great Phone Mafia family's Li Wei rushing back. Montez, let go of Yu Yao. Li Wei roared while glaring. Chapter 79. Montez, let go of Yu Yao. Li Wei roared while glaring. Montez stood in the beast arena. At this moment, the beast arena's ritual array was like Montez's weapon. Red energy ropes danced about like whips, preventing all the Great Phone Mafia family disciples from getting close. Li Wei suddenly appeared in the air, looking at Montez in shock. Li Wei, you are here? Montez smiled coldly as he looked at the sky. When Yu Yao saw Li Wei, she felt stupefied at first. Then, she suddenly said, Elder brother Li Wei, I am elder brother Li Wei's woman. I am Yu Yao. Li Wei's expression changed. Montez, how did you get out? Didn't you turn into an idiot? Weren't you crippled? Li Wei exclaimed. How did I get out? Ha ha ha. My good junior brother, after Master died, I was the one who raised you all. I was the one who taught you all your cultivation. 20 years. 20 years. Montez roared with a vicious expression. Yu Yao, who was at the side, trembled in fear. Let go of Yu Yao. Let go of Yu Yao. Li Wei said anxiously. Do you know how to panic now? Yu Yao is really lucky. I killed her once, but she is still alive. Although she's like a walking corpse, Li Wei, you are still so infatuated. Montez sneered with a ferocious expression. Li Wei slowly landed in the beast arena. At this moment, the red energy ropes did not stop Li Wei. Li Wei stared at Montez with a pained expression. Montez, yes, you raised us. However, aren't you still using us to earn spirit stones for you? I am the Great Phone Mafia family. Aren't we earning money for you? We're just your tools. Tools? I raised you all up and gave you so much, giving you a stable life. Are you still not satisfied? Yu Yao was not satisfied back then, and you're not satisfied either. Back then, you helped me earn spirit stones. Now, you're helping that old bitch Ding Rue, right? Look, what can you do? Without my protection, what can you do? Montez said coldly. You can say whatever you want about me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I've never disobeyed you before, but Yu Yao, you know that she's my fiancée. We're about to get married. You killed Yu Yao. You killed Yu Yao, Li Wei said with bloodshot eyes. She asked for it. Where's Feng Ling? Where did you take Feng Ling? Montez glared and roared. Do you know how my eye went blind? Li Wei pointed at the covered eye with his reddened eyes. I pinched it myself. From the moment I saw Yu Yao's corpse, I made the decision myself. How blind was I to have listened to you? How blind was I to obey your every command? How blind was I? The eldest senior brother that I admired the most actually killed my fiancée. Everything that I saw was fake. From the moment I saw Yu Yao's corpse, I told myself that Yu Yao couldn't die in vain. I had to avenge her. I dug out this eye that couldn't see black and white. Now, I see it clearly. I want to take revenge on you. I want you to suffer all kinds of torture. Li Wei roared at Montez in a crazed state. Montez's expression turned sullen as he looked at the crazed Li Wei. He took a deep breath and said, It was my fault for killing Yu Yao. However, it has been so many years. You have tortured me enough. Release Feng Ling and return her to me. Then we are even. Even? Then what about Yu Yao? What about Yu Yao? Li Wei roared with bloodshot eyes. Montez looked at Yu Yao, who was beside him. At this moment, she was incomparably wooden. She was no longer as lively as she was 20 years ago. Now, she only had a soul left. Li Wei, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm asking you, where's Feng Ling? Montez roared. Ha! Feng Ling? Feng Ling died long ago. Since you killed my Yu Yao, naturally, I have to kill your Feng Ling as well. That is only fair, right? Li Wei smiled bleakly. No. You said it before. You said that Feng Ling was still alive. When I was first locked up, you said that you would make me beg for death. If I died, you would kill Feng Ling. You said that as long as I'm not dead, Feng Ling will not die. Montez roared while glaring. A large number of Great Feng Mafia family disciples surrounded the beast arena. At this moment, no one dared to go down. They all goggled in disbelief. She's dead. Senior sister Feng Ling died long ago. She died long ago. Li Wei shook his head. A crazed look flashed in Montez's eyes. However, he immediately calmed down. No, since you hate me so much, it is even more impossible for you to kill Feng Ling. Feng Ling is still alive. She is definitely still alive. Release Feng Ling, otherwise I will make sure that Yu Yao dies completely. Montez grabbed Yu Yao with a ferocious expression. Yu Yao cried out in pain. You've already killed Yu Yao once. I already told you that Feng Ling is already dead. Let go of my Yu Yao. Let go of my Yu Yao. I'll give you whatever you want. Li Wei said anxiously. Kneel. Montez shouted while glaring. Li Wei looked at Yu Yao, who was in pain from Montez's grab, and tenderness flashed in his eyes. Then, he slowly knelt down and looked at Yu Yao in a daze. My precious Yu Yao, you will be fine. You will be fine. Perhaps Li Wei's consolation worked. Yu Yao slowly relaxed. She looked at Li Wei and muttered, Elder brother Li Wei, I am your woman, Yu Yao. When Montez saw Li Wei kneel, he showed satisfaction on his face. All right, now tell me, where's Feng Ling? Montez glared at Li Wei. Feng Ling died long ago. She really died, Li Wei said in pain. Are you sure that I won't dare to kill Yu Yao again? Montez was furious. Eldest senior brother, I beg you, release Yu Yao. I beg you. Li Wei suddenly cried. Do you really think I don't dare? If you don't release Feng Ling, I want Yu Yao to die immediately. Montez roared. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and activated the array formations mechanism. Buzz! A blue light barrier suddenly appeared above the bestial battle arena. The light barrier descended from the sky and enveloped the entire bestial battle arena. As long as Yu Yao came into contact with the blue light, the bronze mask on her face would explode. Don't. Eldest senior brother, don't. Li Wei immediately said anxiously. Pa! Montez smashed the mechanism with his palm. He sneered and said, You saw it. The mechanism is broken. The blue light will soon envelop us. I can't stop it. When the blue light touches your precious Yu Yao, you know the result? Li Wei's eyes widened. Bang! Meng Tai used his voice to simulate the terrifying explosion. Li Wei's expression immediately changed. I want Fengling otherwise. Yu Yao's head will explode. You know it. You force my hand. There's not much time left. Montez stared at Li Wei. Eldest senior brother, Fengling is really dead. She's really dead. Release my Yu Yao. Li Wei said anxiously. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Montez roared, his eyes wide. In a distant corner, Gu Hai's expression darkened. As expected, I can't rely on Montez. He never thought of helping me remove the mask. He kept urging his Fengling. Umph. Big brother Li Wei, I'm scared. Yu Yao rushed toward Li Wei. She looked like she was going to crash into the blue light barrier. No, Li Wei suddenly cried out. Montez's expression also changed. He quickly pulled Yu Yao back. If Yu Yao died, he would be too weak to save Fengling Rip. With a tug, Meng Tai tore Yu Yao's sleeve. Immediately, a peach-shaped birthmark on Yu Yao's right arm was revealed. Montez shuddered and rubbed his eyes. How is this possible? Why does Yu Yao have Fengling's birthmark as well? A pained expression appeared on Li Wei's face. Whoosh! Montez touched Yu Yao's hair. Immediately, a large amount of hair fell off due to his quintessential energy, revealing her scalp. On Yu Yao's scalp was a tattoo that looked like a peony flower. No, no, no. Montez staggered, looking like he was about to fall. He looked at the tattoo on Yu Yao's scalp in horror. Suddenly, Montez saw the scar on Yu Yao's chin. The scar extended from his chin upwards, as if it was circling his face. Fengling? Your Fengling? Montez suddenly exclaimed. Yu Yao stared blankly at Li Wei, looking like she wanted to go over. Your Fengling? Your face? How did your face become Yu Yao's? Face change? You changed Fengling's face. She's Fengling? She's Fengling, isn't she? Montez roared with wide eyes. Buzz! Not far away, the blue light barrier seemed to be moving closer. Montez suddenly showed a look of horror. Li Wei, she's Fengling? Quick! Quick! Take off her mask! Quick! Montez looked like he was about to break down. Li Wei quickly got up and walked over with a pained expression. She's Yu Yao. She's Yu Yao, Li Wei said with an incomparably firm tone. Big brother Li Wei. Yu Yao called out blankly when she saw Li Wei walking over. I got it. You brought Fengling with you and changed her face to torture me. Yu Yao died a long time ago. I was wondering how you could know how to refine corpses. It turns out that you changed Fengling's and Yu Yao's faces. You tortured Fengling every day. You used her to torture me? Montez seemed to have broken down and went limp. I told you. She's Yu Yao. She's Yu Yao. Li Wei roared with reddened eyes. Quick, Li Wei, third junior brother, I beg you. Please save Fengling. I beg you. Montez watched in horror as the blue light got closer and closer. He had broken a mechanism and could not stop it at all. Fengling was about to die because of him. Montez wished he could beat himself to death. What a stupid thing he had done. Kneel down, Li Wei cried out in pain. Plop. Montez knelt down without hesitation. When Li Wei walked over, Montez did not dare to resist. Bang! Li Wei's foot landed on Meng Tai's body ruthlessly. Meng Tai was immediately sent flying. Meng Tai was already severely injured in the first place. This kick even broke his leg, deforming it and sending him crashing into the wall of the beast arena. Uffed. Montez spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly on the verge of death. He crawled his feet, trembling. Quick! Save Fengling! Quick! Elder brother Li Wei! Yu Yao looked at Li Wei woodenly. Li Wei showed an anxious expression as he reached out and placed his hand on Yu Yao's mask. His hand seemed to slip. However, at this moment, there was no time to think. He quickly circulated the energy in his hand. Kacha! The mask fell off. Bang! Li Wei tossed the mask aside, and the blue light instantly swept across Yu Yao's face. Elder brother Li Wei. Yu Yao looked at Li Wei in confusion. Yu Yao! My Yu Yao! Li Wei hugged Yu Yao, his entire body trembling. My Fengling! That's my Fengling! Li Wei, look at how you tortured Fengling. Li Wei! Montez, who was lying in a pool of blood, roared in anger. In a corner outside the beast arena, Gu Hai stared at the bronze mask that Li Wei tossed away. Fengling's consciousness and perception were forcibly twisted for 20 years. During these 20 years, everyone hypnotized her into thinking that she was Yu Yao. She has already taken over Yu Yao's consciousness and thought of herself as Yu Yao for 20 years. 20 years. She forgot that she was Fengling. She only knew that she was Yu Yao. As for Li Wei, for 20 years, did you hypnotize Fengling or yourself? Can you still tell who is Yu Yao and who is Fengling? Montez, you committed a sin. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai did not linger, leaving with a step. At this moment, all the great Feng Mafia family disciples were attracted over. This was the time for the evil men to break free. This opportunity could not be missed. Chapter 80. After leaving the Beast Arena, Gu Hai headed for the VIP area. At this moment, the gang's area was in chaos. However, the VIP area would not be affected for the time being. After all, it was very far away. Now there was thick fog, lightning, and thunder. Many of the guests who came to gamble stayed in their residences. Gu Hai entered a blacksmith shop first. How's the forging going? Gu Hai asked seriously. Sir, you are back so soon? Didn't you say that you would take one day? I only forged more than half of them. There's still a small half left. That blacksmith said worriedly. Did you forge them according to the order I gave you? Gu Hai asked seriously. Of course, the blacksmith immediately answered. That's good. Give them to me. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Gu Hai waved his hand and put away the large number of forged copper pipes into a compressed space. Then, Gu Hai turned his head and left the blacksmith shop, heading for the next one. My lord, Shang Wanhen said respectfully at the door. Gu Hai's expression changed as he stared at Shang Wanhen for a while. Shang Wanhen did not leave. That's good as well. How's the forging? Did you forge them according to the order I gave you? Gu Hai asked. Yes. My lord, I forged more than half of them, but there is still a small half left. My lord, did you have a smooth journey? Shang Wanhen asked. That's enough. Where are the copper pipes? Gu Hai asked. After retrieving the copper pipes, Gu Hai quickly left with Shang Wanhen. Due to the heavy rain, Shang Wanhen saw very few great Feng Mafia family disciples on the way here. Now, there were even fewer on the way back. Shang Wanhen suppressed his curiosity and rushed to Evil Men Valley with Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not enter Evil Men Valley. Instead, he climbed up a tall mountain beside Evil Men Valley. Evil Men Valley had a thick fog around it. Now that the thick fog spread out, it became even more hazy. The two of them climbed to the top of the mountain. Gu Hai waved his hand. La la la. A large number of bronze coffins were taken out. Looking at the copper coffin, Shang Wanhen's pupils constricted. That was because the amount that had been taken out was even more than what he had overseen. Did this mean that his lordship had other blacksmiths in addition to his supervision? His Excellency did not hang himself to death. Help me assemble it, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Shang Wanhen took a deep breath. Gu Hai took out a ceramic vase and inserted the thickest copper pipe into it. My lord, what can this vase do? Shang Wanhen asked blankly. The vase is made of ceramic. It's an insulator that isolates electricity. Gu Hai explained. He then took out a few more vases and slowly fixed them on the mountain. Then, he connected the copper pipes one by one and soared into the sky. At the bottom, he used a copper pipe to support the mountain valley. There was a chain tied to the support, and it fell vertically from the mountain valley into the mountain valley. My lord, are you going to draw lightning into the mountain valley to help us remove the seal? Shang Wanhen exclaimed, his eyes wide. Ceramic was an insulator that isolated electricity. If lightning was drawn into the copper pipe, it would only enter Evil Men Valley's chain. Let's go back to the mountain valley. Gu Hai nodded. But can this attract lightning? Shang Wanhen revealed a look of disbelief. Was this really lightning? Was this a joke? This is called a lightning rod. With lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, it could be attracted at any time. Furthermore, I installed this lightning rod at the highest point of the mountain peak, the highest point in the surroundings. As long as it is connected to the ground, it will immediately gather a large number of electrons. The tip will discharge, and a large number of negative electrons will discharge into the sky, forming an electric field. If the electric field is strong enough, as long as lightning forms in the clouds, it will instantly be attracted by the electric field and be guided here. Gu Hai explained. Shang Wanhen was speechless. Clearly, Shang Wanhen did not understand. However, it sounded quite impressive. Electrons, negative charges, discharge at the tip, form an electric field, lightning rod. My lord, this subordinate does not understand. Shang Wanhen said truthfully. There is no need to understand for now. Let's enter Evil Men Valley first. Gu Hai said. All right. Shang Wanhen nodded. When they reached the entrance of the mountain valley, Gu Hai removed his black robes and returned to Shang Wanhen's escort. Open the door. Shang Wanhen called out. Why are you back so soon? The guard showed an uncomfortable expression as if he had just been woken up from a dream. The Don gave the order. There is no need for so much nonsense. I will bring him in. There are still some things to be interrogated in the mountain valley. It will take some time. At that time, I will come out alone. There is no need for you to open the door again. Shang Wanhen said. All right. Going in and out on a rainy day is really troublesome. That guard operated the mechanism and immediately removed the blue light barrier. Gu Hai and Shang Wanhen entered the mountain valley. The guard immediately brought out the blue light barrier again. Then, he rushed into the valley and cursed before returning to the room at the side. When Gu Hai and Shang Wanhen entered the mountain valley, a large number of evil men were already waiting. My lord, did you make the chains that fell from the sky? Gao Xianji immediately rushed over. That's right. Gather everyone and immediately follow my instructions. Tie the chains and prepare to undo the seal. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Gu Hai took out a large number of chains again and instructed everyone on how to tie the chains to their bodies and how to connect them to other chains. When the four-leggeds saw the diagram that Gu Hai gave them, they gaped. Lightning? Is this a joke? My lord, even the sect leader doesn't dare. No, even the cultivators of the Yuanying state don't dare to take the lightning head-on. We're just mortals now. Without cultivation, isn't that courting death? Qin Tianshan suddenly exclaimed. That's right, my lord. The current of the lightning is too violent. We can't withstand it at all. Scar also exclaimed. Gao Xianji and Shang Wanhen didn't say anything. They quietly waited for Gu Hai to explain. Clearly, the two of them were also very worried. Lightning? What a joke. That was courting death. Gu Hai looked up at the sky and said, Don't worry. The voltage of the lightning is about 1,000,000 volts. We have 3,600 people. The way I tied the chains is a combination of parallel and series. The series divided the voltage, parallel divided the voltage, and 1,000,000 volts. The voltage that falls on each person is already very small. The current is also very small. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scarface. Shang Wanhen was speechless. 1,000,000 volts? Series divided the voltage? Parallel divided the voltage? What did that mean? You don't have to worry so much. You might not understand what I'm telling you. You just need to know that I've already experienced attracting lightning into my body. I've experienced it many times when I was cultivating in the acquired realm. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. Gu Hai's words were enough. They didn't understand anything else. They just needed to know that Gu Hai had experienced it many times and was fine. That was enough. When the time comes, I'll be the first. You don't have to worry. Now, follow my instructions and tie the chains. Remember, don't make any mistakes. If you do, you'll lose your life. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, the 4 division heads answered. The 4 division heads quickly guided the centurions, and the centurions guided the sergeants. They quickly tied the chains. Finally, one end of the chain connected to the chain that was dragging down from the sky. The other end of the chain was inserted into the ground. Cold sweat broke out on many of the 3,000 villains' foreheads. Can we attract the lightning? We won't be struck to death, right? Are we courting death? The group of evil men showed unsightly expressions. Then they looked at Gu Hai. At this moment, Gu Hai was standing at the very front. If the lightning struck, The first to strike would be Gu Hai, with Xiao Chun taking the lead. The group of evil men naturally no longer feared him. Damn it, this great me has never been struck by lightning before. I still don't know what it feels like to be struck by lightning. I have been in 1,000 Islands Sea for so many years, but I have never heard of anyone attracting the lightning to strike themselves. Is the lightning so easy to control? Just strike. This great me was waiting for death in the first place. If Milord can save me, I will definitely follow Milord. The group of evil men spoke continuously to encourage themselves, driving away the fear in their hearts. They had fought many life and death battles for the sake of survival. However, this time they were simply courting death. The lightning was the most terrifying existence in everyone's heart. Who would charge straight into it? If not for Gu Hai taking the lead, who would seek death like this? Whoosh! Dark clouds churned in the sky. It's almost here. Everyone get ready, Gu Hai said seriously. The valley immediately fell silent. Outside the valley, the earlier guard walked out for some reason. This is really strange. That senior brother left with the evil men and returned. What is he trying to do? This has never happened before. That guard frowned as he pondered. Slowly, that guard walked to the entrance of the valley and peered in through the blue light barrier. With one look, that guard goggled. 3,600 evil men were gathered together, chained to their bodies as they looked up at the sky. What were they doing? Why is there a pillar on the mountain? The guard exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning immediately flashed in the sky. That bolt of lightning seemed to have illuminated the entire world in an instant. Originally, lightning flashing and thunder roaring on a stormy day was nothing much. However, that was not the case in the eyes of the guard. He saw that super huge bolt of lightning turn into an explosive lightning dragon and suddenly charge towards Evil Men Valley. In an instant, that bolt of lightning rushed to the pillar at the summit. Whoosh! Then, that bolt of lightning followed the chain and instantly rushed to Evil Men Valley. Buzz! The 3,600 evil men in the valley immediately lit up like light bulbs, instantly illuminating the valley. What? The guard's expression changed. Rumble. Only at this moment did the thunder arrive. Ah, 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 ah. Suddenly, a series of pain cries came from Evil Men Valley. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you rebelling? A group of guards immediately ran out of the houses outside the valley. Junior brother, what's wrong? Why were there so many shouts in Evil Men Valley earlier? The group of guards who rushed over asked with a frown. However, the guard who witnessed the scene pointed at the valley with a flustered expression. He opened his mouth for a long time, but his lips trembled as if he could not say anything. All the guards looked into the valley. They saw that all the evil men in Evil Men Valley had fallen to the ground. Their bodies were charred black and gave off wisps of smoke. Lightning struck them. They all died. Come, let's go in and take a look, a guard called out. Crack, crack, crack. Just at this moment, one of the evil men at the very front trembled and slowly crawled to his feet. Gu Hai was the first to stand up with much difficulty. Boom! A burst of energy surged around Gu Hai. Crackle, crackle. Electricity seemed to flash on Gu Hai's body. He actually broke through again? Innate Realm 6th layer? How dangerous! The lightning this time is even more berserk than before. Gu Hai muttered softly as he slowly climbed to his feet. Crackle, 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 crackle. Aside from Gu Hai, Chun Tianshan, Scar, Shengwan Hen, and the other Golden Core Realm cultivators behind Gu Hai were the first to recover from the numbness. Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Keek keek keek! Keek keek keek! Sinister laughter came from Evil Men Valley. It was as horrifying as a ghost city. That laughter made the scalps of the guards who were about to enter tingle. Those guards, who were about to enter, immediately stopped. Chapter 81. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka! Keek-keek-keek! Sinister laughter came from Evil Men Valley. It was as terrifying as a ghost city. That laughter made the guard's scalp go numb. Just as Zhang Xian was about to step in, his footsteps abruptly halted. The villains are going to rebel? Lightning, they want to break the seal? Something is going to happen. Once these evil people break free, Senior brother, what should we do? Quick, go in and kill them all. Amidst the commotion, the two guards immediately drew their swords and rushed into the valley. Senior brother, who are you going to kill? I'll kill whoever gets up. Shing! Two massive sword cheese instantly shot towards the two evildoers who were crawling up. He was about to cut off the heads of the two villains. Bang! Bang! The two evil men immediately made their move. They extended their right hands and grabbed the blades of the swords. Sizzle! A large amount of electricity flowed from the evil man's body to the two guards through the sword. What? Their cultivations have recovered. The expressions of the two guards changed drastically. However, the two evil men slowly turned their heads and grinned, revealing sinister smiles. What are you doing? In an instant, the two evil men rushed over and grabbed the two guards, tearing them apart. Bang! Bang! The two guards were immediately torn apart by the two villains. Blood splattered all over the floor. From outside the valley came the roars of the other guards. What should we do? What should we do? It's fine. They're wearing masks, so they can't come out. If they can't come out, there's a blue membrane of light around them that can trigger the mask's mechanism. Quickly inform the faction leader. The guards kept consoling themselves. Boom! Immediately, Dao Ba charged towards a nearby mountain wall and brazenly slammed into it. The power of a golden core realm cultivator was incomparably vast. With a single collision, a large number of rocks were sent flying, as if a great earthquake was about to occur. The other evil men picked up the rocks that had been blasted away and infused their true energy into them. Then, they brazenly smashed them against the wall. Boom! 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 For a moment, the mountain rock that was infused with Jinqi was like a divine weapon, and it didn't take long for a tunnel to appear in the small mountain. With the strength of ordinary people, they could not even think of breaking through the walls. However, now, the evil men suddenly regained their strength. It was like they were venting the fear in their hearts for the past few years, causing great destruction again and again. The guards outside the valley were all dumbfounded. They didn't go through the main entrance, but instead made a small entrance. It's over. They've recovered their cultivation. Are they going to escape? What should we do? Quick, run! The group of guards ran toward the inner area of the sect in fear. However, the tunnel's small door had already been opened, and the evil men suddenly rushed out like ferocious tigers released from their cages. Roar! In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the group of guards with a few leaps. Don't kill me, don't kill me. My leg, my leg. Rumble. After a series of attacks, nearly all the guards were killed. Only one remained, but he was on his last breath. The evil men forced him to open the blue light barrier outside Evil Men Valley. Guhai walked at the very front, slowly walking out of the valley. In the valley, the group of evil men climbed to their feet one after another. When they did, they all laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha! Gaga gaga ga! Keek keek keek! The laughter sounded incredibly miserable and miserable. Free! Finally free! Some of the evil men even started crying. They had been on tenterhooks for so long, changing batches of evil men. They finally did not have to count their deaths every day. Immediately, the evil men clamored. Cries, laughter, and curses rang out endlessly. Guhai stood on a large rock and looked down at the excited evil men. Guhai just watched coldly, not saying a word as he waited for all the evil men to calm down. After a while, some of the evil men calmed down. Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Scar, and Shangwan Hen slowly stood beside Guhai, appearing extremely respectful. As for the other evil men, they all showed different expressions. Heaven Legate, Gao Xianji, greets my lord. Gao Xianji was the first to speak respectfully. Earth Legate, Chen Tianshan, greets my lord. Xian Legate, Scar, greets my lord. Legate, Shangwan Hen, greets my lord. When the four legates spoke, everyone fell silent. Guhai had made Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Scar the legates in consideration of this. After recovering their cultivations, their hearts started to change. With these three leading the way, many others would follow and pledge their loyalty. Guhai still kept his guard up against Shangwan-hen. Unexpectedly, Shangwan-hen also bowed without hesitation. A look of satisfaction flashed in Guhai's eyes. "Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord." Immediately, the evil men bowed to Guhai one after another. Most of the evil men kept their promise with Guhai to be loyal to him for 20 years. Although these people were evil, they knew who granted them this freedom. Hence, they felt very grateful to Guhai. Some people bowed. However, some evil men did not. As these evil men looked at Guhai, a complicated look flashed in their eyes. "Many thanks to everyone for keeping the promise from back then," Guhai said. Naturally, the evil men split into two factions. However, most of them stood on Guhai's side. Only a small portion slowly moved to the other side. "My lord, many thanks for regaining our freedom. However, this humble one still has too many things to do. I want to return. My lord, many thanks for your kindness today. I will repay you in the future. My lord, take care." The group bowed slightly to Guhai. Many of them even smiled coldly. The group wanted to leave. "Everyone, are you not going to keep your promise of 20 years? Guhai asked seriously. "Sorry, no one can make me submit to you for 20 years. Haha, I admit that your physical body is strong. However, we have recovered our cultivations. You can't stop us. Brat, that day you beat me up so badly. On account of you bringing us out, I'll let you off this time. Ha ha, brat, if we meet again, I will beat you back." The group wanted to flee into the distance. Guhai's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he shouted, "Heaven, earth, profound, yellow for divisions. Present." The group of evil men loyal to Guhai shouted, "Kill those who betray the oath." Guhai said coldly, "How dare you? Brat, what did you say? Bastard." The group of people who wanted to flee immediately glared and shouted, "We obey." The loyal evil men shouted, "Boom." Immediately, large groups of evil men charged over. They instantly charged into the crowd. "What are you doing? What are you doing? We were in the same predicament before. Don't come over. Damn it. Are you crazy? Are you listening to him? Quickly leave. Quickly leave." Rumble. A bloody battle started. Immediately, the surroundings of evil men valley rumbled, and rocks flew everywhere. These evil men had climbed out of piles of corpses and were incredibly ferocious. Only 500 evil men wanted to flee. However, there were 3,000-odd evil men loyal to Evil Men Valley. It was close to 6 against 1. The scene immediately turned into a one-sided massacre. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Guhai gave the order, and the evil men started killing ferociously. However, Guhai watched coldly. One could not blame Guhai for being ruthless. Right now, if he allowed these people to taunt him before leaving, his prestige would instantly vanish. The remaining 3,000-odd evil men loyal to him would definitely become distracted. Sooner or later, something would happen. Kill one to warn the rest. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Guhai wanted to kill this group of evil men who went back on their word to quickly win over the hearts of these loyal people. Furthermore, Guhai did not want such evil men who went back on their word. It was good that they died now. That way, Xiao Chen's group would not fall into chaos. Rumble. After a chaotic battle, the 500-odd evil men who wanted to flee were all killed by other evil men. After killing these traitors, the evil men looked at Guhai with even more respect. "My lord, they are all dead," Gao Xinji said. Guhai nodded. As Xiao Chun looked at the remaining 3,000-odd evil men, he took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, you have had enough of the Beast Arena, right? Now, it is time for us to take revenge. Follow me into the Great Foam Mafia family and find a way to remove the mask." "Yes," the evil men answered. Guhai jumped off the boulder and slowly walked into the depths of the Great Foam Mafia family. Heavy rain poured down. At this moment, many Great Foam Mafia family disciples had gathered at the Beast Arena. However, there were still some who did not go. Upon hearing the loud noise from Evil Men Valley, many Great Foam Mafia family disciples rushed over from all directions. "Arg! Arg! Arg! The evil men are running. a Great Phone Mafia family disciple exclaimed. Bang! Before that Great Phone Mafia family disciple could finish speaking, an evil man knocked him into the air. He vomited a mouthful of blood and crashed into a boulder. That evil man quickly stepped forward and stripped that Great Phone Mafia family disciple's clothes. Then, he put them on and grabbed that Great Phone Mafia family disciple's weapon. Ah, villains! Bam! Before many Great Phone Mafia family disciples could shout, a group of supernaturally vigilant, evil men crippled them. They took off their clothes and put them on themselves. The 3,000-odd evil men recovered their cultivations. They carried overwhelming hatred as they fought to be the first to attack. Their attacks were extremely ruthless. Be gentler and faster, Guhai said seriously. Yes, the evil men answered. My lord, where are we going now? Shangwan Han immediately asked. To do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools. Arm yourselves first. Then, we will go to the Great Phone Mafia family's armory, Guhai instructed. Yes, the evil men answered. The 3,000-odd evil men immediately charged into the Great Phone Mafia family's territory. Everywhere they passed, they left corpses and rivers of blood. The bloody revenge began. Chapter 82. At a large valley in the Great Phone Mafia family, a foul stench wafted out from the valley. Countless household trash was dumped here. The Great Phone Mafia family operated casinos and had many customers. Naturally, they produced a lot of trash. The many corpses from the Beast Arena were also dumped here. At this moment, the corpses piled up like mountains in the valley. This was the place that the Great Phone Mafia family disciples hated the most. However, it was a paradise for rats. An endless stream of rats lived here. As they ran through the valley, they gave off squeaking sounds. 10-odd Great Phone Mafia family disciples covered their noses as they looked at the valley in disgust. Senior brother, why are we catching rats again? This is too disgusting. We are catching them for the evil men to eat. Why are you speaking so much nonsense? How can those evil men eat them? I feel like vomiting when I see them. Just don't treat the evil men as humans. Isn't that fine? I have never treated them as humans. As long as the evil men died in the Beast Arena, we placed them here for the rats. For the rats. After the rats eat the evil men's flesh, the evil men eat the rats. This is a cycle. Is it really not a waste? Ha ha. Hence, can't you just treat those evil men as rats? Ha ha. A group of Great Phone Mafia family disciples happily chatted as they caught rats. Blurg. Suddenly, sounds of nausea came from behind the Great Phone Mafia family disciples. Ha 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 ha. Rats that eat human flesh are for us to eat? A cycle? Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Blurg. Blurg. Sinister voices came from behind the Great Phone Mafia family disciples. Who is it? The 10-odd Great Phone Mafia family disciples' expressions changed as they turned their heads to look. However, he saw that behind the crowd, there were 100 people in black robes, all of them wearing bronze masks. Everyone held onto their swords and sabers, either continuously vomiting or emitting cold, killing intent. The evil men ate rats in the past, which was already disgusting enough. However, they eventually got used to it. Who could have expected that these rats were nurtured with the flesh of other evil men? They all shivered. Everyone felt nauseous. Centurion, my lord wants us to capture the Great Phone Mafia family disciples, but not kill them. Back then, we locked them up in the Beast Arena and let them taste the cruelty of the Beast Arena. Originally, I agreed with that. However, after hearing this, I changed my mind. That's right. Centurion, we can capture the other Great Phone Mafia family disciples. However, I cannot hold back on these 10-odd. I'm going to cripple them, break their tendons, throw them into this valley, and feed them to the rats. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold it in anymore, Centurion. You are the villains of Villains Valley? Why did you run out? Why are there so many of them? How is that possible? Do you want to die? All of you. How do the guards of Isle Men Valley guard it? Everyone kneel down, or I'll throw you into the rat pit. The 10-odd Great Foam Mafia family disciples still did not realize the severity of the problem. The leader of the Centurions also vomited for a while. He looked at the dozen or so rat catchers with a gloomy expression. As for His Excellency's side, I'll go and ask for punishment. Deal with it, Centurion said coldly. Yes. Boom. The 100 or so evil men immediately swarmed over, charging at the Great Foam Mafia family disciples. What? They recovered their cultivation? Ark, in the Great Foam Mafia family's region. Kill. Bastards. Men. Arg. Rumble. Shouts rang out in the surroundings. The evil men came out of their cages and wantonly attacked in the family's region. Most of the Great Foam Mafia family disciples had gone to the Beast Arena in the family's region. Only a small half remained. How could they block the 3,000-odd evil men? The 3,000-odd evil men's accumulated resentment instantly erupted. That was boundless resentment and boundless energy. Flee? There was no way to flee. What could they flee to? Don't come over. The evil men are out. Arg. Kill. You eat dead rats every day. Go to hell. At this moment, Guhai stood quietly in the plaza of the Great Foam Mafia family's Dawn Master's Hall, looking down at his surroundings shrouded in rain and fog. He turned a deaf ear to the battles around him, as all of this was under Guhai's orders. In just 2 hours of battle, all the Great Foam Mafia family disciples in the family's region were wiped out. A portion of them were subdued and escorted over. The evil men are out. The evil men are out. The subdued people exclaimed. Shut up. If anyone speaks any more, I will immediately kill you, Scar said with a glare. Sob. My lord, there are about 500 people. We subdued them all. Gao Xianji reported solemnly. Earth Legion, leave 500 people to watch over them, Guhai said. Yes, Shen Tianshan answered. Everyone else, come with me to the Beast Arena. Guhai said. Yes, everyone answered. At this moment, everyone had already changed into black robes. They held their sabers, swords, and bows as they followed Guhai to the gambling area. With Guhai in the lead, 2,500 evil men slowly walked in the heavy rain. Along the way, corpses of Great Foam Mafia family disciples littered the ground. The heavy rain had not washed away the blood yet. The group of black-robed men stepped on the blood as they walked indifferently. The place was very quiet. Aside from footsteps, the 2,500 evil men made no other sound. Although the sounds in Evil Men Valley and the family region were loud, they did not attract the attention of others due to the heavy rain and the smoke-shrouded Great Foam Mafia family. This was because everyone's attention was focused on the Beast Arena. The earlier commotion caused by Guhai's group was only the sound of Innate Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators fighting. However, there were 2 Yuanying State experts in the Beast Arena. The sound of the Yuanying State's battle was not something that Golden Core Realm or Innate Realm cultivators could compare to. In the VIP area, the gamblers and honored guests from all over the Thousand Islands Sea revealed shocked expressions when they heard the sounds. Even in the heavy rain, many people braved the rain and quietly approached to investigate. The Beast Arena immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. There were several thousand Great Foam Mafia family disciples, but there were more than 10,000 gamblers and honored guests. The Beast Arena turned increasingly lively. However, the surrounding cultivators did not get too close. Some Great Foam Mafia family disciples went to the checkpoints to prevent the surrounding cultivators from entering the gambling area. However, those who stood far away might be able to see clearly. Many cultivators stood at the peaks of various peaks, watching the battle in the center of the Beast Arena. At one of the peaks, at this moment, a white-robed young man stood there with 4 subordinates behind him. Cough, cough, cough. The white-robed young man coughed continuously, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Beast Arena in the distance. This white-robed young man was none other than the sickly young man who reprimanded the fake 9th young master with the first elder in the innate puzzle world. The 9th young master? That person is actually called Montez? One of the black-clad subordinates exclaimed in shock. Didn't Montez die in our independent world? Could it be someone with the same name? Another black-clad man exclaimed in shock. The ninth young master covered his mouth and coughed for a while. Then he revealed a sinister smile and said, "It is getting increasingly lively. Even demons and monsters are coming out. This is interesting." Cough, cough, cough. A large number of Great Foam Mafia family disciples gathered at the Beast Arena spectator stands. At this moment, they all stared at the Beast Arena. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises came from the Colosseum. "Montez, you are indeed good at feigning death. Earlier, to get me to save you, Yao, I kicked you, causing you to fall into a pool of blood. Your acting is really good. However, there is no need for you to pretend. I will definitely save you, Yao. She's Feng Ling, not your Yu Yao. She's my Feng Ling. I already said that she is Yu Yao. She is Yu Yao." Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud sounds rang out, sounding like loud thunder. The entire Colosseum was filled with roaring sounds. A large number of ritual arrays surrounded the Beast Arena, making it incredibly sturdy. Inside, Feng Ling stood in a corner, holding her head with both hands. She showed a pained expression as her figure trembled, as though she was struggling with something. Berserk auras raged in the Beast Arena. However, they avoided Feng Ling time and time again. "Who am I? I am Yu Yao. I am Yu Yao. I am elder brother Li Wei's woman. Who am I?" Feng Ling held her head in pain. On the other side, Montez and Li Wei fought to the death time and time again. Montez's entire body was covered in blood. An earthen yellow, true dragon aura came out of his body, protecting him time and time again as he bared his fangs and claws at Li Wei. True dragon innate cultivation technique. A tortoise-shaped true energy came out of Li Wei's body. Its shape was very similar to the Bashya, but it did not have dragon horns. The tortoise-shaped true energy tore at Montez's body time and time again. Li Wei punched, and the giant tortoise-shaped true energy roared. Immediately, 10 sword chi surged out from the surroundings and shot towards Montez. Rumble. The sword chi was ferocious and too fast. It immediately slashed Montez's body. Roar. The earthen yellow true dragon screamed miserably. Montez was immediately sent flying, and a large number of wounds appeared on his body again. Boom. Montez crashed into the wall. However, Montez immediately got up and looked at Li Wei with a ferocious expression. He stomped his foot. Rumble. Earth spikes shot out from the ground, heading straight for Li Wei. Break. Li Wei punched the ground. Boom. A large number of earth spikes exploded and shot in all directions. They soared into the sky and fell to the ground. Montez, you are from the Yuanying state, and so am I. Yes, even if I cultivate desperately, I can't compare to you. I've never beaten you since I was young. However, you have already been imprisoned for 20 years. After 20 years, you're already exhausted. Yu Yao is mine. Don't even think about interfering. Li Wei said coldly. Xing. Li Wei pulled out a sword and immediately slashed at Montez. Xing. Boom. 100 sword chi rained down, sealing off all paths of escape for Montez. Montez had nowhere to run. Xing. Xing. A large number of sword chi stabbed into Montez's body. This time, Montez did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward with a ferocious expression. He punched Li Wei's chest. Boom. Xing. Li Wei was sent flying, but his sword pierced a hole in Montez's body. Uft. Montez vomited blood as he clutched the sword wound in his chest, showing an unsightly expression. On the other side, Li Wei slowly crawled to his feet. Uft. Li Wei vomited a mouthful of blood as he glared at Montez with a ferocious expression. Come on, come on. Let's see how many more strikes you can take. Cough, cough. Montez coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The battle between the 2 men in the Beast Arena was extremely intense. Montez's defeat was clear. He could not last much longer. Feng Ling held her head, not daring to watch the 2 fight in extreme pain. The surrounding Great Foam Mafia family disciples frowned as they watched. Elder, should we help the Dawn? Elder, that person seems to be the former Dawn. Senior brother, should we make a move? They are from a Yuanying state. The surrounding battle energy can tear you apart. Are you seeking death? I'm not going. This is gambling with my life. The Great Feng Mafia family disciples frowned, but no one stepped forward in the end. At this moment, the 2,500 black-clad men slowly walked over from the inner region of the family and slowly occupied a spot. The black-clad men respectfully surrounded Gu Hai in the center and moved some distance away. Gu Hai slowly stepped onto a tall platform and looked around. Gao Xinji's expression changed as she said, "My lord, the environment here is not right. Aside from the Great Feng Mafia family disciples, there are also gamblers from the Thousand Islands Sea around. For what I can see, there might be close to 10,000 people occupying the surrounding peaks." This, Chen Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. "There's no need to worry about them. They will not help the Great Feng Mafia family disciples." Scar, Gu Hai said with a cold smile. "Present," Scar answered. "Some of the Great Feng Mafia family disciples are preventing the gamblers from getting close to the Beast Arena. Your profound legion will deal with these people. Do it cleanly. I don't like too much noise." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," Scar answered. Walala. Scar immediately led hundreds of black-clad men into the forest. However, some worry flashed in Gao Xinji's eyes. She whispered to Gu Hai, "My lord, I know that these gamblers will not help the Great Feng Mafia family disciples. However, I'm worried that we will expose your identity in the upcoming battle. After all, countless cultivators have been searching for Gu Hai since a few months ago. They could not find a way to find him. However, now that he appeared in such a high-profile manner, what if he was discovered? It's fine. It's time for me to reveal myself. Let's see if they have the ability," Gu Hai said coldly and confidently. Yes, this subordinate worried too much. Gao Xinji nodded. Chapter 83. Then, Gu Hai slowly led the remaining 1,000-odd black-clad men to the Beast Arena. Scar led the profound legion's evil men out. Everywhere they passed, they rapidly killed. Soon, the Great Feng Mafia family disciples on lockdown were eliminated. Gu Hai's group smoothly made its way to the center of the Beast Arena. The sudden appearance of 1,000-odd black-clad men immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding gamblers. Hey, are those black-clad men wearing hats Great Feng Mafia family disciples? They don't look like them. Look, a black-clad man wearing a hat over there killed a Great Feng Mafia family disciple. He killed one over there as well? There is one over there as well. Look, there is one over there as well. The gamblers at the periphery immediately burst into an uproar. Although Scar had instructed them to assassinate secretly, the evil men were not very professional. They only prevented the Great Feng Mafia family disciples on lockdown from shouting. The nearby Great Feng Mafia family disciples could not discover them. However, the gamblers at the various mountain peaks in the distance had high vantage points and could see many things clearly. What faction is that? Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Are they enemies of the Great Feng Mafia family? What are they trying to do? That's not right. They are trying to kill the Great Feng Mafia family disciples in an organized manner. Look, they got a group to assassinate the disciples on lockdown at the periphery first. The main force is behind them. Many gamblers in Xiozha had already seen Gu Hai's large group. 8 or 10 people were not eye-catching. However, this group had close to 2,000 people. Naturally, such a large group looked very grand. Cough, 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 cough. That back of the leading black-clad man? The ninth young master asked with narrowed eyes on a mountain peak. Ninth young master, do you know this group of people? A subordinate asked, feeling curious. I don't. However, the back of the leading black-clad man looks very familiar. I just can't recall it. The ninth young master said with a frown. Gu Hai led the group of evil men and slowly approached the Beast Arena. As they got closer, they occupied an important position. Suddenly, Scar rushed over from not far away. My lord, it is more or less settled. Most of the Great Feng Mafia family disciples sent to enforce martial law do not have much status. They are all low-level innate realm disciples. They're easy to deal with. Scar smiled confidently. one after another. The profound division's evil men slowly returned after succeeding in their assassinations. Guhai nodded lightly, not paying much attention to it. Slowly, everyone arrived at the edge of the Colosseum. It occupied an excellent position. Standing here, he could see everything in the bestial battle arena. My lord, the great Feng Mafia family disciples under martial law should have been dealt with. Only the ones here are left, Gao Xianji said respectfully. 2,000 great Feng Mafia family disciples? Hee hee. Guhai sneered. Slowly, Guhai raised his right hand. Ka 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 ka. The group of evil men quickly raised their bows and knocked their bows. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they waited for Guhai's order. On the surrounding mountain peaks, the gamblers and Xiuzha all widened their eyes. Only at this moment did the gamblers and Xiuzha understand how terrifying the black-clad men before them were. Are they going to exterminate the great Feng Mafia family? They dealt with all the great Feng Mafia family disciples under martial law. Now, they are pointing their bows at the bestial battle arena. They are going to exterminate the great Feng Mafia family. Who are they? What a sinister group of people. When the countless gamblers and Xiuzha saw this scene before them, they broke out in a cold sweat. Ka 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 ka. Nearly all the evil men who returned drew their bows to a full moon as they stared at the bestial battle arena with hatred. What's that sound? The great Feng Mafia family disciples in the bestial battle arena frowned slightly. The battle in the bestial battle arena was too loud. Many of the great Feng Mafia family disciples could not hear anything else. Suddenly, a voice soared from the forest. Enemy attack. The evil men ran out. That voice immediately drowned out all the other sounds. Guhai's expression turned cold as he looked at Scar. Scar's expression changed. My lord, this subordinate failed in his duty. They should have escaped. Never mind. Guhai nodded. After all, with so many people, it was inevitable that the organization would not be well-rounded. Enemy attack. The evil men ran out. A shout soared into the sky, immediately reaching the ears of everyone in the bestial battle arena. What? The expressions of all the great Feng Mafia family disciples changed as they turned around. Release. Guhai swung his right hand down. When the evil men received the order, they immediately released the arrows infused with veritable energy. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, many sharp arrows infused with veritable energy shot towards the great Feng Mafia family disciples in the bestial battle arena like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, ah, ah. The expressions of the great Feng Mafia family disciples changed as they quickly raised their swords to block. However, the arrow rain came too quickly. Suddenly, the arrows pierced through a large number of great Feng Mafia family disciples. Unfortunately, not all of these evil men are good at archery. Despite being so close, they missed most of the arrows. Gao Xianji said with a frown. Shoot again. Guhai shouted. Yes. The 2,500 evil men shouted. Swish, swish, swish. The arrow rain immediately shot out again. Quickly run. Ah. Oh no. The evil men fled. Did they recover their cultivations? How can this be? Quickly run. The expressions of the great Feng Mafia family disciples changed dramatically. Everyone knew how terrifying the evil men were. They were all ruthless people. With veritable energy infused in their arrows, they definitely recovered their cultivations. They definitely could not compare to them. The great Feng Mafia family disciples fled in horror. Drop your bows and kill. Guhai shouted. Kill, kill, kill. The 2,000-odd evil men immediately charged over ferociously like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. Their hats also fell off during the battle, revealing masks. Boom. The two sides started fighting. Die for me. Move aside. Rumble. After the arrow rain, less than 1,000 great Feng Mafia family disciples remained. They wanted to flee. However, the evil men had been holding in their anger for many years. How could they let them off? The evil men had crawled out of piles of corpses. They were all ferocious people who could fight against 10 each. They attacked quickly and ruthlessly. Rip, a great Foam Mafia family disciple, was forcibly torn apart, and blood sprayed everywhere. This great me wants you to feed me, rats. I want you to whip me. I want you to harm me. I swore long ago that I would kill all of you. I want revenge. Die for this great me. The group of evil men crazily killed the Great Foam Mafia family disciples. However, the Great Foam Mafia family disciples roared repeatedly. Ah, Don, save me. My arm. Let me go. Let me go. Ah, Don, save me. Startled cries rang out outside the Beast Arena. Inside the Beast Arena, Li Wei, who was suppressing Montez, suddenly changed his expression. He looked up and saw a group of masked men killing the Great Foam Mafia family disciples. Bastards! Li Wei's expression changed. It looked like he wanted to leave the Beast Arena. Gu Hai stood in an empty space. Suddenly, he said coldly, Montez, I'm here to help you. Delay Li Wei. Montez, who was lying in a pool of blood, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He immediately recognized Gu Hai's voice. Roar! Montez endured the pain and charged at Li Wei. Die! Li Wei glared and swung his sword. Roar! Montez endured the pain and quickly swiped his claw. A beam of light shot towards Li Wei. Shing! Montez's blood sprayed into the air. However, Montez's life force was too tenacious. He showed a ferocious expression as he charged over again, ignoring his injuries. Roar! The two started fighting again. Li Wei's sword left wounds on Montez's body time and time again. No, no. Feng Ling held her head in pain as she watched the two kill each other. Who am I? I am Yu Yao. I am Yu Yao. Who am I? Don't fight. Don't fight. Feng Ling looked like she was going crazy. Outside the Beast Arena, the evil men's battle was the most ferocious. The evil men killed all those who resisted. Some of the evil men seemed to recognize some of the Great Foam Mafia family disciples. They opened their mouths in hatred and tore at those disciples' flesh. Some of them even bit off the flesh and swallowed it. The scene was incredibly miserable. The severely injured Great Foam Mafia family disciples could not fight back at all. They were restrained and pinned to the side. The battle was extremely fast and ferocious. They won with numbers. Furthermore, all of them were ruthless evil men. In the blink of an eye, the battle reached its end. Most of the Great Foam Mafia family disciples were killed. A small portion could no longer fight and were restrained to the side. Surrounded by the evil men, Gu Hai slowly walked to the front of the Beast Arena. Die! Li Wei roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! 100 strands of sword chi landed on Montez's body, immediately inflicting 100 bloody wounds. Then, Li Wei sent Montez flying in a mangled state. Bang! The mangled Montez fell to the ground with wide eyes. He no longer had any strength left. Montez looked at Feng Ling in the pool of blood and revealed a mournful smile. Feng Ling, cough, cough, cough. My Feng Ling. Wind chimes turned her head to look at Meng Tai. Meng Tai looked like he was on his last breaths, as if he would die at any moment. Suddenly, Wind chimes shuddered and walked towards Meng Tai. Don Master, save us! The severely injured Great Foam Mafia family disciples cried out miserably. Rumble! Li Wei slowly flew out of the Beast Arena. When he looked around, he saw that nearly all the Great Foam Mafia family disciples had been wiped out. Li Wei showed a furious expression as he glared at Gu Hai, who was surrounded by the evil men. You rats actually managed to escape? Li Wei said with a cold expression as he held up his sword. Li Wei's aura erupted from the Yuanying state, forming a tornado around him. His veritable energy materialized a gigantic tortoise monster in the center of the tornado. The monster showed a ferocious expression as it released a surging, ferocious aura. It looked like an overwhelming wave surging over, wanting to crush and crush everyone. If we are rats, then we're the Great Foam Mafia family disciples that the rats killed. Bedbugs. Gu Hai stepped forward with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai stepped forward, and the four-leggeds followed closely behind. All the evil men showed ferocious expressions. Although they could not block the strong aura of the Yuanying state, no one feared it. Chapter 84. A chaotic battle started in the beast arena. Countless gamblers exclaimed in horror from the surrounding peaks. This, evil people. They are wearing masks. To think that they are evil people? The evil people of Evil Men Valley? The evil people all escaped? Are they here for revenge? What terrifying evil people. To think that their combat prowess is so ferocious. Previously, watching the evil people from the spectator stand was just a form of entertainment. Even though the evil people were ferocious, they did not think much of it, as they were all locked up in cages. No matter how ferocious the ferocious beasts in cages were, they could not harm them. What was there to worry about? However, now, these ferocious beasts were all out of cages. Furthermore, they were organized. How horrifying was this organized combat prowess? From the battle in the bestial battle arena, it could be seen. Combat prowess was just one aspect. The crux was that this group of evil people was incredibly ferocious. Tear their opponents apart. Even more ferociously, they used their mouths to tear off a piece of flesh and swallowed it. The countless gamblers felt their scalps go numb. This group of evil people was too horrifying. Some of the gamblers originally wanted to take advantage of this scene. However, when they got close and saw the bloody scene, they immediately turned and left. It's the evil people. Damn it, it's the evil people. The group of gamblers cried out in horror. In the blink of an eye, nearly all the Great Foam Mafia family disciples died. Those who survived were all subdued. In just a short while, this combat prowess chilled the hearts of countless gamblers. Look, Don Lee is flying over. Don Lee is from the Yuanying state. However, those evil people are only innate realm and golden core realm cultivators. Can the villains defeat gang leaderly? The Yuanying state? What a strong aura. Countless gamblers in the surroundings stared at the center of the beast arena. The distant battle came to an end. The 2,000-odd evil people led by Gu Hai faced the Great Foam Mafia families Li Wei head-on. Gu Hai stepped forward, and the four legates followed closely behind. All the evil people showed ferocious expressions. In the face of the powerful aura of the Yuanying state, although they could not withstand it, no one was afraid. Under Li Wei's powerful Yuanying state aura, almost all of the villains were swayed by the storm, as if they were about to be blown away. He actually managed to escape? You even destroyed my Great Foam Mafia family? Only at the innate realm and golden core realm. A bunch of weak rats? Li Wei glared. Gu Hai waved his hand. Yes. Pa 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 pa. Shangwan Hen, Scar, Chun Tianshan, and Gao Xinji quickly put their hands on Gu Hai's back. Rumble. Behind the group and the four legates, for centurions, each placed their hands on the legates' backs. After the centurions, it was the 10-man squad leader. After the 10-man squad leader, the ordinary subordinates quickly supported the legates. With Gu Hai at the beginning, every layer behind him had a multiplier of 4. With their palms on the backs of the evil people, the layers formed 7 layers in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai stood at the very front, forming a fan-shaped formation. Everyone resisted the Yuanying state's aura, showing ferocious expressions. Release! Gu Hai shouted. Huh! The evil man on the 7th layer shouted. Suddenly, surging veritable energy rushed out of his hand and into the back of the evil man on the 6th layer. Huh! The evil man on the 6th layer shouted as well. He also released his veritable energy and infused it into the evil man on the 5th layer. At the same time, he guided the veritable energy from the 7th layer over. Boom! 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 Layer after layer of veritable energy flowed to the front. The 4th layer, the 3rd layer, and the 2nd layer. When the evil men reached the 2nd layer, where Gao Xinji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shangwan Hen were, aside from Shanghai Hen, who did not show any change in expression, the other 3 flushed. The veritable energy from the evil men behind them was too intense. If their veritable energy was a small stream, then the evil men behind them would be a surging river. If this river-like true qi was left in his body, it would soon cause him to explode. Pooh! Gao Xianji's cultivation was the weakest. She vomited a mouthful of blood. The veritable energy from the evil man behind her was too intense, and she could not endure it. Furthermore, Gao Xianji was transmitting her veritable energy to Gu Hai. She was just a passageway. The four river-like veritable energy infused into Gu Hai's body. This berserk energy caused the four legates to feel a chill in their hearts. Could Milord endure it? If not for Milord's earlier instructions, no one would dare to do this. The four legates understood that if they were in Milord's place, they might have instantly exploded. Milord, will it work? Gao Xianji called out worriedly. The group of evil men moved very quickly. The earlier scene took only an instant to complete. This caused Li Wei's expression to change. The Yuanying state's Li Wei's aura was vast. His surroundings were like a tornado, creating a strong wind that blew towards the 2,000-odd evil men in front. The strong aura originally looked like it would knock down the evil man. However, at this moment, surging energy surged towards Gu Hai. Boom! A horrifying aura also erupted from Gu Hai's body. The moment his aura appeared, it was like a mountain flood erupting, crashing into Li Wei's aura. Boom! The two auras clashed, kicking up rocks in the surroundings. Immediately, Gu Hai's aura was no weaker than Li Wei's Yuanying state's aura. Li Wei's expression changed, revealing an angry expression. He gathered the veritable energy of 2,000-odd evil men into one person. That's impossible. With such vast energy, even the Yuanying state's physical body would not be able to withstand it. He should have exploded long ago. He should have exploded already. What kind of physical body does that person have? Is it that exaggerated? The surroundings were in an uproar. Countless gamblers goggled. This scene was not difficult to guess. It was not difficult to gather all the energy in one place. However, no one could withstand such vast energy. Those who could withstand such vast energy did not need others to gather it. This would affect their agility instead. Weren't these evil men just golden core realm or innate realm cultivators? How could they gather so much energy? Number 1? That's right. I remember his figure. He is the evil man from the Beast Arena 2 rounds ago. Evil man number 1. He is an innate realm cultivator. Someone shouted, Innate realm? That's impossible. Wouldn't an innate realm cultivator's physical body explode long ago? Right, that's right. It is him. He caused me to lose money. I will never forget this. Innate realm? Evil man number 1. Surging veritable energy gathered in Gu Hai's body. Slowly, it flowed along Gu Hai's veritable energy, forming a purple veritable dragon. Roar! The veritable dragon roared and faced the tortoise-shaped monster in front. Its aura formed a storm that was no weaker than Li Wei's. Now, do you still think that you are too weak to stand up to the wind? Gu Hai asked coldly. Li Wei's expression changed as he looked at Gu Hai in shock. He also sighed at the strength of Gu Hai's physical body. However, in the next moment, Li Wei revealed a cold smile and said, A rat will never be able to defeat a human. Even if you all work together, you will only end up in a stalemate. As Li Wei spoke, he stretched out his hand and swung his sword at Gu Hai. When Li Wei swung his sword, dozens of strands of sword qi immediately shot out. Together with a huge manifested sword, the manifested sword shot at Gu Hai. Everywhere the manifested sword passed, it seemed to tear apart the storm, giving off sharp sonic booms. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression as he punched at the manifested sword. Boom! Suddenly, as Gu Hai punched, a 10-meter-wide purple manifested fist manifested in the air and crashed into the manifested sword. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the ground below shook. The manifested fist and manifested sword were actually evenly matched. When the manifested fist shattered, the manifested sword and manifested sword chi also shattered. Humph! Do you think that gathering energy is enough? You can't move at all. Brat, you're simply seeking death. Li Wei's expression turned cold as he moved, wanting to avoid facing Gu Hai head-on and cut this group of evil men apart from the side. Li Wei's idea was right. If Gu Hai wanted to move, he needed to organize more than 2,000 people. It was inconvenient for him to move. Even if he had strength, he could not use it flexibly. Gao Xianji and the others felt incredibly anxious. They could not move at all. Li Wei's yuanying state figure moved to the back of the group. This was a complete massacre. The group of evil men showed worried expressions. Li Wei already arrived behind the group. Then, he revealed a cold smile as he swung his sword again. If you want to die, I will slowly send you to your deaths. I will seal your cultivation again and send you back to Evil Men Valley. As for your crimes this time, leave behind a claw for each rat. Boom! Li Wei swung his sword, and 100 strands of sword qi charged at the group of evil men. The sword qi charged at the group of evil men and sent veritable energy to Gu Hai's right arm. It looked like Li Wei wanted to instantly cut off the right arm of 100 evil men as punishment. Together with the 100 strands of sword qi was a huge manifested sword. This manifested sword shot at the back of Gu Hai's head. This attack was even more ferocious than the previous one. Gu Hai had his back to Li Wei, so he could not move. It looked like the manifested sword would cut him down. So what if he gathered the evil men's energy? He can't move and can only be slaughtered. Indeed, how unfortunate. It turns out that he is just a pretty face. An innate realm cultivator is just an innate realm cultivator. He will never be able to defeat the yuanying state. Countless gamblers shook their heads and sighed. The threat of death made all the evil men's hair stand on end. At this moment, their expressions changed dramatically. They did not know what to do. "My lord," Scar called out anxiously. The huge manifested sword looked like it would chop down on the back of Gu Hai's head. However, Gu Hai did not turn around. Just as the manifested sword was about to chop off Gu Hai's head, a large amount of smoke suddenly came out from behind Gu Hai's head. Buzz! The smoke instantly spread in all directions. Then, a huge strand of saber qi came out from behind Gu Hai's head. This strand of saber qi was hundreds of meters long, several times larger than Li Wei's manifested sword. Boom! The saber qi crashed into the manifested sword, shattering it. Then, it soared into the air and instantly arrived before Li Wei. What? Li Wei's expression changed as he immediately punched. Boom! The manifested sword only scattered the saber qi when a manifested fist clashed. Below, the sword qi accompanying the sword astral was also struck by the small saber qi. For a time, the sky was filled with explosions. What's going on? Countless cultivators goggled at this scene in confusion. Where did the manifested saber come from? Why was there such a strong manifested saber? How could it come from that innate realm evil man? At this moment, surging white fog encased all the evil men. One could vaguely see stars in the white fog. "Is this a ritual array?" someone suddenly exclaimed. "A ritual array?" Li Wei's expression changed. "That's right, a ritual array. I already have strength. Why should I fight with you? I have strength, so I can lay a ritual array. Cloud rise! Release!" Gu Hai shouted. Boom! Suddenly, the Tongtian fog burst out with Gu Hai as the center. The fog charged at Li Wei like a berserk dragon. Li Wei's expression changed as he ran toward the sky. However, the speed of the fog was too fast. In an instant, it had enveloped the entire bestial battle arena. Li Wei's speed couldn't keep up with the speed of the fog. In an instant, Li Wei was shrouded in the fog. The moment Li Wei entered the ritual array, it was like the world turned upside down. He could not tell up from down, left from right. Li Wei flew quickly, but he could not fly out of the fog. What? How can this be? Li Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Xing! Suddenly, a strand of saber qi appeared in front of Li Wei, charging at him. Humph! Acting all mysterious. Li Wei showed a ferocious expression as he swung his sword. Zi-ing! 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 Suddenly, strands of saber qi hundreds of meters long appeared in all directions, surging towards Li Wei. The threat of death startled him. No, that's impossible. Li Wei exclaimed as he quickly sent out a manifested sword. Nothing is impossible. You are just ignorant. Gu Hai's voice accompanied the saber qi as it charged at Li Wei. Boom! In the fog, there was a loud roar. Outside, countless gamblers goggled as they stared at the beast arena. The surging fog had already covered the surroundings. No one expected the situation to change like this. Innate realm? How can he lay a ritual array? Many cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. At the summit of a mountain, the ninth young master's pupils constricted as he said, "The heavenly saber death match?" Chapter 85. Beast Arena. Montez looked at Feng Ling weakly as he vomited blood. Feng Ling walked over bit by bit, holding her head with a pained expression. In the outside world, the battle between Gu Hai and Li Wei did not seem to affect the two of them. Feng Ling cough, cough, cough. Don't you remember me? You said that we were going to find a place where no one was and live forever. I'm Yao. I'm Brother Li Wei's woman. Feng Ling held her head and muttered to herself in pain. You can remember. You're Feng Ling. You're Feng Ling, the Feng Ling who has always followed behind eldest senior brother. I'm eldest senior brother Montez. I'm your husband. I'm Yao. Feng Ling held her head in pain as if she was unwilling to admit it. Feng Ling got closer and closer to Montez, her eyes still filled with struggle. Slap! Meng Tai did not know where his strength came from, but he grabbed Wind Chime's hand. Feng Ling was so frightened that she wanted to shrink back. However, Montez did not let go. Puffed. Montez spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly dyeing Feng Ling's hands red. Feng Ling immediately revealed a look of horror. Feng Ling, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you well. I'm about to die. You must live well. Montez said weakly. No, you can't die. Feng Ling revealed a panicked expression. Montez's eyelids slowed down, and he gently closed them. The hand that grabbed Feng Ling suddenly loosened, as if he had lost all signs of life. This scene shocked Wind Chimes so much that she shuddered. No, you can't die. You can't die. Husband. Feng Ling suddenly burst into tears. She grabbed Montez's right hand and refused to let go. She became anxious. However, Montez did not make a sound. He did not move at all. Wake up. I remember now. I'm Feng Ling, husband. I'm Feng Ling. Feng Ling suddenly burst into heart-wrenching sobs. Just at this moment, Meng Tai's body twitched. His eyes twitched, and he suddenly opened them again. Wind Chimes, you remember me? Montez was pleasantly surprised. Wind Chimes widened her eyes as she watched Montez wake up. Sob, husband. Feng Ling laid on Montez and cried. Wind Chimes, it's good that you remember. It's good that you remember. Montez's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Rumble. In the distance, rumbling sounds came from the fog. Li Wei's screams rang out in the fog. Immediately, countless gamblers and cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. Although Li Wei had fought with Montez and was severely injured, he was still a member of the Yuanying state. Shouldn't the Yuanying state be able to defeat all Golden Core and Xiantian realm cultivators? But now, he was actually trapped in a grand formation by a higher heaven realm expert. It seemed extremely tragic. Heavenly Saber death match? That's impossible. How can so many people know the Heavenly Saber death match? Could it be? On the mountain peak, the ninth young master's pupils suddenly constricted. Ninth young master, what did you think of? One of his subordinates asked, feeling curious. No wonder I cannot find him. No wonder I found him so familiar. So it is him. So many cultivators on 9-5 Island searched, but they could not find any clues. So he was hiding here? The most dangerous place is the safest place? The ninth young master said in shock. Inside the Heavenly Saber death match, Li Wei's manifested sword desperately clashed with the Heavenly Saber. At this moment, the might of Gu Hai's ritual array was weaker. However, it was enough to deal with Li Wei. Li Wei's manifested sword could chop down one Heavenly Saber. However, Gu Hai's Heavenly Saber seemed endless. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold as motes of starlight appeared around him. They looked like ghost stones dancing in the air. In the past, the fake ninth young master did not fully understand the Heavenly Saber death match. He only knew how to lay a ritual array with a treasure. However, Gu Hai was different. Guhai had a thorough understanding of the heavenly saber death match. He could adjust where he could cut or add. Immediately, hundreds of heavenly sabers chopped down on Li Wei. Boom! Z-ing! Z-ing! Arg! Arg! Li Wei screamed miserably. Many bloody wounds appeared on his body, and blood spurted everywhere. With Guhai laying the ritual array, he could clearly see Li Wei. However, Li Wei could not find Guhai. At this moment, the 2,000-odd evil men followed behind Guhai. They could also see the scene before them. Although the evil men swore loyalty to Guhai and knew of his strength, they only acknowledged Guhai's abilities. However, most of them only acknowledged Guhai. They did not think that Guhai was that unreachable. They did not worship him. For a while, they might still be loyal to Guhai. However, as time passed, they would inevitably have their own thoughts. However, after seeing this scene, no evil man dared to underestimate Guhai anymore. That was the Yuanying state. At this moment, the Yuanying state's experts looked like they were being cut into pieces by 1,000 blades before Guhai. Many heavenly sabers cut them into pieces before everyone's eyes. This dismemberment chilled all the evil men's hearts. How unobstructed was that feeling? This was the Yuanying state. Upon hearing Li Wei's miserable scream, the evil men all looked at Guhai, who was at the very front. As they looked at Guhai's back, nearly all of them gulped. Their acknowledgement of Guhai immediately soared. Perhaps following this boss won't bury me? However, if I betray this boss, will I end up in an even more miserable state? When this thought formed, the evil men's expressions immediately turned solemn. C.I. 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 A large number of heavenly sabers landed on Li Wei's body. Soon, Li Wei became a bloody mess. Many of the wounds were so deep that one could see his bones. Li Wei had already tossed out his sword. He was already at the end of his rope. He no longer resisted. "Yu Yao, my lover." Li Wei revealed a mournful smile as though he was waiting for the final fatal blow. Guhai stared at Li Wei's expression and extended his hand. Boom! The heavenly saber death match suddenly broke and the fog scattered. Guhai punched, and a huge manifested fist struck Li Wei. Bang! Li Wei fell into the beast arena and landed on the ground. His body turned into a bloody mess as he fell limp to the ground. Gasp! The Yuanying state? That innate realm cultivator killed him? That group of evil men is really horrifying. The countless gamblers on the surrounding peaks revealed shocked expressions, feeling a chill in their hearts. At the very last moment, Guhai did not kill the evil men. Whoosh! Whoosh! The evil men slowly let go of their hands. After sending in a large amount of veritable energy, the evil men felt somewhat drained. However, they recovered quickly. Everyone looked at Guhai. After the earlier battle, Guhai's prestige had increased. "My lord," Gao Xinji called out with surging emotions. "Li Wei is still alive. Immediately interrogate him to find out how to remove the mask." Guhai said seriously. "Yes." The evil men immediately shouted excitedly. The mask, we can finally remove the mask." Inside the beast arena, Li Wei fell not far from Montez. He fell with a loud crash, his flesh mangled as he lay limp on the ground, unable to move. When Li Wei fell to the ground, he happened to see Feng Ling crying over Montez. Montez hugged Feng Ling. Li Wei showed a horrified expression. "Yu Yao, my Yu Yao." However, Feng Ling, who was lying on Montez, suddenly trembled. She stood up and turned her head to look at Li Wei, showing a pained expression. "Yu Yao, my Yu Yao." Li Wei suddenly showed a sad smile. After a moment of silence, Feng Ling suddenly started crying. "Elder brother Li Wei, elder brother Li Wei." The expression of Montez, who was on the ground, changed. "Feng Ling, you are Feng Ling. Don't be fooled by him." "Feng Ling, I am Feng Ling." Feng Ling held her head. "No, you are Yu Yao, my Yu Yao," Li Wei called out anxiously. "I am Yu Yao." Feng Ling held her head again. "No, no, Feng Ling, you are not Yu Yao. Yu Yao died long ago." Montez shouted. Feng Ling held her head. "I am Feng Ling. I am Yu Yao." "Feng Ling? Yu Yao, don't think about it, my darling. No matter who you are, don't let yourself suffer so much. Li Wei said, his heart aching. However, Montez struggled to his feet. He looked at Li Wei with a ferocious expression. You are the one who put Feng Ling in such a miserable state. Only when you die can my Feng Ling return. After saying that, Montez walked over to Li Wei step by step, revealing a cold, murderous intent on his face. No, don't kill my elder brother Li Wei. Don't. Feng Ling cried out in fear. Feng Ling, you are mistaken. If I kill him, you will return to Feng Ling. Let me kill him, Montez shouted. Whoosh. Suddenly, Gu Hai blocked Montez. Division Master Meng, I have fulfilled my promise to you and helped you escape from danger. What about your promise to me? You said that you would help me find a way to remove the mask, but now you want to kill Li Wei? Gu Hai stared at Montez and said coldly. Montez stared at Gu Hai. His face contorted for a while, as if he was considering whether to fall out with Gu Hai. After twitching for a while, Feng Ling suddenly shouted, Husband, I remember now. I remember now. I am Feng Ling. I am not Yu Yao. I am Feng Ling. Yu Yao died a long time ago. Meng Tai immediately looked at Feng Ling with joy on his face. Feng Ling, you remember now? You are back, Montez said in surprise. Yes, Feng Ling cried and laughed. Two extreme emotions strangely intertwined. Whoosh. Montez hugged Feng Ling. Feng Ling, it's great that you can remember. Husband. The two of them hugged each other tightly. On the other side, Li Wei watched this scene with wide eyes. In the end, he revealed a sad smile. There was helplessness, despair, and a dead heart in that smile. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. Ha! Ha! Yu Yao, I am coming for you. Li Wei revealed a dead heart. Wong. Suddenly, Li Wei's body emitted a fluorescent light. His wounds quickly healed, but his skin slowly turned old. His hair turned white in an instant. Not good. My lord, Li Wei has melted his nascent soul. He wants to die, Shang Wan Hen suddenly exclaimed. As he spoke, Shang Wan Hen stepped forward and jabbed his finger at Li Wei. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Feng Ling, who was in Montez's arms, suddenly trembled. Montez quickly hugged Feng Ling tightly, not letting her move as if he was afraid that she would disappear. How is it? Gu Hai called out in a deep voice. Shang Wan Hen's expression was very ugly. My lord, Li Wei's life is saved, but Li Wei wants to die. He might not wake up, or he might never wake up. Comatose. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Is there a way to wake him up? Shang Wan Hen shook his head. No, a person whose heart is dead can't be saved unless he wakes up himself. Forcefully applying external force will only cause him to die faster. Perhaps in the next moment, there will be no sound. In Montez's arms, Feng Ling kept trembling. Montez hugged her tightly. Gu Hai turned to look at Montez. Montez was so weak that he was about to die. But now he was much better? Was he pretending to be dead? Or was his injury really that serious? More importantly, did Montez really try his best to help him remove the mask? No, he did not show any signs of keeping his promise from the start. Division Master Gu, I'm really sorry. I tried my best, but I did not succeed. I can only wait. The mask will fall off in 50 years, Montez said while shaking his head. The evil men in the surroundings all showed extremely unsightly expressions. They were so close to removing the mask. In the end, they failed at the last step. My lord, the evil men felt extremely dispirited. Gu Hai did not console the evil men. Instead, he took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Montez and said, 50 years? I can't wait that long. Oh, Montez felt slightly stunned. I have a way to remove this mask. Gu Hai turned his head, no longer looking at Montez. What? Montez's expression suddenly changed. How can this be possible? The evil men's eyes lit up as they looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. Is that true? My lord has a way. Chapter 86. I have a way to undo this mask. Gu Hai turned his head, no longer looking at Montez. What? Montez's expression suddenly changed. How can this be possible? Montez's eyes flickered with uncertainty. However, the evil men's eyes lit up. If it were before, the evil men would not have believed it. However, after experiencing the earlier battle, they had much more confidence in Gu Hai. Furthermore, at this moment, they could only believe it. However, how do I undo it? Gu Hai no longer bothered with the crowd. Instead, he started searching the beast arena. He continuously flipped over rocks. "My lord, what are you doing? Should we help you?" The evil men called out. "There's no need. Just stay where you are and don't move. Don't break that thing." Gu Hai said seriously. The group of evil men nodded. However, Montez hugged the trembling Feng Ling as he narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. He wanted to know if Gu Hai was boasting or not. After all, even he could not undo the mask. Even Gu Hai had only learned about it recently. Xiao Chan was the one who told Xiao Chan, the principal behind the mask. There was no way to undo it. Gu Hai carefully flipped over piles of rocks. Suddenly, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Joy flashed on his face. However, he quickly turned serious. He carefully moved aside the rocks around him and slowly revealed a bronze mask. "Isn't this the mask that Feng Ling wore earlier?" Montez said in surprise. It was not just Montez. The evil men and the gamblers on the surrounding peaks all stared at Gu Hai with wide eyes. They did not know what Gu Hai wanted to do. Gu Hai carefully removed the mask. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shangwan Hen quickly stepped forward. A large amount of dust had fallen off the mask. However, there were a few fingerprints on it. "Hey, these fingerprints?" Chen Tianshan said in surprise. "Although they are blurry, we can still make out that Li Wei left them," Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. "Li Wei left it behind? The hand seal for removing the mask?" Shangwan Hen's eyes lit up. However, there are 11 finger marks on it. Who came first? Chen Tianshan asked in shock. Gu Hai pointed at them and said, "These 3 are the first batch of true energy input points. These 4 are the second batch of true energy input points. And these 4 are the last batch of true energy input points." Oh, everyone was slightly stunned. "My lord, is this some kind of oil?" Shangwan Hen asked in surprise. Gu Hai shook his head and said, "It's a type of glue that I concocted. The characteristic of this glue is that it will solidify when it comes into contact with air. The outermost layer solidifies into a layer of skin, which will isolate the air. The inner layer of the glue will remain in a liquid state until a force acts on it and shatters the outermost layer of skin. There's a lot of this kind of glue." Chen Tianshan frowned. "That's right. Glue is very common. However, it's fine as long as it has an effect," Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. "I understand." My lord brushed a layer of glue on the surface so that it did not solidify. At first, Li Wei did not understand the situation. When he quickly pressed down, it would suddenly slip, resulting in these 3 long fingerprints. When he pressed the second time, it was much better. However, there were still some slips, but they were much smaller. When he pressed the third time, he paid more attention, and there were no more slips, Gao Xianji said with a change in expression. Gu Hai nodded. "My lord is really far-sighted." Shangwan Hen immediately sighed. "Scar," Gu Hai said. "Present. Go to the beast arena's warehouse. There are a large number of bronze masks there. Bring them over and let the Great Feng Mafia family disciples wear them. Then, use them for experiments," Gu Hai said. "Yes," Scar answered. The evil men rubbed their palms together, feeling exceptionally excited. However, Montez, who was at the side, stared at Gu Hai. Shock flashed in his eyes as he narrowed them in thought. Soon, Scar brought over the bronze mask. "No, don't put on me," that Great Feng Mafia family disciple exclaimed in horror. Clack! The mask was put on. "No, no, no." That Great Feng Mafia family disciple trembled in horror. "He keeps moving around. There is no way to undo it. Knock him unconscious." Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes." Boom! Scar attacked, and that Great Feng Mafia family disciple immediately fainted. Buzz! Veritable energy immediately surged out of Gu Hai's body to protect him in case the mask failed and ended up exploding. Everyone stared at Gu Hai. The evil men felt their heartbeats accelerate as they gulped. Gu Hai followed his understanding of the situation from Montez. Then he extended 3 fingers and placed them in fixed positions. Buzz! Suddenly, 3 strands of veritable energy entered the mask through his fingers. Crack! 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 The mask gave off soft cracking sounds. The first batch is right, Scar said excitedly. Everyone held their breaths. Guhai extended 4 fingers, and the second batch of veritable energy entered the mask in 4 different directions. Crack! 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 The mask gave off soft cracking sounds again. The second batch is right, Chen Tianshan said excitedly. Not far away, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. The surroundings fell silent. Countless gamblers on the surrounding peaks showed curious expressions. What were those evil men doing? Guhai narrowed his eyes and changed the positions of his 4 fingers. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and sent in 4 more strands of veritable energy. Buzz! After Xiao Chan sent in his veritable energy, the surroundings fell silent, leaving only the sound of rain falling. Kacha! A loud cracking sound rang out. The bronze mask fell off. Roar! All the evil men cheered loudly. This scene instantly turned the originally quiet beast fighting arena noisy. Some of the evil men even jumped up and down in excitement, venting the excitement in their hearts. Are those evil men crazy? Why are they making such a commotion? The surrounding cultivators showed confused expressions. Montez stood at the side. As he looked at Guhai, his gaze turned complicated. Our luck is pretty good. We succeeded. Follow the order, and I'll remove the masks for you, Guhai said with a smile. Yes, my lord. All the evil men roared loudly. Guhai smiled faintly. The first was Gao Xinji. Guhai repeated the process, continuously removing the masks. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-kacha. Gao Xinji's mask fell off. Gao Xinji showed wild joy on his face. Many thanks, my lord. Move aside. Move aside. Chen Tianshan excitedly pushed Gao Xinji aside. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-kacha. Chen Tianshan's mask fell off. Move aside. Move aside. Scar pushed Chen Tianshan aside and stood before Guhai excitedly. However, Guhai looked at Chen Tianshan and said, Chen Tianshan, go to the Great Foam Mafia family's inner region and call everyone over. Escort those Great Foam Mafia family disciples over as well. Yes, Chen Tianshan said excitedly. Chen Tianshan quickly left. Then, Guhai continued removing Scar's mask. After Scar, it was Shangwan Hen's turn. After the 4 legates, it was the Centurion's turn. The Centurions excitedly stood before Guhai, looking at him gratefully as they waited for Guhai to remove the masks. Sob, sob, sob. It's off. It's off. Some of the evil men actually cried bitterly after removing their masks. Even now, they still found it unreal. It was like a dream. Some of them had already given up all hope in the past. They had never thought that they could recover their cultivation one day and remove their masks. Now, all of this was given to them by my lord. As all the evil men looked at Guhai, they no longer felt fear, respect, and worship. They also felt deep gratitude. The evil men lined up to remove Guhai's mask. Not far away, Montez carried Feng Ling to the side to rest as he quietly watched this scene. Guhai, what a good move. Even though you have a way to remove the masks, you are not willing to let others help you. You are trying to win the hearts of the people. Montez narrowed his eyes as he stared at Guhai. Guhai was indeed trying to win the hearts of the evil men. Personally helping them remove their masks and telling them how to do it were 2 completely different things. As Guhai looked at the grateful gazes the evil men gave him, he understood that he had achieved his goal. In the Great Foam Mafia family's inner region, 500 evil men were escorting the Great Foam Mafia family disciples. At this moment, when they heard the sounds in the distance, they felt very anxious. Do you think we can remove the masks? I don't know. Only Li Wei knows how to do it. That Li Wei is not a fool. Li Wei is from a Yuanying state. Can my lord force Li Wei to do it? He should be able to. My lord is so strong. We are not a match for him. However, Li Wei is from a Yuanying state. He is from a Yuanying state. The evil men felt very frustrated. Look, someone is coming. Suddenly, one of the evil men's expression changed. Then, he saw Chun Tianshan approaching from afar. Walala! The evil men immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at Chun Tianshan, showing fighting spirit on their faces. What are you doing? Don't you recognize me? Chun Tianshan shouted. The evil men immediately recognized Chun Tianshan's voice. Legate? It's the legate's voice. Is it really the legate? The legate's mask is gone. The mask can be removed? The evil men immediately goggled and exclaimed in shock. What are you looking at? Escort the Great Foam Mafia family disciples and come with me. My lord is removing our masks. Quickly, Chun Tianshan shouted. Yes. The evil men roared excitedly. At the Beast Arena, at this moment, the 1,000-odd Great Foam Mafia family disciples were tightly detained. The evil men stared at them ferociously. It seemed like they would immediately teach anyone who dared to move. On the other side, the evil men moved the ceiling stone platform over and sealed the cultivations of the Great Foam Mafia family disciples. Have a taste of the ceiling, too. Hee hee. The evil men busied themselves happily. On the other side, Guhai removed the masks of the evil men. By the time the final evil man's mask was removed, a large mirror had been moved to Guhai. As Guhai faced the mirror, he slowly placed his right hand on his mask. All the evil men immediately stopped what they were doing. They wanted to see what the Lord that they feared, worshipped, respected, and felt grateful to looked like. The 10,000 gamblers on the surrounding mountain peaks also goggled, wanting to see what this evil man's head looked like. Even Montez stared at Guhai. Crack, 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 crack. Guhai's mask slowly slid off. Guhai's appearance as a mature man was immediately exposed before everyone. What? That is... Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from a distant mountain peak. Whoosh! Whoosh! He's Guhai! A gambler suddenly exclaimed. Guhai! Whoosh! The voices of countless cultivators on the surrounding mountain peaks immediately exploded, causing an uproar. Is that really Guhai? The Guhai that I have been searching for so long? He is the evil man king? Found him! Found him! We found Guhai! So, Guhai is here! Ha 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 ha! As the countless gamblers looked at Guhai, their eyes slowly turned red. Didn't I come to 9-5 Island for Guhai? The innate realm Guhai. I found him. The century lifespan immortality peach. He has the century lifespan immortality peach. The nearly 10,000 cultivators immediately turned restless. Chapter 87. Whoosh! Guhai's face was like a huge earthquake, causing a huge commotion among the 10,000 cultivators in the surroundings. Even from far away and despite the heavy rain, the Great Foam Mafia family still clamored. Many of the cultivators in the VIP area did not come. However, when they heard the commotion, they all came out of their residences. Senior brother, quick! Come quickly! We found Guhai! Master, quickly come to the Beast Arena. It's Guhai! Guhai! After a series of shouts, the sound of the door opening could be heard. Nearly all the cultivators in the VIP area rushed to the Beast Arena without asking what was going on. At the Beast Arena, Montez stood in a corner while hugging Foamling. He goggled at the commotion in the surroundings. This uproar was like a huge explosion, exploding in all directions. What's going on? What did Guhai do to incur the wrath of the heavens? Why is everyone looking at him with bloodshot eyes? Chun Tianshan and Gao Xinji revealed bitter smiles. However, the other 3,000-odd evil men appeared confused. Is my lord's face really that exaggerated? Why did this group of people, who were as quiet as quails earlier, suddenly go berserk? Not only was there a commotion, but many cultivators also rushed over. They all drew their weapons and looked at Guhai with bloodshot eyes. More people arrived. It's really Guhai? A red-clad man who just came over from the VIP area wanted to step forward. Don't. Master, wait. Another person immediately pulled him back. What are you waiting for? Guhai is just an innate realm cultivator. Can he run? The red-clad man said while glaring. No, Master, you were not here earlier. That Guhai just killed a Yuaniing state cultivator. Ah, perhaps he is not dead yet. The red-clad man immediately stopped after taking a step forward. Then, He looked at his disciple in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? He is just an innate realm cultivator, and he killed a Yuanying state cultivator? It's true. Many people saw it. If you don't believe me, ask Junior Brother. Many people surrounded them, but at the same time, many people had fear in their eyes. Guhai was truly too ferocious earlier. The brutality of the villains was still vivid in his mind. If he were to charge at that group of thugs, wouldn't that be? Even though many people were afraid, there were still many people who gathered around. At this moment, the 3,000 evil men quickly surrounded Guhai. They all showed ferocious expressions as they looked at the people charging over from all directions. The 3,000 evil men did not care about the evil intentions of others. Right now, they were filled with all sorts of emotions. Their loyalty to Guhai had already reached a new height. Now, if someone wanted to harm Guhai, that person would be their enemy. Walalala! They all raised their blades and pointed at the Shioja coming from all directions. As Guhai stood in the center of the evil men, he looked around and revealed a cold smile at all the people who targeted him. Things were different now. He was no longer the Guhai who only knew how to run away a few months ago. Guhai, is the century lifespan immortality peach still with you? A cultivator shouted. With this shout, all the cultivators stopped and waited for Guhai's reply. The cultivators at the very front showed complicated expressions. As they looked at the ferocious evil men, they actually hoped that Guhai would answer that the century lifespan immortality peach was gone. If they could avoid fighting, they would do their best to avoid fighting. However, Guhai smiled coldly and said, "The century lifespan immortality peach is still with me." Huh? The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed. You want it? Come and get it yourselves. Let's see if you are capable of doing so, Guhai said coldly. As Guhai spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a jade box from the space in his small authority token. Then he opened the jade box before everyone, revealing a dazzling golden immortality peach. When everyone saw the immortality peach, they held their breaths. On one hand, they were excited to see the immortality peach. On the other hand, they were shocked by Guhai's actions. What is Guhai doing? If you say that you ate the immortality peach, we might not charge anymore. Guhai stared coldly at everyone. He did not reveal the century lifespan immortality peach because he liked to show off. After all, Guhai was already past that age. He had his own reasons for revealing the immortality peach. Everyone attack together. It belongs to whoever snatches it. Attack! Boom! A large group of cultivators charged at Guhai. Guhai showed a cold gaze as he stood where he was, not moving. He did not need to move. When the cultivators charged over, the 3,000-odd evil men immediately unleashed their ferocious nature. Roar! The 3,000-odd evil men roared as they charged over. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the two sides started fighting. The evil men's combat prowess allowed them to fight against 10 strong cultivators each. When they fought, they were extremely ferocious. In one move, they knocked hundreds of cultivators into the air, vomiting blood as they fell to the ground. Oh, my arm! Cruel villain, Rumble! In just one round, hundreds of cultivators fell to the ground, howling in agony. The first person to shout, "Charge!" had his 4 limbs grabbed by the 4 evil men. With a ferocious tug, the evil men tore him into pieces, spraying blood everywhere. Gasp! The many cultivators in the surroundings who wanted to charge paused slightly. They all showed horror as they watched the battle before them. This was too ferocious. Of course, many more people did not have any intention of joining the battle. They only watched the battle, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The battle suddenly stopped. The surroundings fell silent, except for the sound of rain and sweat. Guhai smiled coldly. Clack! Guhai closed the jade box. The sound of him closing the jade box sounded like he was mocking all the people charging over. Guhai swept his gaze over all the cultivators. Under his gaze, many cultivators did not dare to meet Guhai's gaze. Some with weaker mental fortitude even took a step back. It looks like you will not be able to take it away today, Guhai said with a cold smile. With a flip of his hand, he placed the jade box into the compressed space in his authority token. Countless cultivators stared at Gu Hai with complicated expressions. They all showed complicated expressions. After taking a deep breath, Gu Hai suddenly said loudly, "From now on, we will take over the Great Foam Mafia family. In 3 days, the Great Foam Mafia family's Beast Arena will be open to everyone again. Those who want to gamble, prepare to bet." Huh. Many people in the surroundings goggled. What? Gu Hai is not going to flee? He is going to settle down here? After wiping out the Great Foam Mafia family, he wants to inherit the Great Foam Mafia family? Many cultivators could not understand what Gu Hai was thinking. However, they were certain of one thing. Gu Hai would not leave for now. It was fine as long as he did not leave. The people who rushed to their deaths earlier were not organized at all. If they reorganized, perhaps, no, definitely, they could snatch the century lifespan immortality peach. Scar, get the Profound Legion to put masks on all the Great Foam Mafia family disciples. Seal their cultivations and escort them back to Evil Men Valley. Restore Evil Men Valley to Evil Men Valley, and the Beast Arena will reopen in 3 days. Gu Hai instructed Scar. Yes, Scar roared excitedly. The Profound Legion's evil men also roared excitedly. The situation is reversed. Everything is reversed. Back then, when they were slaves and sent to the Beast Arena to fight to the death, these Great Foam Mafia family disciples could do whatever they wanted. Their lives depended on their mood. Today, the situation was reversed. 3 days later, the Beast Arena, urging the Great Foam Mafia family disciples to fight to the death. Just thinking about it made the evil men feel incredibly excited. How could there be such a pleasurable way to take revenge? This was even more pleasurable than killing these enemies. I will let you all suffer the same pain as I did. The evil men felt excited, looking forward to the Beast Arena fight in 3 days. Chun Tianshan, get the Earth Legion to repair the Beast Arena and wait for the bets to begin in 3 days. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. All the Earth Legion's evil men immediately cheered. Gao Xianji, get the Heaven Legion to search the Great Foam Mafia family. Don't miss any corner. Search every place. We will divide the gold in 2 days. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The evil men immediately said excitedly. The division of gold meant giving everyone a salary. Although they were already loyal to Gu Hai, they would be even more enthusiastic if they could still receive spirit stones. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Montez and Feng Ling. Division Master Meng, why don't you and Feng Ling stay in my Great Foam Mafia family and recuperate first? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Montez raised his eyebrows. Your Great Foam Mafia family? I was the one who opened up this Great Foam Mafia family back then. However, Montez did not argue with Gu Hai at this moment. He already had nothing. Gu Hai had built everything in the Great Foam Mafia family with his own hands. That's fine. Montez nodded. Montez turned his head and looked at the vegetative Li Wei not far away. Then, he said seriously, Division Master Gu, since you already removed your masks, there is no need for this Li Wei to continue living, right? Feng Ling, who was in Montez's embrace, suddenly trembled. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and shook his head. Then, he said firmly, Division Master Meng, I was the one who defeated Li Wei, not you. Montez frowned. Gu Hai's meaning was that it was not up to Xiao Chun to decide on his matters. Huh. Ha ha. Division Master Gu, you are truly an extraordinary hero. Montez guffawed, showing some discomfort in his eyes. Likewise. By the way, during the 20 years you were imprisoned, there was another Division Master Montez in Elite Hall's Earth Division, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh, there was another Montez? Huh. It must be that old bitch Ding Rui's doing. She found someone to replace me? Humph. Many thanks to Division Master Gu for telling me. I will deal with it myself. That person did not cause any trouble for Division Master Gu, right? Montez asked after taking a deep breath. Gu Hai shook his head. Then he stared at Montez and smiled. Trouble? Not to that extent. That Montez schemed against me, so I killed him. Montez's pupils suddenly constricted. Gu Hai's words seemed to be stating a fact. However, They also seem to have a double meaning, a warning to Xiao Chun. Ha! That's good then. Montez smiled with a strange expression. The recovery of the Beast Arena might require Division Master Meng's guidance. How about Division Master Meng stay near the Beast Arena? If Chun Tianshan has anything he does not understand, he can ask Division Master Meng for guidance, Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai was not letting Montez stay in the gang's territory. Montez's expression changed. When he looked at his injuries, he felt frustrated. However, he still smiled and said, "That's fine." Gu Hai smiled and nodded. Then, Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the comatose Li Wei not far away. Then, he instructed Shangwan Hen, "Bring him along." "Yes." Shangwan Hen answered. Under Gu Hai's instructions, the evil men started moving. However, the countless cultivators in the surroundings did not step forward at this moment. When they saw Gu Hai strutting around, they cursed in their hearts. "We are here to snatch your immortality peach. We are here to kill you. Why are you not afraid at all? Why are you treating us like air? F***CK your sister." Chapter 88. Some cultivators surrounded Gu Hai outside the Beast Arena. However, there were also a large number of cultivators who did not move at all. This included the 9th young master and his subordinates. Cough, cough, cough. The 9th young master covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. However, he narrowed his eyes. 9th young master, is this Gu Hai crazy? To think that he took out the century lifespan immortality peach in front of everyone. What's he trying to do? Wouldn't it be fine if he just said that the century lifespan immortality peach is gone? A subordinate asked, feeling confused. Huh, what do you know? The 9th young master retorted with narrowed eyes. Huh, you only see the century lifespan immortality peach, but not his deeper intentions. Although he showed the century lifespan immortality peach, he mobilized all the cultivators on 9-5 Island for his use. The human heart. He is an expert at manipulating the human heart. Cough, cough. The 9th young master coughed while covering his mouth. Mobilizing all the cultivators on 9-5 Island for his use. 9th young master, this subordinate does not understand. He is protecting his family. Or rather, he is protecting his 2 adopted sons, Gu Qin and Gu Han, the 9th young master explained. Oh, with Gu Hai not appearing for so long, the cultivators waiting outside the Gu residence slowly lost their patience. However, now that the century lifespan immortality peach appeared, their patience returned. They are waiting for Gu Hai to walk right into their trap. Hence, they need to remain unharmed. Not only will they not harm Gu Qin and Gu Han, but they will even do their best to protect them, waiting for Gu Hai to walk right into their trap, the 9th young master explained. Gu Hai is mobilizing all the cultivators to protect Gu Qin and Gu Han, and the price he is paying is just to show the century lifespan immortality peach. That subordinate showed a strange expression. Although he is not matured yet, he has the air of an ambitious and ruthless person. Standing there, the surrounding cultivators clearly want to go up and snatch it, but none of them dare to. With just a wave of his hand, the surrounding cultivators are restrained. Good scheming. Good courage. The 9th young master narrowed his eyes and observed. 9th young master, should we make a move? The 9th young master shook his head and said coldly, "Remember, I have never been here before. There is no need for me to make an appearance. Inform Luo Tiange. Isn't he nearby? They want to be my substitute? Let's see if they have the ability." Yes. Gu Hai led a large group of evil men away from the Beast Arena. The surrounding cultivators could only watch as Gu Hai swaggered away. Among this group of evil men, Gu Hai trusted Gao Xinji the most. Hence, he handed the important task of searching to Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji was extremely efficient. First, she isolated and interrogated the Great Feng Mafia family disciples. At the same time, she sent people to isolate the Great Feng Mafia family disciples, preventing outsiders from getting close. Finally, she started a comprehensive search. Shangwan Hen's Yellow Division followed Gu Hai. Shangwan Hen took out a ring from the vegetative Li Wei. "This is a storage ring?" Gu Hai looked at Shangwan Hen. "Yes, my lord. There's a small space in it. However, this ring does not seem to be particularly good. At most, it has only about 3 meters of space. Hand it to this subordinate. This subordinate will be able to undo the seal in 2 days and take out the things in the ring, Shangguan Hen said with certainty. That's good. Guhai nodded. The heavy rain continued pouring. The evil men settled down for now. However, the cultivators at the periphery continued to keep an eye on the Great Foam Mafia family's area, fearing that Guhai's group would leave. At the same time, some cultivators rushed around to spread news of Guhai's presence. When evening fell, the 4 legates gathered at Guhai's place again. This was the palace where Li Wei used to live, the Dragon Tortoise Palace. A group of evil men stood guard outside the Dragon Tortoise Palace. Guhai stared at Gao Xinji. My lord, the confiscated items are in the palace at the side. This is Li Wei's treasure trove. This subordinate already found the mechanism, Gao Xinji said excitedly. Oh, crack, 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 crack. Gao Xinji activated the mechanism of the Dragon Tortoise Palace, and a small door immediately appeared in a corner. This small door seemed to lead underground. Guhai exchanged looks with the 4 legates. Then he slowly walked down step by step. When they reached the bottom, night pearls illuminated the surroundings. You've hollowed out the entire mountain? Scar's eyes widened. There are ritual arrays all around the mountain to reinforce this huge cave, to prevent outsiders from entering? Shangguan Hen said gravely. Spirit stones. There are so many spirit stones. Chen Tianshan exclaimed excitedly. It was a huge space, and at this moment, it was filled with densely packed spirit stones, piled up into a small mountain. I knew it. Guhai revealed a confident smile. My lord guessed right. The Great Foam Mafia family must have accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. Even if they send tributes, they still have a lot left. Gao Xinji said with a smile. Since there are enough spirit stones, let's use them to lay a ritual array. Guhai said seriously. Lay a ritual array? Everyone looked at Guhai. That's right. Strength reigns supreme. Do you still remember the spirit spring that I laid in the innate puzzle world? I'll lay a huge spirit spring for the 3,000 of us to use. Everyone has been in Evil Men Valley for so many years and should have some hidden injuries. Let's recuperate first, Guhai said seriously. Then, how many spirit stones will that exhaust? Chen Tianshan exclaimed. Ha ha ha. No matter how many, it will exhaust. Guhai laughed. Yes, Gao Xinji said excitedly. Spirit spring. Scar and Shangguan Hen revealed shocked expressions. Aside from the spirit spring, I will lay a large ritual array. During this time, you all take turns helping me lay the ritual array. Try to finish it by tonight. We will have a fierce battle after this, Guhai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. Chen Tianshan, are there any movements from Montez's side? Guhai asked gravely as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Huh, Montez? Montez has not made much of a move. He has been recuperating. I even chatted with him. He said that Feng Ling has suffered for the past few years and that he needs to take good care of her, Chen Tianshan said, shaking his head. Guhai smiled faintly and said, Did you tell Montez about our situation, including everything about the innate puzzle world? Huh, you can't say it? I only mentioned a little. The main thing is that Montez asked about it, so I just casually mentioned it, Chen Tianshan said, shaking his head. Montez asked about it? Legate Chen still underestimated Montez. Montez is not an easy person to deal with. He was just trying to get information out of you. He should have gotten everything out of you, Shangguan Hen said, shaking his head. That can't be right, Chen Tianshan said, feeling confused. Never mind. Those are not secrets. It should not be difficult for Montez to find out, Guhai said seriously. My lord, are we biased against Montez? I heard everything from him. Meng Tai was a man who cared about his feelings. For Feng Ling, he was imprisoned for 20 years, but he still loved Feng Ling deeply. For such a passionate person, are we? Chen Tianshan said, feeling confused. Passionate person? Huh. Guhai smiled coldly and shook his head. I admit that Montez is a capable person. However, If you say that he is a passionate person, then you are wrong. Oh, isn't that so? A passionate person would not betray his friends and family. He killed Yu Yao, whom he grew up with just like that. For the sake of his future, he did not care about his relationship with his fellow disciple. He also did not care about Li Wei's feelings when he killed Yu Yao. Would you kill your family for the sake of some future? Gu Hai said indifferently. I. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Furthermore, this person is too good at acting. Back then, before I returned to Evil Man Valley, he was already so weak that he could not move. However, even after so long, he could still fight with Li Wei. When he awoke Feng Ling's consciousness, he pretended to be dead at first. Then, he still had the strength to kill Li Wei. Gu Hai said seriously. Perhaps. There is no perhaps. He is the Earth Division Master, my colleague. I will not target him as long as he does not scheme against me. However, I do not have much of a relationship with him. I helped him obtain freedom in exchange for his promise to help us retrieve the method to remove the masks. However, he forgot about it from the start to the end. He immediately forgot the grace of saving his life. Do you think he is still loyal to his feelings? Gu Hai said indifferently. Chen Tianshan's expression changed dramatically. Legate Shun, this Montez is not a simple person. He is extremely scheming and has a cold personality. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Perhaps he is just pretending to be pitiful. Perhaps he is baring his bloody fangs at you under that pitiful appearance, Gao Xianji said solemnly. Scar and Shangwan Hen at the side nodded. Yes, I got it. I will be careful. Chen Tianshan nodded. My lord, what about my authority token? Gao Xianji looked at Gu Hai. Xiao Chun had obtained the Earth Division Master's authority token from the fake Montez. This was Elite Hall's token. Gu Hai shook his head and said, just keep it. Hey, however, what if the Hall Master finds out? Chen Tianshan asked out of curiosity. So what if she finds out? We're not obligated to help Montez find what he lost. We spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Why should we give it to him for free? Since my lord said so, I'll keep it well, Gao Xianji said solemnly. After some silence, Gu Hai said with a frown, I keep feeling that Montez is hiding something from us. Oh, everyone felt slightly stunned. That's right. My lord, it does seem unusual, Shangwan Hen said with a sullen expression. Oh, Scar, and Chen Tianshan looked at Shangwan Hen. Earlier, at the Beast Arena, even if my lord did not fall out with Montez, at the very least, he distanced himself from Montez. Given Montez's scheming, he definitely figured out. Under normal circumstances, Montez would have taken Feng Ling and left the great Feng Mafia family. However, he did not do so and chose to stay here, Shangwan Hen said. The great Feng Mafia family still has something that Montez wants. Gao Xianji's expression changed. Is it Li Wei? Scar asked in shock. Keep an eye on Montez at all times. Guard Li Wei strictly. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, everyone answered. All right. Pick out the people who know how to lay the ritual array from your subordinates. I'll immediately draw the blueprint. Prepare to use a large number of spirit stones to lay the ritual array according to my blueprint. Encase the entire family's inner region in it, Gu Hai said. Yes, everyone answered. With the support of the surging spirit stones, Gu Hai started working. Chapter 89. The Great Feng Mafia Family. After Gu Hai revealed himself, the cultivators' focus changed. Gambling was no longer important. The focus was on Gu Hai. When Gu Hai entered the Great Feng Mafia family's territory, evil men guarded the surroundings, preventing the cultivators from getting close. However, it did not matter if the cultivators did not get close as long as Gu Hai was around. The many cultivators were secretly plotting a major operation. Hence, cultivators kept watch in the Great Feng Mafia family's territory. Fortunately, Gu Hai did not come out. At this moment, a few cultivators stood silently in a valley. The group frowned as they looked at the nearby evil men holding weapons. Is there any activity? One of the people asked, seeming to be new. No, there's a new batch of evil men. However, this group of evil men is incredibly vigilant. We cannot get close at all. Actually, it discovered us long ago. Another person said with a frown. What is Guhai doing in there? Look, something seems to have happened there. What? Fog. Why is there so much fog suddenly appearing? It's so fast, so much and so thick. It's still increasing, a fog that covers the sky and sun. It envelopes the Great Foam Mafia family's territory. A ritual array? Is this a ritual array? The group of monitors revealed shocked expressions. Soon, the distant evil men vanished into the fog. The thick fog churned, looking exceptionally strange. The expressions of the countless monitors changed drastically. Guhai laid a ritual array? It must be Guhai's. Is he not going to come out? That's not right. That's not right. Do you still remember the innate puzzle world? That was just a cover. Back then, Guhai laid a ritual array to make everyone think that Guhai was still inside. However, Guhai sneakily escaped. Guhai is here again. Quick, go back and inform the others to seal off the surroundings. Don't let Guhai escape. Quick, quick, inform everyone. In the outside world, many cultivators started to move. Of course, there were also cultivators who slowly charged into the formation. However, as soon as they entered the fog, Shing, suddenly, a huge saber chi rushed out of the fog. That Shioja suddenly screamed and was immediately split in half. Miserable cries rang out from all directions of the formation, causing countless cultivators in the outside world to tremble in fear. However, in the end, some managed to escape. However, most of those who managed to escape were missing an arm or a leg. The one with the lightest injury had a huge bloody wound on his chest. Great Array? That formation, the Heavenly Saber Death Match. What Heavenly Saber Death Match? He actually learned the ritual array that Guhai broke in the innate puzzle world. The Heavenly Saber Death Match? Guhai has set up a large formation in the inner region of the sect. Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. At this moment, their faces were gloomy and anxious. The moment the Heavenly Saber Death Match appeared, the surrounding cultivators could no longer get close. In a house beside the Beast Arena, Montez hugged the dazed Fengling. Then, he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the large, cloudy ritual array that suddenly appeared in the inner region of the sect. Guhai, you are really bold and daring. Do you know that after this, everyone will move together? Meng Tai revealed an unsightly expression. On a mountain peak, Ninth Young Master, that Guhai laid another Heavenly Saber Death Match. This time, it is even larger, covering the entire inner region of the Great Foam Mafia family. How did he manage to change it so much? A subordinate asked, feeling confused. It is useless. The ritual array that Guhai laid is completed with spirit stones. However, the Heavenly Saber Death Match in the past was laid with the Pavilion Master's spirit treasure. They are not of the same level. By expanding it so much, blocking Golden Core Realm cultivators is already the limit. It cannot block the Yuanying State cultivators. As long as one is not a fool, the Yuanying State cultivators can come and go as they please. Wait for Luo Qinga to arrive. The Ninth Young Master said indifferently. Yes. Inside the Heavenly Saber Death Match ritual array, aside from the evil men guarding the Beast Arena and Evil Men Valley, all the other evil men gathered in front of the Dragon Tortoise Palace. At this moment, a huge pool had been excavated beside the Dragon Tortoise Palace. The pool was filled with spirit stones, hundreds of thousands of them. It looked like the pool was paved with a layer. When the evil men saw this, they exclaimed at how extravagant it was. The arrangement of the spirit stones seemed to form a ritual array. Surging spiritual energy gathered in the pool, giving off strands of dense chi. This is spirit spring water? How can this be? It really is spirit spring water. Damn it! This Great Me saw one at Early U Island in the past. However, I never had the chance to soak in it before. It's real. I soaked in it before. This is spirit spring water. Spirit spring water? Isn't it nurtured by the world? These pits are freshly dug. A ritual array? Using spirit stones to lay a ritual array? When can I soak in it? Damn it! I want to soak in spirit spring water. At this moment, the evil men looked excitedly at the huge pool. Although they felt an intense urge to go in, they endured it. Legate Chun, can we soak in it? The evil men looked at Chun Tianshan, who was at the very front. My lord is busy for now. Wait here first. I will soak in it for you later. Chun Tianshan called out. Legate Chun, is this spirit spring water? The evil men asked in anticipation. Chun Tianshan smiled confidently and said, Of course. This is spirit spring water. You will know the benefits later. My lord paid a huge price for it. It really is spirit spring water? So many spirit stones? Isn't that fast? Everyone felt incredibly anxious. Listen carefully. My lord said that he would raid the Great Foam Mafia family over the next 2 days and divide the loot today. However, everyone will only get one medial-grade spirit stone. He will either use the other spirit stones to lay the ritual array or pile them up here. My lord said that he would lay a spirit spring water for everyone to recuperate first and get rid of all hidden injuries. The body is the most important, Chun Tianshan explained. Why do we need medial-grade spirit stones? Use them all to support the spirit spring water. An evil man immediately shouted, That's right, that's right. Spirit stones can absorb. How can there be more nourishment than spirit spring water? The evil men immediately shouted, This is my lord's decision. There is no room for discussion. Chun Tianshan said seriously, Yes. The evil men immediately showed solemn expressions. As time passed, the evil men seemed to discover more secrets about this lord. How could an innate realm cultivator lay such a strong ritual array? Furthermore, there was spirit spring water. This was the first time the evil men heard that someone could lay a ritual array. The evil men felt even more reverence for Guhai. Legate Chun, when are we going to start? I can't wait. An evil man called out. Calm down. My lord will be here soon. Chun Tianshan said seriously. All right then. The evil men could only look at the spirit spring water with envious eyes, waiting for Guhai to appear as soon as possible. At this moment, Guhai was in a remote hall at the side. Guhai, Gao Xinji, Scar, Shangwan Hen, and another evil man surrounded the vegetative Li Wei. Li Wei's hair had been shaved clean. Everyone frowned as they looked at Li Wei's head. How did you discover it? Guhai looked at that evil man. This subordinate used to be a coroner and is more sensitive to the markings on the human body. When my lord had me guard Li Wei, I checked and discovered a tattoo on his head. So, I shaved a little until I saw this tattoo. That evil man said seriously. This tattoo? A peony flower? No, this peony flower is very strange. Not only is it yellow, but it seems like it has not fully bloomed yet, Scar said with a frown. A peony flower tattoo on the head is nothing. However, why does Feng Ling have a peony flower tattoo on her head as well? Gao Xinji said with a frown. Li Wei, Feng Ling? Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. I remember that Montez recognized Feng Ling from the tattoo on her head. That is to say, 20 years ago, when Feng Ling was still Montez's wife, the tattoo was already there? My lord, this subordinate has studied this tattoo before. It should be very old. Based on the spacing on it, it should have been there since childhood. Then, as the head grew, there was a gap, Shangwan Hen said with a frown. It was there since childhood? In that case, could it be that all 4 of them had it? Scar asked with a frown. That can't be. Montez recognized that Feng Ling was not Yu Yao through this tattoo. Gao Xinji immediately shook her head. In that case, why did Feng Ling and Li Wei get this peony tattoo when they were young? How? Scar asked, feeling confused. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly and said, It looks like the situation of the 4 disciples of the Great Foam Mafia family is more complicated than we thought. Perhaps this is part of the reason why Montez has not left yet. Everyone nodded. After soaking in the spirit spring, continue searching the Great Foam Mafia family's territory, Guhai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. My lord, this subordinate already cracked Li Wei's storage ring today. However, I have not checked it yet. Perhaps, Shangwan Hen said. Oh, Guhai immediately received the storage ring. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chun immediately took out everything in the storage ring. There were large amounts of spirit stones and some of Li Wei's daily necessities. However, there were no special treasures. Hey, there's a letter here. Scar picked up the letter. It looks like it has been there for a long time. Open it and take a look. When the letter was opened, everyone immediately read it. There are not many words in the letter. Chapter 90. When Gu Hai's group read the letter in the hall, doubt filled their faces. My lord, rest assured, we will do our best to search the Great Foam Mafia family. Gao Xinji said seriously. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he put away the letter. Then, he turned his head to look at Li Wei. Later, make a copy of the tattoo on Li Wei's head for me. Gu Hai instructed Shang Wanhen. Yes. Shang Wanhen answered. Gu Hai stepped forward and headed out of the hall. The group followed Gu Hai out of the hall. All the evil men waited anxiously outside the hall. When they saw Gu Hai's group come out, they immediately felt excited. Greetings, milord, the evil men shouted in unison. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the evil men as he stood in the plaza. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone, following me, Gu Hai, will bring you countless dangers, so dangerous that you will be on the brink of death. Gu Hai said seriously. The surrounding evil men immediately showed solemn expressions. However, I want you to know that with danger, there will be great rewards as well. All the spirit stones obtained from the Great Foam Mafia family's raid are here. I will share them with everyone. Gu Hai shouted. Many thanks, my lord, the group immediately shouted. Today, I laid the strongest spirit ritual array in the spirit spring. It will drain all the spirit stones in one go. It will only last us one day or so. Tomorrow, we will start operating the beast arena and prepare to deal with external attacks, Gu Hai said seriously. One day, the expressions of the previously excited evil men changed. Previously, they had heard Chun Tianshan say that the artificial spirit spring drained a lot of spirit stones. However, no one expected it to be so much. There were hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the pool. Among them, there were thousands of superior grade spirit stones. So many spirit stones for one day. This was more than just extravagant. Of course, no one would complain at this moment. Yes, the evil men shouted excitedly. Follow me. Follow the order and enter the spring. Gu Hai said solemnly. As Gu Hai spoke, he stepped into the spirit spring. The four legates followed closely behind. Then, the centurions, decurions, and evil men entered the spirit spring one after another. Buzz! Within the spirit spring, billowing spirit chi suddenly emerged and drilled into everyone's pores. A great feeling of comfort immediately filled their bodies. Everyone's faces revealed expressions of enjoyment. Bang! Suddenly, a ripple appeared on one of them. It seemed that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Awesome! The evil man immediately said in a carefree manner. There was only one day left, so how could the others have the time to care about it? They were all desperately trying to enjoy the most gentle spiritual energy. Gu Hai sat on a rock in the middle of a huge pond, absorbing the purple spiritual progenitor chi around him. It was as though there was a small purple dragon swimming around Gu Hai, absorbing the rolling spiritual progenitor chi. Rumble! As more and more people made breakthroughs, the amount of spirit chi was naturally much more intense than what Gu Hai had set up before. No one was willing to waste any time. At the western part of 9-5 Island, rumble! Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain fell. The gigantic sea beast, the Basha, slowly moved forward. Everywhere it went, a swamp appeared. The Basha slowly moved through the shallow swamp. The 3,000-odd prawn soldiers and crab generals in front opened a path for it. Along the way, more cultivators gathered in the surroundings. All the cultivators looked at the Basha's group from afar. However, no one dared to get close. Roar! The Basha reared its head and roared. Immediately, lightning flashed and thunder roared in response to the Basha's roar. The sea beast Basha? Why did it come ashore? A cultivator in the distance said with a frown. Along the way, how many ordinary people did not manage to flee in time and drowned in this swamp? What a sin! Could it be that some treasure is about to appear? It is possible. The Shinji Battalion's battalion commander is here as well. Where is he? Why don't I see him? In the sky. Look, that flying ship. As the crowd discussed, they looked up at the sky. Indeed, a gigantic flying ship hovered in the cloud-covered sky. A large banner hung on the flying ship with the words Shinji Battalion. A ritual array enveloped the flying ship. Even if it rained, the flying ship would not get wet at all. At this moment, the Shinji Battalion's battalion commander, Li Haoran, stood at the front of the flying ship, clad in golden armor. He held the railing with both hands as he looked down at the gigantic Basha. Battalion commander, this Basha is moving steadily. Did it really sense something? A subordinate asked out of curiosity. Li Haoran narrowed his eyes slightly. We searched according to the map, but we could not find anything. However, it is definitely on this island. Since this beast can sense it, that is for the best. Yes, battalion commander. According to the map, the Basha seems to be passing by the Great Foam Mafia family, that subordinate said. The Great Foam Mafia family? The Great Foam Mafia family is the weakest of 9-5 Island's 5 major sections. The Don, Li Wei, is an early-stage core formation cultivator from the Yuanying state. His cultivation is weak. However, he seems to be a puppet of Elite Hall's fire division. He earns spirit stones, but he needs to pay tribute, that subordinate said respectfully. The Great Foam Mafia family? It is just a small, insignificant sect, Li Haoran said, not thinking much of it. By the way, battalion commander, the weakest of the 3,000 prawn soldiers and crab generals following the Basha is a golden core realm cultivator. However, they are great nourishing ingredients. That subordinate pleaded. Well, I find what I want, not just the prawn soldiers and crab generals, but the Basha can also give you meat. Li Haoran said confidently. Yes, the Shinji Battalion disciples answered. In the Great Foam Mafia family's region, Spirit Spring Pool, Guhai absorbed the purple spiritual progenitor around him. The spirit stones under him quickly dimmed. Not far away, Shang Wanhen looked at Guhai in shock. Spiritual progenitor? How can that be? My lord only absorbs spiritual progenitor? Shang Wanhen's eyelids twitched wildly. Ordinary evil men would not understand how precious spiritual progenitor was. However, Shang Wanhen recognized it. If spiritual progenitor was food, then while everyone ate a simple meal, Guhai ate the liver of a dragon and the heart of Phoenix. Boom! A loud sound rang out around Guhai, and a ripple spread out from Guhai in all directions. Innate Realm's 7th layer? Guhai suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. However, the spirit spring pool was shaking at this moment. Guhai's movements were not obvious. Buzz! Crack! 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 The hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in the spirit spring pool immediately shattered and turned into powder. The evil men opened their eyes one after another, looking at the spirit spring pool with reluctance. It had only been one day. I broke through. I reached the golden core realm. Damn, my hidden injuries are all healed. Right now, I can fight my way to the golden core realm. My hidden injuries are all healed as well. The spirit spring is indeed extraordinary. To think that it has such a healing effect. How unfortunate. If only there was one more day. The group of evil men started discussing excitedly, all of them feeling incredibly excited. Chen Tianshan's eyes filled with pity. My lord drained so many spirit stones in one day. This was something that Chen Tianshan would not have dared to imagine in the past. However, my lord used it so casually. Whoosh! Guhai slowly stood up from the pool. The spirit spring suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Guhai. Guhai slowly walked to the shore. Along the way, the evil men made way for him as they looked at Guhai with great respect. All right, you have soaked in the spirit spring. Get up and get to work. Guhai instructed. Yes, the evil men answered. The various evil men walked out of the spirit spring feeling refreshed. The Earth Legion, led by Chen Tianshan, walked out of the Heavenly Saber Death Match ritual array and reopened the Beast Arena. They also paid attention to the surrounding news. As for the remaining 3 legions, They searched every inch of the Great Feng Mafia family's territory. Guhai stayed in the Dragon Tortoise Palace. Many of the Great Feng Mafia family's records were placed before him. The Great Feng Mafia family did not have deep accumulations. At the very least, the Don Master was not a scheming person. Hence, there was not much content in the records. Most of them recorded the major events that happened in the Great Feng Mafia family in the past few decades. Guhai looked through all the records, no matter how big or small. Outside, the evil men had just made breakthroughs and were in high spirits. They carried out Guhai's orders extremely strictly. Outside, the Beast Arena reopened. The evil men reopened the Beast Arena? Is that true? Let's go and take a look. It really is a cycle of karma. Many cultivators stepped into the Beast Arena. They only glanced at the crying Great Feng Mafia family disciples in the Beast Arena before shifting their gazes to the evil men. It seemed like they were monitoring the evil men and trying to figure out what was different about them. All right, earlier, the 10 Great Feng Mafia family disciples cowered and died. Now, there are finally 2 who dare to accept the challenge. Start placing your bets. A voice shouted. However, very few of the gamblers placed their bets. They only watched with twitching eyelids. Montez hugged Feng Ling as he stood in a corner beside the Beast Arena, looking around with narrowed eyes. 3 days? What exactly did they experience? Why did all the evil men's spirits, energies, and spirits undergo such a drastic change? Could it be that Guhai discovered that place? That's impossible, right? Montez said with some worry on his face as he showed a sullen expression. However, Feng Ling remained silent, as if she was not interested in anything. Just at this moment, a golden-robed, middle-aged man slowly walked over. Mr. Meng, the middle-aged man said with a smile. So, it is the Golden Horn Gang Master, Montez said with a faint smile. Many thanks for Mister's guidance. My younger brother, Silverhorn, and I have already organized close to 10,000 cultivators and signed oaths. Everyone will participate in breaking the ritual array. At that time, the century lifespan immortality peach will belong to whoever obtains it first. We are not allowed to kill each other. Everything will depend on each person's luck, the Golden Horn Gang Master said with a smile. You organized really quickly, Montez said with a faint smile. My brother and I are from the Golden Horn Gang. My younger brother and I are both nascent Soul Realm cultivators. When we arrived here the day before yesterday, we nearly prepared to charge into the ritual array. Fortunately, Mr. Meng gave us pointers. Otherwise, we would have ended up like Li Wei. That would be terrible. We followed Mr. Meng's instructions and gathered the cultivators from all over. Indeed, everyone hit it off, willing to attack the ritual array with me, capture Guhai, and snatch the immortality peach. You each take what you need. Others think that you 2 brothers will definitely become Guhai's main targets, allowing them to fish in troubled waters. However, they do not know that if all of them participate, they will distract Guhai, giving you more chances to capture Guhai. Montez said with a smile. Yes, we each take what we need. However, I believe that we brothers will definitely be the first to capture Guhai. Unexpectedly, I made such a great harvest the moment I arrived at 9-5 Island. Ha ha, Golden Horn said excitedly. When are you breaking the ritual array? Montez asked out of curiosity. We have 10,000 people now. I'll try to fight for more. I heard that this Guhai is very strange. I want to wait for 2 more days. We will start after we organize 20,000 people, Golden Horn said after taking a deep breath. You still want to wait? Montez frowned. Golden Horn seemed somewhat anxious. Mr. Meng, I am somewhat curious. Why are you helping me? Aren't you and Guhai Elite Hall colleagues? Furthermore, Guhai seems to have just saved you, Golden Horn said, feeling curious. There's no why. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Montez shook his head. With Feng Ling in his arms, Meng Tai left Golden Horn, as some evil people were already looking at them. As Golden Horn watched Montez leave, he showed a strange expression. What a strange person. Chapter 91. Great Feng Mafia Family, Dragon Tortoise Palace. Guhai sat before a table with 4 legates in front of him. My lord, The people outside seem to be getting restless. They seem to have organized themselves. From the looks of it, they're going to make a move soon. Chen Tianshan said with a frown. Oh, who are they? Guhai asked seriously. This subordinate spent spirit stones to buy information. It is an organization of two brothers. One is called Golden Horn, and the other is Silver Horn. I heard that they just entered the Yuanying state not long ago. Chen Tianshan said solemnly. They just entered the Yuanying state? That's good. Guhai nodded. However, my lord, why are we waiting for them to attack? Furthermore, why are they organizing an attack? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. I want to make an example out of them. Guhai said coldly. Oh, Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Gao Xianji, who was at the side, explained, right now, people are everywhere on 9-5 Island seeking trouble for us. My lord wants to beat them all up in one go, crippling them. This is a warning to the others on 9-5 Island, telling them not to dream. However, there are two Yuanying state cultivators. This subordinate is worried. Chen Tianshan said worriedly. They just entered the Yuanying state. The ritual array I laid is even stronger than the one everyone used at the Beast Arena a few days ago. Since I dare to lay it, I have the ability to block them, Guhai said seriously. Yes, how's the operation of the Beast Arena? The Great Phone Mafia family disciples did not cooperate. They kept crying for their parents. My subordinates got impatient and killed half of them, Chen Tianshan said bitterly. Half of the nearly 1,000 Great Phone Mafia family disciples died in one day. How is this gambling? It's good that they died, Scar said coldly from the side. Shangwan Hen nodded and said, that's good as well. My lord opened the Beast Arena to vent the accumulated resentment in our hearts. No matter what the result is, it's good that the resentment is gone. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our cultivation in the future. When you leave the ritual array tomorrow, hang a sign at the entrance, Guhai said seriously. Oh, trespassers die, Guhai said coldly. Yes, Chen Tianshan replied. Turning his head, Guhai looked at Gao Xianji, Shangwan Hen, and Scar. How's the investigation going? We've already dug 3 feet into the ground, but we can't find anything unusual, Gao Xianji said with a complicated expression. That's right, my lord. There are no clues at all. Scar nodded. Guhai looked at Shangwan Hen. Shanghai Hen also shook his head. Are you sure you've searched all of them? Guhai asked in a deep voice. They should have searched everywhere, Gao Xianji affirmed. After taking a deep breath, Guhai said seriously, the place you are looking for is where the Great Phone Mafia family disciples stayed for decades. If there is something there, can't they find it? The places I want you to look for are all places they have never been before. Oh, but there is none, Scar said with a frown. However, Gao Xianji and Shangwan Hen felt slightly stunned, entering deep thought. Previously, I checked these records and discovered that most of the places in the family region had people staying there before. However, there's one place that very few people go to. Everyone avoids talking about it. You know this place as well. The Trash Valley. Have you investigated it? Guhai asked indifferently. The expressions of the 3 legates changed. Guhai looked at the 3 with a sullen expression. When you encounter a place you hate, you avoid it? Remember this. Don't have such a mentality in the future. The more you hate something, the more it is your weakness. When you look at things, you have to overcome your own subjective emotions. Yes. Everyone's expressions turned solemn. Let's go then. Let's go and see how dirty that Trash Valley is for all of you to avoid it. Guhai said seriously. Yes. The group followed Guhai out of the Dragon Tortoise Palace. Then, they headed for the Trash Valley together. A large number of evil men followed behind the 5. Soon, they arrived at the Trash Valley. A stench assaulted their noses from afar. The evil men all showed expressions of disgust. However, Guhai did not seem to feel it. He slowly climbed to a peak and looked down at the valley below. The valley was filled with trash. Countless rats ran through the valley. White bones littered the valley, with many corpses and bones from the Beast Arena. The rats fed on these corpses and bones and reproduced. My lord, the rats that we ate in the past all came from here? Scar asked, suppressing his disgust. The other evil men did the same, looking at the rats with disgust. Guhai stared at the valley for a while. Then, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Clean up the valley." "Ah!" the evil men exclaimed in shock. "Clean up everything in the valley and dump it in the valley beside it." "Go!" Guhai ordered. The evil men suppressed their disgust and nodded in the end. They had even eaten rats before. Naturally, they did not care about this bit of disgust. They were just not used to it earlier. Bang! 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 A large number of evil men leaped into the valley, grabbing stone slabs and starting to dig. Boom! The moment they dug, a large amount of stench assaulted their noses. The stench that had been fermenting for decades was extremely horrifying. The evil men endured the stench and quickly dumped the dirt they dug into the valley beside it. Rumble! The evil men worked together, moving extremely quickly as the rats fled in horror. The valley's trash piled up like a mountain. This digging caused everyone's eyes to widen. That was because no one had thought about how deep this valley was. Something's wrong. My lord, this valley is too deep, like a gigantic abyss. How much have we dug? The trash we dug already fills 4 valleys, but we have not reached the bottom yet, Gao Shinji said in shock. Continue digging, Guhai said seriously. Yes. The evil men endured the increasingly stale stench and continued to clean up the trash in the valley. As they dug deeper, they could no longer see the evil men at the bottom of the valley. They could only hear the rumbling and hear the evil men working below. Guhai and the 4-legged stood on the peak, staring down. The evil men dug deeper and deeper in the pitch-black valley. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the pitch-black abyss. It looked like a small flame had lit up at the bottom. We dug to the bottom. There's something there. There's something there. Suddenly, pleasantly surprised voices came from the valley. Continue digging. Quickly dig. The evil men immediately moved even faster. 1 light source, 2, 3, 4, 5. More and more appeared, growing brighter. The light at the bottom of the valley seemed to illuminate the entire pitch-black valley. The evil men could be seen cleaning up the trash at the bottom. After cleaning up the trash, a huge energy barrier appeared, covering what looked like the mouth of a volcano below. My lord, there's someone below. Suddenly, a shout came from below. Whoosh! Guhai led the 4-leggeds into the abyss. Bang! The group stood at the bottom of that energy barrier. Indeed, it looked like the mouth of a volcano. However, this mouth of the volcano was too bright, so bright that the bottom could not be seen. The group could vaguely make out a golden tail floating above the magma. However, they could only make out an outline. This is the dragon vein? The dragon vein's tail? Why is it here? Shengwan Hen suddenly goggled. The dragon vein's tail? Guhai's expression changed. Could this be the dragon vein that Ding Rue, Montez, the previous elite hall master, and the first song sect master were searching for? Was the dragon vein in the Great Foam Mafia family? Look, there's a person there, Chen Tianshan said with a glare. However, he saw that there was indeed an old man above the energy barrier. At this moment, he was shackled by several golden chains. The chains pierced through the bones in his body. The chains locked him in midair, preventing him from moving. The old man's eyes were already blind. He seemed to have lost all signs of life. Old man, Scarface shouted. However, with the energy barrier, the people below could not hear anything. The old man remained motionless. Why is the dragon vein's tail here all the time? That shouldn't be the case. Shangwan Hen said with a frown. Oh, Guhai looked at Shangwan Hen. My lord, under normal circumstances, the dragon vein is constantly changing. The dragon head is fine, but the dragon body is always moving. The dragon tail keeps changing position. I don't know where the dragon head is, but the dragon tail seems to be fixed here. That shouldn't be the case. Who has such great ability to seal the dragon vein? Shangwan Hen said with a frown. Do you still remember the letter that Wei Yong wrote to Li Wei? That is the secret of the Great Foam Mafia family, right? Gao Xinji said with a slightly changed expression. The Great Foam Mafia family? Foam? No, it should be seal. Foam is just a homonym. This sect exists here to guard this seal, Guhai said with a frown. Sealing the dragon vein? That can't be, right? Who is so capable? Even the Yuaniing state would not be able to keep this dragon vein. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. What if it was Old Man Guanxi? Guhai asked seriously. Old Man Guanxi? That's right. In that letter, Wei Yong addressed the pavilion master as Old Man Guanxi. The Great Foam Mafia family should be one of the pawns that the Sky Chess Pavilion left here. Gao Xinji's expression changed. In that case, who is this old man? Scar asked in surprise as he pointed at the chained old man. Guhai stared at the blind old man and remained silent for a while. Then, he took a deep breath and said, If I'm not wrong, this old man is Wei Yong. Wei Yong, the Great Foam Mafia family's previous family master? The master of Montez, Li Wei, and the others? Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. That's right. I have been reading the Great Foam Mafia family's records over the past few days, and one of them mentioned Wei Yang's appearance. It should be him. That should be right, Guhai said seriously. Wei Yong? Isn't Wei Yong dead? Then, it was eldest senior brother Meng Tai who had raised Feng Ling, Li Wei, and Yu Yao. Since Wei Yong is not dead, then who was the one who trapped him here? Furthermore, he is in such a miserable state. He even blinded himself? Chen Tianshan said in shock with a frown. It was Montez. Gao Xinji's expression changed. How can that be? He is Montez's master, Feng Ling's father, Montez's father-in-law. How could Montez do such a thing? Chen Tianshan said, feeling confused. Legate Chun, you don't understand. You don't understand. Shangguan Hen said after taking a few deep breaths to suppress his excitement. Don't understand what? You don't understand how precious the dragon vein is. One can rule the world with a dragon vein. Old Man Guanxi had a dragon vein back then, Shangguan Hen said seriously. Think of a way to break this barrier first. Guhai said seriously. Chapter 92. The next day, Chun Tianshan led a group of evil men out of the ritual array. Countless cultivators stared at this group of people. Everyone's nerves were tense. Only this group of evil men seemed extremely relaxed. When Chen Tianshan walked out, he saw the malicious gazes in the surroundings. Then, he revealed a cold smile and said, Hang it up. Yes. The group of evil men quickly hung up a signboard. Trespassers of the ritual array die. When the signboard was hung up, the surrounding cultivators immediately revealed shocked expressions. What arrogant words. Humph. Is Guhai really going to make all of us his enemy? What a joke. That day, only 100 people recklessly came forward. Now we have Humph. The surrounding cultivators all showed unsightly expressions as they looked at the signboard. In a corner, Montez hugged Feng Ling and watched from afar. When he saw the signboard, Montez narrowed his eyes and said, Guhai, don't blame me for bewitching them. You are my way. However, Feng Ling appeared to be in a daze, not caring about anything around her. In another corner, the ninth young master covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed for a while. Cough, 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 cough. Why is Luo Tinga not here yet? He should be here soon. Ninth young master, a subordinate said respectfully. Humph. The ninth young master snorted coldly. On a large mountain in the VIP zone, at this moment, two men stood there. One wore golden robes, and the other wore silver robes. The one in golden robes was Jin Jiao, who spoke to Montez not long ago. Big brother, we're almost done organizing. We already have 20,000 people willing to charge into the ritual array with us. The silver-robed man said seriously. Silverhorn, calm down. We will organize them. We cannot let them enjoy the fruits of our labor. I need to arrange a way to break the ritual array, Jin Jiao said seriously. However, we cannot delay any longer. If we delay any longer, the other Yuaniing state cultivators will come. At that time, there will be many variables. Silverhorn said with a frown. It should be done by evening. Jin Jiao said seriously. All right, I will inform everyone now. Prepare to charge into the ritual array together. Silverhorn nodded. Jin Jiao nodded. Today, the atmosphere in the bestial battle arena had become even stranger. Chen Tianshan was in charge of overseeing the gambling in the Colosseum. At the same time, he also spent money to buy news from the outside world. Although Goldhorn and Silverhorn had gathered 20,000 people, they were not necessarily of the same mind. It was easy to bribe them. After noon, Chun Tianshan found another Xiuzhe who was willing to sell information. Goldhorn, Silverhorn, have you gathered 20,000 people? Chun Tianshan's face changed. That's right. I heard that they will start breaking the array in the evening. All right, that's all I know. Don't mention what I said. The cultivator took the spirit stones and quickly disappeared from Chun Tianshan's sight. Chun Tianshan's expression changed. Another 2 hours passed. Legate, something is wrong. Some of the gamblers have scattered. Yeah, they seem to have organized and gone in another direction. We're being watched. The group of evil men said with gloomy expressions. Chen Tianshan looked at the beast arena. Then he turned his head to the evil men and said, All right, according to my lord's instructions, we should return to the ritual array to face the enemy. Yes. The evil men quickly cleaned up the Great Feng Mafia family disciples. Then they followed Chun Tianshan back to the ritual array. Is it going to start? Montez hugged Feng Ling and narrowed his eyes slightly. As Chun Tianshan and the others retreated to the ritual array, a large number of cultivators surrounded them. They are going to return to the ritual array. Enter the ritual array with them. Goldhorn glared. Along the way, Chun Tianshan and the others showed sullen expressions. More and more people gathered around them. When Chun Tianshan and the others reached the entrance of the ritual array, the surrounding cultivators drew their weapons, waiting for orders. Chun Tianshan looked around and saw 5,000 cultivators surrounding them. The leaders were Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Everyone, Chun Tianshan suddenly called out. Huh? Goldhorn narrowed his eyes as he stared at Chun Tianshan. Do you see this sign? Chun Tianshan pointed to the sign that he hung in the morning. My lord told me to hang this. Everyone should recognize the words on it. Trespassers of the ritual array will die. Chun Tianshan shouted. You're seeking death. Silverhorn snorted coldly as he swung his sword at Chun Tianshan. Enter the ritual array. Chun Tianshan shouted. Yes. The hundreds of evil men followed Chun Tianshan into the ritual array. Shing! Silverhorn's sword struck empty air. The key to breaking the ritual array is here. Attack together. Goldhorn shouted. Good. The 5,000-odd cultivators immediately shouted. Then, they followed Goldhorn and Silverhorn in a charge at Chun Tianshan. At the same time, a large number of cultivators charged into the ritual array from the other directions. Chun Tianshan, stop right there. Silverhorn shouted as he flew into the ritual array. Rumble. 20,000 cultivators charged into the cloudy ritual array from all directions at nearly the same time. Dang! 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 The evil men who retreated into the ritual array clashed with the swords of some of the pursuing cultivators. However, as long as these people were not from the Yuanying state, the evil men did not fear them. Buzz! The surroundings suddenly turned white as all the cultivators charged into the ritual array. Chun Tianshan, let's see how Gu Hai can save you. Silverhorn shouted and sent out another huge manifested sword. A ghost stone suddenly appeared in Chun Tianshan's hand as he glared. Shing! Suddenly, a strand of saber chi shot out of the white fog and headed for the manifested sword. Boom! The manifested sword and the saber chi shattered. What? Silverhorn's expression changed. I already hung a sign. All who barge into the ritual array will die. Since you are seeking death, then don't blame me. Heavenly sabers attack. Gu Hai's voice immediately spread throughout the ritual array. The expressions of the countless cultivators around the ritual array changed. They had a bad premonition. Senior brother, look, an evil man is charging at us. Why is there a heavenly saber hanging above his head? Ah, he can control that heavenly saber? Oh no, that heavenly saber is coming at us. Block it, block it. Boom, a loud sound rang out, and a huge trench appeared in the ground. An evil man controlled a heavenly saber to chop down, immediately chopping 2 cultivators in half. That evil man held a ghost stone and controlled that saber chi like it was his arm. It was like he was controlling a powerful weapon. At this moment, he appeared incredibly excited. "Ha ha! What a powerful heavenly saber! You rascals, come. My lord's heavenly saber death match is not something you can barge into. Do you think that because there are so many of you, my lord cannot split his attention to deal with you one by one? There is no need for my lord to split his sabers. My lord just needs to split his sabers. There are 3,000 of us. Each of us has a heavenly saber. Unless you are from Yuanying State, you will definitely die. Kill!" That evil man shouted. Boom! Using the ghost stone, he quickly controlled the heavenly saber to charge into the crowd. "Oh no! Break from me! Break my ass! You are just an innate realm cultivator, and you want to block the heavenly saber? Chop! Boom! Ah! Quickly run! Quickly run!" Immediately, the 3,000 evil men each held a heavenly saber and killed everywhere. With the ritual array activated, they killed 20,000 people, causing them to cry for their parents. They wanted to flee, but they could not tell which direction was north, south, east, and west. Dang! 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 Only Golden Horn and Silver Horn managed to block the attacks. When the two saw the tragic situation around them, their expressions changed. At this moment, Chun Tianshan led 20 evil men and slashed their heavenly sabers at them. "Break!" The 2 Yuanying State men shouted and knocked the heavenly sabers away. "Retreat! Ignore them. Let's kill the others," Chun Tianshan shouted. "Roar!" The group of evil men answered. "Where do you think you're going?" Silver Horn glared and wanted to give chase. "Silver Horn, stop chasing. It is useless to chase them. Let's charge in. Guhai is alone now," Golden Horn said excitedly. "All right." Silver Horn's eyes lit up. The two immediately rushed into the ritual array. Indeed, the current Heavenly Saber death match could not block a nascent soul realm cultivator. After all, the Heavenly Saber death match was limited by the spirit stones used to lay the formation. The 2 nascent soul realm cultivators ran towards the Dragon Tortoise Palace. Along the way, screams could be heard from all directions. The 2 Day 1 budding realm experts' expressions changed drastically. "Big brother, did we run the wrong direction? Why are we not there yet? It's foggy everywhere. Are we lost?" The 2 Yuanying State men looked terrible. "Fly up," Golden Horn shouted. Phew! The 2 flew up quickly. However, in an instant, the world was turned upside down. It was as though they could not tell up from down. "Big brother?" Silver Horn asked anxiously. "Use the big tree as a reference," Golden Horn shouted. "All right." The 2 brothers felt their way to the Dragon Tortoise Palace in the ritual array. At the entrance of the Dragon Tortoise Palace, Guhai was wearing a white robe. He sat quietly before a chessboard made of spirit stones. Guhai controlled the entire ritual array through the chessboard. "Ah, don't kill me. Help! Evil man, Heavenly Saber. Heavenly Saber again. No!" Screams could be heard everywhere. Once one entered the ritual array, one could not tell east from west. Guhai did not kill them one by one. Instead, he sent out 3,000 evil men to hunt them down. The 3,000 evil men did not need to know east from west. They just needed to find the challengers and kill them on sight. I already warned them. However, birds die for food and men die for wealth. Guhai sighed softly. Outside the ritual array, there were also countless cultivators who did not join Golden Horn's alliance. When the crowd heard the screams coming from the ritual array, they gulped. Massacre all those who enter the ritual array? Is Guhai really going to kill all the challengers? The crowd outside had unsightly expressions. They felt very fortunate that they did not join Golden Horn's and Silver Horn's teams. Outside the ritual array, the words on the signboard seemed like a joke earlier. Now, they were extremely eye-catching. Trespassers of the ritual array die. While the cultivators outside the ritual array rejoiced, the cultivators in the ritual array despaired. Guhai really dared. He really dared to kill everyone? Was he not afraid of becoming enemies with the large sects of the entire Thousand Islands Sea? Outside the beast arena, Montez hugged Feng Ling, his eyelids twitching wildly. Under another roof, the ninth young master sat at a stone table, drinking tea as he looked at the ritual array in the distance. Cough, cough, cough. I have not come out for many years. Have the cultivators outside become fools? They dare to casually barge into a ritual array that they do not understand. Do they think that it will be fine as long as they have more people? The more people there are, the more people will die. Cough, cough. The ninth young master smiled coldly as he looked at the miserable screams coming from the ritual array. Chapter 93. Miserable cries rang out endlessly in the heavenly saber death match. Guhai stood in front of the dragon tortoise palace, controlling a go board made of spirit stones. He drove it with his veritable energy to drive the vast ritual array. Gao Xianji, Shangwan Hen, and Scar stood behind him. Greed is the original sin. How unfortunate! Guhai sighed softly as he listened to the miserable cries in the surroundings. My lord, actually, there's no need to feel pity for them. Most of the people challenging the ritual array today are the Thousand Island Seas bandits. Most of the people in our Evil Men Valley were wronged and did not bring calamity to one area. However, this group of bandits is the true calamity, Scar said while shaking his head. Oh, my lord might not be aware of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, but they're the cancer of the Thousand Island Sea. They control a group of pirates that specialize in plundering resources at sea. They burn, kill, and plunder doing anything. They even set up checkpoints at some places. If merchant ships do not pay, they will rob them. They even pillage some islands. How did they gather 20,000 people to challenge the ritual array so quickly? That is because most of these 20,000 people are also bandits at sea. Golden Horn and Silver Horn are extremely famous and respond to their call, Scar said seriously. Bandits? Guhai raised his eyebrows. My lord is eliminating evil for the people. There is no need to feel pity. Of course, there are definitely some sect disciples among these 20,000 people. However, they work with bandits, plundering, and killing. They might not be good people. My lord already hung a sign outside the ritual array to prevent them from coming in. However, they still do not care about life and death. In that case, they cannot blame anyone, Scar said seriously. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly as he nodded. I just find a pity. Golden Horn and Silver Horn seem too weak, even weaker than Li Wei. If they are so weak, it will be difficult for me to arrange things. Huh? This subordinate misunderstood, Scar said, feeling flabbergasted. Too weak. My lord hopes that they can break the ritual array? Shangwan Hen asked with a frown. Indeed, Montez is still waiting, Guhai said with narrowed eyes. Outside the heavenly saber death match, countless cultivators looked at the ritual array in fear. The cries and screams coming from inside made the sign outside even more intense. Trespassers will die. Previously, they thought it was a joke, but at this moment, no one could laugh. Guhai, without the support of the innate puzzle world's laws, he can still set up an array formation? There are 20,000 people in the formation, right? Don't tell me they don't have any strength to resist at all? We have to inform Senior Brother. Guhai is not to be trifled with. Don't do anything at the Gu residence, either. Countless Xiozha looked gloomily in the direction of the great formation where the screams were coming from. With Feng Ling in his arms, Montez narrowed his eyes as he stared at the formation. Gold Horn, Silver Horn? What bunch of trash. 2 people from the Yuanying state. How could they not know how to find their way in there? If he lost his 5 senses, wouldn't he use other things to confirm his direction? Trash. On the other side, the 9th young master sat under a roof, drinking tea and watching quietly. 9th young master, Luo Tinga is here. Do you want him to come over? A subordinate quietly walked to the back. Didn't I say before? I have never been here before. Why does he want to see me now? The 9th young master said coldly. Yes. On a tall mountain outside the beast arena, at this moment a white-robed man was standing there. Behind him, 5 chains danced slowly. They were like the tentacles of an octopus, dancing in the wind. 10 odd subordinates followed behind this white-clad man. All of them showed grave expressions as they looked at the great formation in the distance. The heavenly saber death match? Huh. The white-clad man's eyes lit up. The group stared at the great formation before them. Some of the surrounding cultivators immediately recognized the white-clad man. Luo Tinga, the Thousand Island Seas East Sea Pirate King? Someone suddenly exclaimed. He roamed the Thousand Island Sea for 100 years and destroyed many sections. Several people from the Yuanying state died at his hands. Why is he here as well? The surrounding cultivators showed unsightly expressions. This was a great demon, an expert that the various large sects were not willing to offend. The white-clad man, Luo Tinga, had his long hair combed back and looked very handsome. A sinister air flashed in his eyes as he looked at the great formation. Then, he looked at a nearby mountain forest. There was a subordinate of the 9th young master in that mountain forest. The 9th young master's subordinate shook his head, indicating that the 9th young master was not willing to meet him. Luo Tinga raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. Am I not qualified to meet you? If not for the old man Guanxi's inheritance, do you think I would be willing to be your substitute? Humph. Never mind, take a good look. Pride flashed in Luo Tinga's eyes. Ah, big brother, I have an idea. Our 5 senses are distorted, and we cannot tell the direction. However, the rain falls from the sky. Follow the rain to find the direction. Quick! Silverhorn's voice came from the great formation. Where are you running to? A shout came from the great formation. Rumble. 2 figures soared into the sky. We are out. We are out. Ha ha. Golden Horn's loud laughter rang out. At this moment, Golden Horn's and Silverhorn's clothes were tattered. Earlier, close to 100 evil men had chased after them while brandishing their heavenly sabers. If this were outside, these evil men would simply be seeking death. However, they had heavenly sabers in there. The heavenly sabers were no weaker than their manifested swords. With 100 evil men chasing after them, Golden Horn and Silver Horn felt very sullen. They could not flee, and they could not find the direction. As more evil men appeared, the 2 Yuanying state cultivators felt very depressed. However, they managed to escape. After leaving the great formation, the 2 showed unsightly expressions. This was because the miserable cries in the great formation had lessened. It looked like the 20,000 cultivators were nearly wiped out. All 20,000 cultivators were wiped out. Golden Horn and Silver Horn trembled. The 2 stepped forward and prepared to fly away. Rattle, rattle. All of a sudden, 2 chains shot towards him. What? The 2's expressions changed as they received the chains with their huge swords. Boom, boom. The chains and the swords clashed. Golden Horn and Silver Horn immediately went flying. Bang! The 2 fell to the ground, each vomiting a mouthful of blood. They looked in horror at the direction where the chains came from. Luo Tinga was still standing on the peak, looking coldly at the 2 injured by the chains on their backs. The Yuanying state? Ha! You are too weak. Luo Tinga sneered. It's you, Luo Tinga, the East Seas Pirate King? Golden Horn and Silver Horn's expressions changed. Rattle, rattle. Suddenly, the 2 chains arrived before the 2, pointing at them. A murderous intent surged out from the chains, and the surrounding temperature immediately dropped. You are somewhat trash. However, you are still the Yuanying state. I'll give you one chance. Submit to me immediately. Luo Tinga said coldly. You want me to submit? Dream on. Silver Horn glared. East Seas Pirate King, let's mind our own business. Furthermore, we are also from the Yuanying state. Golden Horn immediately begged for mercy. Humph! Luo Tinga snorted coldly. Boom! The chain suddenly lengthened and shot towards the 2 of them. Oh no! The 2's expressions changed as they swung their swords again. Boom! 2 manifested swords surrounded by a large amount of sword chi crashed into the chains. Roar! The 2 chains seemed to turn into 2 iron dragons, roaring at the same time. Boom! The manifested swords shattered, and a large amount of dirt and rocks shot up into the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bang! When all the dirt and rocks fell to the ground, the scene at the center of the dust cloud slowly appeared. The two chains pierced through Golden Horn and Silver Horn's heads. The tips of the chains were stained with either brain matter or blood, looking murky. Golden Horn and Silver Horn stopped breathing. The countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately held their breaths, showing horror as they looked at Luo Tiange, who was on the peak. Reckless fools! It is your good fortune that this king took a fancy to you. To think that you dare to refuse. Humph! Luo Tiange snorted coldly. Rattle! Rattle! The chains quickly shortened and retracted. Pala! Golden Horn and Silver Horn's corpses fell to the ground. Luo Tiange did not even bother to look at them. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the cloudy ritual array. Guhai, right? Luo Tiange shouted at the ritual array with narrowed eyes. Luo Tiange's voice was not loud, but it seemed to spread everywhere, even reaching the ritual array. I am Luo Tiange. Remove the ritual array now and let me deal with you. Otherwise, I will make sure that none of you see tomorrow. Luo Tiange said coldly. The countless cultivators in the surroundings goggled at Luo Tiange. You are too arrogant, right? However, Luo Tiange had his qualifications. The countless cultivators did not dare to say anything. Montez looked at the distant Luo Tiange, and his eyes lit up. Finally, a decent one. The ninth young master sipped his tea as he looked at Luo Tiange, who was on the peak. You are arrogant enough. However, how capable you are will depend on your performance. Naturally, Luo Tiange's voice reached the ritual array. The expressions of many evil men in the ritual array changed. Clearly, the East Sea Pirate King had roamed the Thousand Islands Sea for 100 years and was infamous. Most of them had heard of him before. In front of the Dragon Tortoise Palace. My lord, this Luo Tiange is the East Sea Pirate King. Scar said. I know. Chen Tianshan mentioned it to me in the past. Guhai said indifferently. Yes. Scar stopped interrupting. Guhai, remove the ritual array. Don't force me to make a move. Luo Tiange's voice rang out again. Guhai looked to the front and revealed a cold smile. If you are capable, then come and break it. If you're not, then don't be so long-winded and noisy. Guhai's voice immediately spread everywhere. The countless cultivators outside the ritual array immediately gaped. Is this Guhai crazy? He is only an innate realm cultivator. Break the ritual array? I heard that Luo Tiange broke many sect ritual arrays by himself. Countless cultivators held their breaths. However, a cold light flashed in Luo Tiange's eyes. You say that I am noisy? A sect on 6-5 Island said the same thing back then. In the end, I killed their entire sect. You speak too much nonsense. Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow Divisions ignore the noise outside. Continue killing. Guhai shouted. Yes. The voices of the evil men came from within the formation. Humph. You're seeking death. Luo Tiange snorted coldly. Walala. Suddenly, the 5 chains behind Luo Tiange soared into the sky, growing longer. Boundless flames instantly appeared on the chains, looking like 5 fire dragons as they headed for the heavenly saber death match. Under Luo Tiange's control, the 5 fire dragons extended for several kilometers as they descended from the sky, looking like they wanted to bind the entire ritual array. Boom! The 5 fire dragons bound the heavenly saber death match. Break for me, Luo Tiange shouted. Boom! The 5 fire dragons immediately released overwhelming flames, looking like they wanted to burn away the ritual array binding them. Chapter 94. Boom! Surging flames surged towards the heavenly saber death match. The flames instantly vaporized the surrounding clouds. As the flames burned, the heat was startling. The most important thing was that the 5 chains seemed to carry great force as they bound the ritual array. It looked like they wanted to cut the ritual array into 6 pieces. Crack, 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 crack. Many heavenly sabers appeared densely above the chains, blocking them. Buzz! Thousands of heavenly sabers resisted the chain's binding force. Boom! However, some places in the ritual array started burning. The expressions of the evil men changed. Oh no! Let's go to the Dragon Tortoise Palace to meet my lord. The group of evil men rushed to the Dragon Tortoise Palace anxiously. Outside the Dragon Tortoise Palace, Guhai controlled the ritual array. Earlier, when the 5 chains were about to cut the ritual array, Guhai controlled the thousands of heavenly sabers to crash into them, preventing them from touching the ground. Guhai's expression turned sullen. The others also felt anxious. My lord, this is Luo Tianga's flame dragon lock. It's mighty startling. He relied on this treasure to roam the Thousand Islands sea for 100 years. Scar said with a frown. Guhai looked at the sky with a sullen expression. The various evil men returned and looked worriedly at Guhai. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on some of the heavenly sabers in the sky. Clearly, the flame dragon lock was too strong. The heavenly saber death match could not hold on for much longer. My lord, what should we do now? I heard that Luo Tianga used the flame dragon lock to destroy his sect previously. Even after that sect activated its protective ritual array, it still suffered a crushing defeat, Chen Tianshan said worriedly. Chen Tianshan's worry made the surrounding evil men worry as well. Shut up. My lord will deal with it. Gao Shinji shouted. At this moment, they needed to boost morale. Guhai looked at the sky with a sullen expression. As the flame dragon lock spewed out more flames, the clouds in the ritual array continuously evaporated into the air. As the clouds slowly scattered, the ritual array's might weakened. Similarly, the people outside could see the inside of the ritual array with increasing clarity. The white fog that had previously covered the sky slowly dissipated. Slowly, the scene inside could be seen. Corpses were strewn all over the place. The cultivators in the outside world felt a chill in their hearts. 20,000 people, all killed by Guhai? What a powerful move. What's so great about it? Look, this heavenly saber death match is about to break. That's right. It's getting clearer and clearer inside. Look, isn't there a group of heavenly blades blocking the 5 fire dragon locks? The heavenly blade is constantly showing cracks. The formation won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's about to break. What a powerful fire dragon lock. Luo Tianga is indeed the pirate king of the East Sea. Guhai is dead for sure. Countless Shioja in all directions were not optimistic about Guhai. After all, the facts were right there. The heavenly saber death match was already reaching its limits under the burning of the fire dragon lock. Once the heavenly saber death match broke, what else could Guhai rely on? The 9th young master sipped his tea as he watched Guhai fight with Luo Tianga. Fire dragon lock? He is indeed quite capable. The 9th young master nodded. On the other side, Montez's pupils suddenly constricted. This was because Meng Tai's gaze could already see the garbage dump within the array. It was a complete mess. He discovered it? Oh no, Guhai discovered it. However, Guhai should not be able to break that barrier. However, he dug such a large and obvious hole. Luo Tianga will definitely discover it. Meng Tai showed anxiety on his face. That's right. Montez paced back and forth as he turned his head to look at Feng Ling, who was in his embrace. Feng Ling, you must be tired. Rest for a while. Montez softly consoled her. Feng Ling shook her head, but did not say anything. Whoosh. Montez gently blew on Feng Ling's face. You're tired. Go to sleep. Sleep for a while. Feng Ling's consciousness blurred as she said in a daze, I'm very sleepy. If you're sleepy, then sleep. Montez said gently. Right? Feng Ling slowly closed her eyes, looking like she was about to fall asleep. Montez silently carried Feng Ling away and left to settle her down. On another mountain peak, Luo Tianga showed a ferocious expression. The heavenly saber death match is indeed a pretty good ritual array. Back then, my fire dragon lock did not last this long with the ritual array at 6-5 Island. Let's see how long you can last. Fire eyes. Boom. The fire dragon lock erupted with dazzling flames again, looking like 5 volcanoes spewing out lava, trying to melt the entire heavenly saber deathmatch. Crack, 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 crack. More heavenly sabers shattered. From the inside, it looked like lava filled the sky. The heavenly sabers could not hold on for much longer. The group of evil men showed anxious expressions. Only Guhai's expression did not change. He held the chessboard-shaped ritual array's formation origin in his hand. Slowly, most of the surrounding clouds scattered, revealing Guhai's location to everyone. Everyone in the outside world saw Guhai. Guhai stood in front of the Dragon Tortoise Palace and coldly stared at Luo Tinga in the distance. There was no fear in his eyes. Humph! I hate this expression of yours the most. Fire Dragon Lock, rise! Luo Tinga roared while glaring. Boom! Luo Tinga drove the Fire Dragon Lock to its limits, and its strength soared again. Bam! 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 Immediately, large swaths of heavenly sabers shattered with a loud rumble. Clack! All of a sudden, the heavenly sabers at one of the chains shattered into pieces. Boom! That chain landed first, splitting the heavenly saber deathmatch in half. Surging flames immediately set the surroundings ablaze. The flames soared into the air, filling the sky with a sea of fire. He broke the ritual array. It's over for Guhai. Startled exclamations came from outside. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly entered the sea of fire. This figure moved very quickly. Furthermore, the figure managed to conceal itself amid the vast flames. Most people could not see who it was. Only 2 people managed to see it clearly. One was the 9th young master, who was outside. Oh, it's Montez? The 9th young master goggled, showing some surprise. The other person was Guhai. He finally made it in. Anticipation flashed in Guhai's eyes. Luo Tinga controlled the Fire Dragon Lock to sweep at Guhai. Walala! A large swath of heavenly sabers blocked the Fire Dragon Lock. Surging flames surged towards the Dragon Tortoise Palace in the center, looking like they wanted to destroy Guhai. Luo Tinga also soared into the air, pride flashing in his eyes. Surging magic energy poured into the Fire Dragon Lock on his back, continuously burning the ritual array. How much longer can you last? Ha ha! Your lousy ritual array will break soon. How much longer can you last? Luo Tinga guffawed in disdain. Guhai raised his head and looked at Luo Tinga. Don't be so full of yourself. You can't break my ritual array. What's the point of being so noisy? Guhai retorted coldly. The ritual array will break soon. Once it does, I will kill all of you. Now listen up. I will spare anyone who can take down Guhai. Luo Tinga shouted. Was Luo Tinga trying to instigate a group of evil men? Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shangwan Hen stood by Guhai's side, not giving way to anyone. However, the group of evil men only stirred up a small commotion. After that, they stopped caring. Guhai looked at Luo Tinga coldly, not showing any fear. While Guhai paid attention to Luo Tinga, he also paid attention to the junkyard. However, Guhai purposely broke the flame dragon lock there. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from that side. My lord, the barrier is broken. Suddenly, a loud shout came from a dark corner there. What? Montez's startled cry came from the deep chasm. Clearly, Montez had not expected to fall for Luo Tinga's scheme. Guhai's eyes lit up. He finally managed to trick Montez into breaking the barrier. Guhai revealed joy on his face. He turned his head to look at the sky and said, "All right, Pirate King Luo Tinga. Many thanks for your cooperation. Now, I don't have time to play with you." Huh? Luo Tinga goggled. What do you mean? However, he saw Guhai suddenly wave his hand. Boom! Suddenly, surging white fog came out of the raging flames in the ritual array. The moment the white fog appeared, it covered the surrounding flames. In an instant, the flames extinguished, and the ritual array recovered an extremely fast speed. Rumble! The moment the surging white fog appeared, it immediately forced the flame dragon lock back. The ritual array reappeared. Now, The fog was even denser than before, covering the surroundings. Luo Tinga goggled, showing a confused expression. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked as well. Guhai fooled Luo Tinga? That can't be right. Was Luo Tinga breaking the ritual array earlier just an illusion? That's impossible. Wasn't the ritual array about to break earlier? Why did it suddenly recover? The countless cultivators in the surroundings showed confused expressions. The ninth young master's face sank as well. That's impossible. The heavenly saber death matches might cannot increase. Guhai is just an innate realm cultivator. An innate realm cultivator's ritual array can only display so much might. How could it block the flame dragon lock? Could it be that Guhai has advanced to the golden core realm, so the heavenly saber death matches might increase? A subordinate asked, feeling curious. That's impossible. Guhai is definitely an innate realm cultivator. How did the ritual arrays might suddenly increase several-fold? The ninth young master stood up and looked at the distant ritual array in shock. The most depressed person was Luo Tinga. Earlier, he had been arrogant for so long. In the end, he was like a clown helping Guhai. What exactly was in that valley earlier? What was the barrier that broke? Did Guhai make use of him? You bastard! Luo Tinga shouted angrily. The flame dragon lock could not advance any further. Luo Tinga waved his hand, and the flame dragon lock immediately flew out. Then he waved his hand, and the flame dragon lock whipped down like 5 huge whips. Boom! The 5 whips crashed into the ritual array. However, the ritual array remained firm and unshakable. Luo Tinga's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. You clearly can block the flame dragon lock, but you pretend that you can't. Do you think this great me is that easy to fool? You bastard! Guhai, you are dead. Luo Tinga roared furiously. Boom! 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 The 5 chains lashed at the formation with all their might, producing a series of rumbling sounds. The huge vibrations caused the ground in all directions to rumble. That's enough. Luo Tinga, if you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite. Guhai's cold shout came from the churning clouds. Impolite? Come on, come on. Come on, you coward. If you're capable, come on. Luo Tinga continued lashing at the ritual array furiously. Boom, boom, boom. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled. A loud roar came from the ritual array. Shing! Suddenly, a gigantic halberd appeared from the ritual array. Then, the halberd moved extremely quickly and chopped at the flame dragon lock. Boom, 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 boom. 5 loud sounds rang out. Ah! Luo Tinga shrieked miserably. The halberd in the clouds broke all 5 chains of the flame dragon lock and sent them flying. Bang! The 5 broken chains fell to the ground in the distance. Luo Tinga's spiritual treasure was damaged, and his mind was affected. He immediately flew to the side with a pale complexion. Broken? The flame dragon lock broke? How is this possible? Luo Tinga showed extreme disbelief. The surrounding cultivators also gaped in shock. The fire dragon lock was actually severed? What was that? A halberd? I remember now. Guhai executed that in the innate puzzle world. Vast army? Is it a vast army? The 28 line pair world ritual array. This is not the heavenly saber death match, but the 28 line pair world ritual array. Suddenly, startled cries rang out in the surroundings. Some of the people who experienced the 28 line pair world ritual array immediately showed horrified expressions. The 28 line pair world ritual array was a vast army, a nightmare. Could one use spirit stones to set it up in the outside world? Chapter 95. The 28 line pair world ritual array. The 9th young master's expression suddenly changed as he stood up under a roof in the distance. Like everyone else, the 9th young master also felt startled by the ritual array before him. Everything in the innate puzzle world was still vivid in his mind. However, Guhai was just an innate realm cultivator. The 9th young master's 28 line pair world ritual array can be set up with spirit stones? What exactly did this Guhai learn from us? A subordinate exclaimed. Once the 28-line pair world ritual array appears, wouldn't that Luo, Tinga? Shut up. The ninth young master barked with a sullen expression. The subordinates no longer dared to speak. In the distance, the pale Luo Tinga turned his head to look at the ninth young master. Then, he immediately saw the ninth young master's sullen expression. Luo Tinga's expression changed as he flew over again. The chain attached to his back suddenly flew out of his back. Rattle. As the chains flew out, they seemed to form a large net. Then, they grew even larger, and surging flames surged out. Fire dragon net, break it! Luo Tinga shouted. Rumble. The chain net quickly grew larger. Although Luo Tinga had chopped it off, it grew longer again. Overwhelming flames surged out of it again, looking like a large furnace descending from the sky and surging towards the ritual array. Boom! The flame dragon net clashed with the ritual array. Flames, even larger than before, surged into the ritual array. Humph! Did no one tell you? My ritual array is many times more ferocious than before. You're seeking death. Gu Hai's cold shout came from the ritual array. Xiang Yu is here. Scram! Another roar came from the ritual array. Then, a huge, ferocious general in the shape of a cloud appeared, holding a halberd as he chopped at the flame dragon net. The moment the halberd appeared, it immediately sent out a strong saber wind at the flame dragon net. Boom! Everywhere the halberd passed, it split everything in half. The flame dragon net immediately exploded. Luo Tinga immediately cried out in pain as the magic treasure pulled his attention. Shing! The saber wind from the halberd instantly sliced through Luo Tinga's chest. Luo Tinga did his best to defend himself. Pooh! Luo Tinga vomited a mouthful of blood. A large bloody wound appeared on his forehead, extending from his face to his chest and to his abdomen. Bang! Luo Tinga fell. He was covered in blood. Although this was only an external wound, Luo Tinga's entire body trembled. Just a little more, and he would have been struck. Pu. After vomiting 2 mouthfuls of blood, Luo Tinga struggled to his feet. He looked at the ritual array in horror, but did not dare to charge in again. Hiss! Gasps could be heard all around. 28 line pair heavens and earth formation? It's too scary. The East Sea Pirate King who roamed the Thousand Islands Sea was actually not a match for him. Even the Fire Dragon Lock and Fire Dragon Net were destroyed. Cries of alarm rang out in the surroundings. Countless cultivators gulped. They rejoiced that they had not barged into the formation at the beginning. The great array regained its calm. The thick clouds made it impossible for those outside to see what was inside. In the interior, earlier, Xiang Yu, who had condensed from the clouds, arrived at the Deep Abyss's entrance while holding his halberd. At the Deep Abyss's entrance, Montez glared at Xiang Yu with overwhelming rage on his face. At this moment, Gu Hai had already arrived above Xiang Yu's head. He controlled Xiang Yu's cloud beast and held his halberd as he coldly looked at the furious Montez in the Deep Abyss. Gu Hai, you, good, very good. Montez roared in shock and rage. Division Master Meng, do you still remember what I said earlier? That Montez schemed against me, so I killed him. You're the one who organized the alliance to break the ritual array outside, right? If you did not scheme against me, why would I scheme against you? Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Ha 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 ha! Laughter came from the Deep Abyss. It was the barrier that Montez had just removed. The barrier vanished, revealing the mouth of the volcano. Above the mouth of the volcano, a blind old man imprisoned in chains seemed to have startled awake. My disciple, Montez, even you have time when you get schemed against? Good scheme. Ha ha! The old man guffawed. Montez showed a ferocious expression as he said, Old man, if not for your stubbornness back then, you would not have been imprisoned here. It is all your fault. However, the blind old man, Wei Yong, smiled coldly. Imprisoned? My good disciple, if not for my stubbornness, you would have killed Feng Ling, Li Wei, and Yu Yao long ago, right? What a vicious ingrate. Why did I take in an evil creature like you back then? Do you want to undo this dragon vein seal? Are you trying to use Feng Ling, Li Wei, and the others to threaten me? It is useless. I understand you very well. If I told you everything, none of them would be able to live. I could only keep them alive by not telling you. Evil creature. Evil creature. Montez's expression changed dramatically. He turned his head to look at Gu Hai above. Then, he lowered his head to look at Wei Yang below. Humph. Old man, since you were so stubborn, I'll grant you your wish. Montez threw a palm strike at Wei Yang. Xiao Qin's palm strike looked like it would kill Wei Yang. Xing. Suddenly, Xiang Yu, the cloud beast that Gu Hai controlled, chopped down with its halberd. As the halberd chopped down, it charged at Montez. Huh? Montez's expression changed as he turned his head to counter with a palm strike. Boom! The impact immediately knocked Montez back. Gu Hai, do you really want to be enemies with me? Montez shouted while glaring. Division Master Meng, I already said that the Great Foam Mafia family is mine. Please scram immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Gu Hai shouted while glaring. Then, he pointed the halberd at Montez again. Montez's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, his injuries had not healed yet. He was no match for the cloud beast, Xiang Yu. Good. Good. Very good. Gu Hai, if I can't have it, you can forget about getting it, either. You're not qualified yet. Ha 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 ha. Montez guffawed as he immediately soared into the sky. Whoosh. Montez charged to the periphery of the ritual array and quickly flew out. My lord, why did you let Montez go? Gao Xianji asked anxiously at the side. However, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and shook his head, not explaining. The 28-line pair world ritual array was right. However, this ritual array drained a horrifying amount of spirit stones. Back then, Xiao Chun could summon a vast army in the innate puzzle world because he could drive the laws of the world. Now, he only had spirit stones to support it, not to mention a vast army. At this moment, Xiao Chun only had enough spirit stones to materialize Xiang Yu. He could not even materialize the horse that Xiang Yu rode, much less the vast army. He did not have enough spirit stones. The 28-line pair world ritual array drained a horrifying amount of spirit stones. Soon, Xiao Chun would run out of spirit stones. Gu Hai cannot stop Montez. Walala! Shang Wanhen and the others quickly cut off the chains on Wei Yang's body and rescued him. Gu Hai dismissed Xiang Yu for now. After all, supporting Xiang Yu drained a horrifying amount of energy. This humble Gu Hai greets old Mr. Wei. Gu Hai said solemnly. Wei Yang was already blind. After being rescued by Gu Hai, he bowed slightly and said, Many thanks, Mr. Good. Are my disciples still around? Gu Hai frowned slightly. He did not hide anything, simply recounting what he knew. What? Montez married Feng Ling? He killed Yao? Li Wei is now a living dead? Wei Yang frowned slightly. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. However, Li Wei, I was wearing a mask at that time. I had no choice. Mr. Good, you don't have to say anymore. Although I am blind, my heart is not blind. Li Wei became a living dead because his heart died. Evil creature, evil creature. The letter I wrote to Li Wei was read by Montez in the end. Wei Yang said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai turned to look at the abyss. Now, he could see more clearly. There was indeed a pool of magma below. A golden dragon tail floated above the magma. On the dragon tail was a huge tortoise shell. The tortoise shell seemed to have a chessboard on it. It was this tortoise shell that sealed the dragon tail below. Not only that, but there was also a bone on the dragon's tail that was emitting traces of black gas. It was a bone that looked like a long and thin blade. The bone blade was inserted into the dragon's tail like a nail, making it unable to move. Old Mr. Wei, can you explain to me what's going on with the dragon tail, bone saber, and tortoise shell chessboard below? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Bone saber? What bone saber? Wei Yang felt slightly stunned. Huh? Gu Hai looked at Wei Yang in confusion. Wei Yang cannot see. Gu Hai stared at Wei Yang for a while. After a long silence, he described the scene below again. Bone saber? That can't be right. It didn't exist before. Could it be 10 years ago? Wei Yang's expression changed. 10 years ago what? 10 years ago, I was locked up like this. Due to the dragon vein, it was extremely hot below. However, suddenly, a cold wind blew. It was incredibly cold, and a cold wind appeared out of nowhere. It was like the gates of hell opened, and a voice came from the gates of hell, Wei Yang recalled. A voice? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes, I thought it was an illusion. It looks like it was not an illusion. That voice said, the bone ancestor has already turned to dust. This world is mine. Ha 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 ha. Then, everything quickly returned to normal. The cold wind vanished, as if it never happened, Wei Yang explained. Gu Hai's expression turned uncertain as he stared at Wei Yang for a while, trying to ascertain whether Wei Yang was telling the truth. That tortoiseshell below is a seal. My Great Foam Mafia family has sealed it for generations. Back then, the Pavilion Master left it behind. My Great Foam Mafia family is responsible for guarding it, Wei Yang explained. Oh, the Pavilion Master? Is it Old Man Guanxi? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. My Great Foam Mafia family's teachings state that the Great Foam Mafia family disciples are not to steal. We have to wait for the fated person to appear, Wei Yang explained. Fated person? What do you mean by fated person? Gao Xinji asked, feeling confused. I don't know. The Pavilion Master did not say. Wei Yang shook his head. Is it to solve the Go puzzle on the tortoise shell? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. I don't know. However, I can't solve it, and neither can Montez. He thought that I could and wanted to force me to hand over the method to undo the seal. I could only pretend not to tell him. That was how I managed to survive until now, Wei Yang explained. Many thanks, Senior Mr. Wei, Gu Hai said solemnly. You saved Li Wei. There's no need to thank me. Can I go and visit my disciple, Li Wei? Wei Yang smiled bitterly. Gu Hai looked at Wei Yang and remained silent for a while. Then he nodded. Chen Tianshan, bring Senior Mr. Wei to visit Li Wei. Yes, Chen Tianshan answered. After sending off Wei Yang, Gu Hai's group looked down at the deep chasm again. Chapter 96. Clack, clack, clack. Gu Hai, Scar, Shangwan Hen, and Gao Xinji jumped into the deep chasm and landed on the tortoise shell. Then, they looked at the huge Go board above. The tortoise shell looked like it had been refined, becoming transparent like crystal. It had a dragon tail on one end. My lord, we might not be able to capture this dragon tail, Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. Oh, Gu Hai looked at Shangwan Hen in confusion. Everyone knows that the dragon vein is good. However, do you know how strong the dragon vein is? Even if you undo the seal, you will need sufficient strength to capture it. Furthermore, this is the dragon tail. Once the seal is undone, the dragon tail will immediately flee. The dragon tail possesses overwhelming power. You will not be able to do anything to it, Shangwan Hen explained. What do you mean? Legate Shangwan, even my lord Xiang Yu Cloud Beast cannot do it? Gao Xinji asked, feeling confused. The dragon vein is not formed by 9-5 Island. It should be the entire 1,000 Island Sea. Only the countless sea regions and islands can nurture this dragon vein. Do you know how much strength is needed to capture this dragon vein? Shangwan Hen said with a bitter smile. How much? Gao Xinji asked, feeling confused. At the very least, you need the strength to hold up an island. Shangwan Hen said solemnly. Hold up an island? 9-5 Island? Gao Xinji goggled. Shangwan Hen nodded. However, Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. The strength to hold up 9-5 Island? That is a 9-5 island the size of Earth. Shangwan Hen's origins were very mysterious. It seemed like he knew a little about everything. Gu Hai did not ask in detail. However, he could tell that Shangwan Hen was telling the truth. Gu Hai no longer cared about the dragon vein. Instead, he reached out to grab that bone saber. Buzz! The seal on the tortoise shell immediately blocked Gu Hai's attempt. Gu Hai's face sank. Everyone stretched out their hands to grab the bone saber, but could not. The sealing power of the turtle shell was too strong. This sealing turtle shell belongs to Baxia, Shangwan Hen said in a low voice. Baxia? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, and it's a dragonized Baxia. Baxia has the head of a dragon and the body of tortoise. It has the bloodline of a dragon and can transform into a dragon, but it's extremely difficult. If Basya consumes the dragon vein, Basya will transform into a dragon and then shed its shell. This tortoise shell was left behind by Basya after it transformed into a dragon. Then, Old Man Guanxi refined it into this magic treasure. Shangwan Hen affirmed. Guhai was silent for a moment. Back then, when Xiao Chan met the Basya at sea, did it come to 9-5 Island because it sensed the dragon vein? Looking at the tortoise shell and then at the dragon vein, Guhai finally stared at the bone saber that was emitting traces of black gas. He looked at the chessboard on the turtle shell. 29 lines. Guhai was slightly taken aback. The Go board on the turtle shell actually had 29 lines. Black Go stones were placed at the side as if waiting for someone to play. What a complicated Go board. Gao Xianji revealed a shocked expression. However, Guhai suddenly entered deep thought. To others, this Go board was incredibly profound. However, it was still within acceptable range for Guhai. He carefully examined it for close to half an hour. Good Go board, good ritual array. Guhai's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he picked up a black Go stone and slowly placed it. Pa! A chess piece was placed down. Then, a white Go stone suddenly appeared on the turtle shell Go board. Clack! It seemed like someone was playing Go with Guhai. At the same time, in the Dragon Tortoise Palace, boom! A loud sound rang out as Chun Tianshan was knocked into another palace. Walala! That palace immediately crumbled. Legate, are you all right? The group of evil men immediately rushed over. Wei Yang, what are you doing? Chun Tianshan roared as he climbed to his feet from the rubble. At this moment, the blind Wei Yang grabbed the vegetatively Wei and flew into the air. Tell Guhai that I thank him for saving me. Everything I said to him is true. However, you need to be careful when breaking the seal. You can only win, not lose. Lose a Go stone, lose a life. Wei Yang shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wei Yang carried Li Wei and flew out of the ritual array. Lose a Go stone, lose a life? Chun Tianshan's expression changed. No wonder Montez could not break the Go board. It was not that his Go skills were too weak, but that he did not dare to play. Legate, are you all right? A subordinate rushed over. No, move aside. Oh no, my lord is in danger. Chun Tianshan's expression changed. He could no longer be bothered with chasing Wei Yang. Instead, he rushed to Dragon Vein Valley. Dragon Vein Valley, smack, smack. Guhai placed Go stones over and over again. It was like the two sides were evenly matched, neither taking a Go stone from the other. Good Go. A serious look flashed in Guhai's eyes. Clack. Guhai placed another Go stone. My lord, pick a Go stone. Gao Xinji's eyes lit up. Suddenly, Xiao Chun picked up a white Go stone. Rumble. It was as if the seal had suddenly loosened a little. Suddenly, the dragon vein seemed to move slowly. It was as if there was a huge earthquake in the surroundings, slowly shaking. My lord, don't play Go. You will lose your life. Only then did Chun Tianshan run over. However, he saw that Guhai had already stood up and was no longer playing Go. As the seal loosened, the dragon vein could move slightly. Guhai got closer to the bone saber, now able to grab it. Although this Go game was rare, Guhai would not lose his priorities because of this Go game. Now that Xiao Chun understood the Go game, he decided to grab the bone saber first. Now that Guhai could get close to the bone saber, he looked carefully. He saw spiderweb-like cracks on the bone saber. A bone saber that seems to have shattered? Is what Wei Yang said true? The bone saber shattered, and it recovered a little after absorbing the dragon vein's energy? Guhai's eyes lit up. Chun Tianshan immediately jumped down. My lord, Wei Yang ran away with Li Wei. Chun Tianshan told Guhai everything while panting. I know. I'll let them go, Guhai said indifferently without turning his head. Chun Tianshan felt slightly stunned. How come I don't know? Do you think that Wei Yang would trust me after meeting me for the first time? Since he could survive Montez until now, he is not an ordinary person. However, I have no grudge with him. How about I let them go? He has a grudge with Montez. He can help me restrain Montez. Guhai explained. Chun Tianshan felt slightly stunned. My lord, be careful. This bone saber is very strange, Shangwan Hen said with a frown. Guhai nodded and reached out to grab the bone saber. Buzz! Boundless black energy seemed to come out of the bone saber, strongly repelling Guhai. Rise! Boom! The bone saber seemed to weigh 500 kilograms as Guhai slowly pulled it out. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the underground dragon vein. Without the bone saber became more nimble. Rumble! The dragon tail struggled intensely, struggling against the seal as if it wanted to escape. The surrounding lava splashed, and everyone quickly used their veritable energy to protect themselves. Guhai suddenly let out a painful cry. "My lord!" everyone exclaimed. However, they saw the bone saber's black energy encasing Guhai. An intense, evil aura surged out of Xiao Qin's body, preventing everyone from approaching. The instant Guhai pulled out the bone saber seemed to have a mind of its own and started to counterattack. Shing! The bone saber suddenly pierced Guhai's palm and entered Guhai's body from his palm. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Guhai's body. Bastard! Guhai quickly pulled out the bone saber with his left hand. However, the power of the bone saber was too great. It instantly charged into Guhai's body and entered his body. Guhai quickly sat down cross-legged, showing a horrified expression. The reason for that was because Guhai felt a consciousness running amok in his body. Keek. Brat, you're seeking death. I am absorbing the dragon vein to recover. How dare you disturb me? You have to pay the price for disturbing me. EQ? Oh, what a strong foundation. What good body. Let me replace your consciousness. Let me become you. Keek. A sinister voice rang out. That consciousness charged straight for Guhai's mind. Guhai's expression changed. He withdrew his consciousness and used all his strength to resist the bone saber's sinister intent. What a strong will. Mortal, you're not bad, but you've met me. Even if I've lost all my strength and my consciousness is extremely weak, I'm still not someone immortal like you can resist. I am God. In front of God, submit. The bone saber's evil voice rang out again. Boom! 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 The intense impact seemed to want to knock out Guhai's mind. Guhai resisted the urge to faint. This was the first time he realized that death was so close. If he had to do it again, Guhai would never pull out the bone saber again. Rumble! The bone saber's will was too strong. It broke through Guhai's layers of defenses and charged at Guhai's glabella. Boom! It was like a huge skull charging into Guhai's glabella space. It seemed like it would break through all of Guhai's defenses in an instant. Whoa! Suddenly, the black chess piece hanging high in Guhai's glabella space emitted a dazzling black light and smashed into the skull covered in black gas. What? How can you have a spiritual treasure? If I were at my peak, this spiritual treasure would not be able to hurt me. No. How can you, immortal, have it? How can you have it? The skull covered in black gas suddenly roared. Boom! With a loud sound, the black gas smashed into the skull covered in black gas. It turned into countless skull fragments that floated in Guhai's glabella space. Guhai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He immediately split off a strand of his consciousness and sent it toward the skull fragment. Whoosh! Guhai's wisp of consciousness quickly devoured the skull fragments. No, you can't devour me. My consciousness, I am the greatest bone ancestor. Even the gods can't do anything to me. I can't let a mortal devour my consciousness. It's impossible. No. An extremely weak voice came from the skull fragments. However, the skull was already shattered by the black chess piece. It could no longer resist and allowed Guhai's wisp of consciousness to quickly devour it. Rumble! That wisp of consciousness devoured the skull fragments along with the black gas. After that, it suddenly jumped out of Guhai's glabella space as if it had returned to a strange body. Guhai's body was still surrounded by black gas. No one could get close. Within the black gas, Guhai slowly opened his eyes. The black gas came from his chest. At this moment, he tore open the clothes on his chest. Under his chest, the left side was pitch black. Guhai's heart pounded. He slowly touched the left side of his chest. Rib? I have an extra rib? Furthermore, I can feel that it seems to have become a part of my body. My consciousness can control this rib. Guhai's eyes widened. After gulping, Guhai extended his right hand as if he sensed something. See, Suddenly, a hole appeared in the skin on Guhai's chest. The bone inside the chest pierced through Guhai's chest, and a sharp bone handle slowly emerged. Suppressing the horror in his heart, Guhai slowly pulled it out. Ka, 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 ka. Xiao Chan slowly pulled out a pitch-black bone from his chest. When the bone was pulled out, it automatically turned straight. Furthermore, an even more ferocious black gas surged out. Outside, Gao Xianji and the others were forced back by this black gas, screaming, "Ah! Pa!" They were all pulled out. One was a bone saber, a thin, 4-foot-long bone saber. The bone saber released surging black gas, looking extremely evil. There were also many cracks on it. It was the bone saber that Xiao Chun pulled out from the dragon vein earlier and drilled into his palm. However, at this moment, Guhai felt as if he was connected to the bone saber by blood, as if it was a part of his body. No, the strand of consciousness that he separated devoured the original consciousness of the bone saber. It seemed to have mutated and produced a new consciousness. However, this consciousness was under his control. It was a very strange feeling. Holding the bone saber, Guhai felt as if he could cut through everything with the saber. It was an unstoppable feeling, a feeling of fearlessness. Looking at his chest, Guhai slowly inserted the bone saber. BZZ, BZZ. The bone saber drilled into Guhai's skin and slowly seeped in, slowly turning into an imperceptible rib. Whoosh! Under the control of Guhai's consciousness, the black gas suddenly withdrew, instantly vanishing. The darkness on his chest also vanished. His wounds also strangely recovered. Aside from his clothes being torn, it was like nothing had happened. Guhai took a deep breath and looked around. The surrounding black gas vanished. The dragon veins struggled wildly, and lava surged into the air. The others had already left the deep cave and were waiting above. The black gas is gone? My lord, quickly come up. The volcano is about to erupt. Chen Tianshan exclaimed in joy. The black gas earlier was very horrifying. I felt like I saw a hell of white bones. An illusion. It really was an illusion. If I had not fled quickly, Scar revealed a horrified expression. My lord, why are you fine? Gao Xinji looked at Guhai in shock. Bang! Xiao Chun leaped up and jumped out of the valley. My lord, are you all right? Where's that bone saber? Sheng Guanhin asked in surprise. Guhai looked at the group, but did not explain. Instead, he lowered his head and looked down. Boom, boom, boom. As the dragon vein struggled, the seal seemed to loosen. The surrounding mountains shook. Perhaps the dragon vein would break free of the seal soon. The dragon vein is about to break free, Scar said with a sullen expression. Inform everyone to leave this place immediately. Guhai said, Leave? Where to? Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Didn't you want to inform the Clear River sect to be on guard against the Fursong sect? Now, let's return to the Clear River sect and my Gu residence. Guhai said, Yes, everyone answered. Chapter 97. Boom. Montez suddenly flew out of the 28-line pair world ritual array. Countless cultivators immediately goggled as they watched. Luo Tinga held his injuries as he watched Montez fly out with a sullen expression. Then, he saw Montez fly to a small hut and carry his wife, Fengling. Then, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. He did not even look back, showing rage and dissatisfaction on his face. It's him? Guhai made use of me to scheme against him? Luo Tinga's eyelids twitched wildly as he felt resentful. The ninth young master sat under a roof, drinking tea as he watched everything in the distance. Ninth young master, Luo Tinga seems to be injured, a subordinate whispered. However, the ninth young master ignored that subordinate. Instead, he looked at Montez and said with narrowed eyes, Guhai, what good scheme. So it was for this Montez? It looks like Montez fell for the trap. Did he undo the pavilion master's barrier? The Great Feng Mafia family? The Great Feng Mafia family's mission is over. Ah, Luo Tinga's subordinates appeared confused. Only the ninth young master understood the Great Feng Mafia family's mission. At this moment, he looked into the distance with sullen eyes. The Pavilion Master's schemes are far-sighted. Even if Gu Hai discovered the dragon tail, he should not be able to change anything. However, this person's potential is extraordinary. A light slowly flashed in the ninth young master's eyes. Ninth young master, are you interested in Gu Hai? A subordinate asked, feeling curious. Looking at all this, Gu Hai is indeed stronger than Luo Tinga. The ninth young master did not comment. Boom! Suddenly, another figure soared into the sky. Who is that person? Is he carrying Li Wei? Is that blind? I have never seen that blind person before. He can fly. Is he also from the Yuanying state? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed shocked expressions. Wei Yang carried Li Wei and flew away quickly. In the Yuanying state, normal cultivators would not dare to stop them. Luo Tinga showed a sullen expression as he watched Wei Yang fly away. At the start, Luo Tinga could have kept whoever he wanted. Now that Luo Tinga was injured, he could not do anything. He could only watch the situation develop in confusion. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the formation. Rumble. Suddenly, the center of the ritual array shook like an earthquake. Immediately, the ground around the Great Feng Mafia family shook. Dragon roar? Why is there a dragon's roar? This dragon's roar is even louder than that of the flood dragon. What happened in the array? Why is there an earthquake? The surrounding cultivators immediately revealed astonished expressions. The tremors did not stop. As time passed, the tremors grew stronger. Some of the more timid Xiozha kept retreating. What was happening inside the array? Countless Xiozha watched in bewilderment. Bang! All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, and the 28 heavens and earth formation shuddered violently. Then, the rolling clouds and mist quickly dispersed. Did the ritual array break? No. Gu Hai removed the ritual array. He removed the ritual array? What is Gu Hai trying to do now? Luo Tinga also goggled as he looked in the direction of the distant ritual array. Gu Hai was in an undefeatable position because of the ritual array. Why did he remove the ritual array now? Whoosh! A strong wind blew amid the torrential rain, scattering the clouds and mist. The first thing that attracted the attention of the outside cultivators was not the tremors, but the countless corpses in the surroundings. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the place. The 20,000 cultivators had all died, not leaving a single one. Gasp! When the countless cultivators saw the corpse-strewn area of the Great Feng Mafia family again, they felt a chill. No matter who these 20,000 people were, this massacre made everyone want to stay as far away from Gu Hai as possible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gu Hai led the group, and the 3,000-odd evil men followed close behind. They slowly stepped over the corpses as they walked out. However, when they came out, the outside world fell silent. No one dared to underestimate Gu Hai anymore. Their earlier thoughts of snatching the century lifespan immortality peach vanished. The century lifespan immortality peach was good, but one needed to be alive to enjoy it. How long had this Gu Hai been here? He had destroyed the entire Great Feng Mafia family and killed the 20,000 cultivators who came to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach. He was even more terrifying than the legend said, even more ferocious than the innate puzzle world. Furthermore, he had 3,000 murderous demons with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Gu Hai led the group out, the surrounding cultivators quickly moved far away. Gu Hai, to think that you actually dare to come out. Luo Tinga said coldly as he glared. As Luo Tinga spoke, his subordinates all drew their weapons and looked coldly in Gu Hai's direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3,000-odd evil men all drew their weapons and looked over with ferocious expressions. As Gu Hai looked at Luo Tinga, he smiled coldly and said, Mr. Luo, do you believe that I can lay the 28 line pair world ritual array again? Huh? Luo Tinga's pupils constricted. The earlier halberd had left a deep impression on Luo Tiange. Even Luo Tiange paused, showing uncertainty on his face. Upon seeing Luo Tiange hesitate, satisfaction flashed in Guhai's eyes. Then he guffawed, "Ha, let's go." As Guhai laughed, it looked like victory was in his grasp. Then he swaggered away with the 3,000-odd evil men. Along the way, the surrounding cultivators made way, not daring to get close. Luo Tiange held his sword and saber, showing an uncertain expression. However, he did not step forward. Not far away, under a roof, the ninth young master narrowed his eyes slightly. Is everyone scared witless by Guhai? Even Luo Tiange was afraid of such a good opportunity? Huh. The group of cultivators sent off Guhai's group with their eyes. However, no one stopped them. They just watched as the group slowly disappeared into the forest, vanishing from everyone's sight. Roar. Rumble. Another rumble attracted the gazes of the people who were holding their breaths. Boom. Suddenly, a large mountain collapsed. Then, another large mountain soared into the sky. Roar. The dragon roar grew increasingly louder. Clumps of lava soared into the sky, turning into a rain of fire. What's going on? The countless cultivators exclaimed. If there was an earthquake, the mountain would collapse. However, how could a mountain rise from the ground? Roar. The dragon roar grew louder, and the surrounding ground shook even more intensely. Whoosh. Suddenly, everyone seemed to see a golden image soar into the sky. The golden image was 3 kilometers tall. When it charged into the dark clouds, the light of the golden image filled the sky. Rumble. As the golden image stirred, the dark clouds in the sky turned chaotic. Lightning flashed, and the sky above the Great Foam Mafia family turned increasingly chaotic. Storms and earthquakes worked together to attack the Great Foam Mafia family. The surroundings looked like the end of the world. All the Shouja fled towards the outside in terror. A golden image? Is it the shape of a 3-kilometer-long tail? A golden tail? A dragon tail image? A dragon tail? What is that? Countless cultivators revealed shocked expressions. We should leave. There's nothing more to see. The ninth young master said indifferently. Yes, the subordinates answered. Then, they followed the ninth young master and slowly left. Luo Tiange did not care when the ninth young master left. This dragon tail had completely captured his attention. Dragon vein? A dragon vein? Luo Tiange exclaimed, nearly biting his tongue. Roar. The heavy sound of a dragon vein came from underground. At the same time, the Basha suddenly stopped 400 kilometers to the west of the island. It seemed to sense something. Roar. The Basha suddenly let out a loud roar. Rumble. The Basha's speed instantly soared as it rushed in the direction of the Great Foam Mafia family. The group of ocean fiends had been opening a path at the front. However, the Basha immediately left them behind. The Basha went crazy. What's wrong with it? Why is the Basha in such a rush? Where is it going? Look, quickly look over there. In the direction of the Great Foam Mafia family. Quickly look. Countless cultivators looked up. The Shenzhen Battalion disciples on the Shenzhen Battalion's flying ship high in the sky also goggled as they looked into the distance. Li Haoran's eyes widened as he saw a golden tail in the distant sky. It rushed into the clouds and stirred up the dark clouds in the sky. In that direction, lightning flashed and thunder roared, stirred up by the golden tail. It was extremely dazzling. A dragon vein tail? Quick, go there. Li Haoran glared. Yes. Rumble. The flying ship quickly flew in the direction of the Great Foam Mafia family. Where is that? Li Haoran roared while glaring. It's the Great Foam Mafia family. Battalion commander, it's the Great Foam Mafia family. A subordinate immediately shouted. The dragon vein appeared. Quick, get in front of the Basha. Li Haoran ordered coldly. Yes. The subordinates answered. Rumble. The flying ship quickly flew past and soon overtook the Basha. Even though the Basha ran at full speed, it could not outrun the flying ship. Roar. When the Basha saw the flying ship overtake it, it roared in rage. Immediately, Countless lightning bolts crashed into the flying ship. Boom! A lightning bolt crashed into the flying ship's ritual array. However, the ritual array was strong and managed to block it. Whoosh! The flying ship overtook the Basha and flew to the front. At the Great Foam Mafia family. At this moment, countless cultivators gradually figured out what it was and rushed over. Scram! You bunch of trash! Are you seeking death? Luo Tienga roared. Although Luo Tienga was severely injured, he still had the strongest cultivation. Even without the chains, he still had his sword. The moment he drew his sword, countless sword lights shot out, killing all the cultivators that approached. Boom! When Luo Tienga drew his sword, he knocked dozens of cultivators into the air. You bunch of trash, Scram. The dragon vein is mine. Anyone who fights with me over it will die. Ha 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 ha. Luo Tienga laughed maniacally. Just as Luo Tienga was feeling excited after knocking back everyone, a sharp sound rang out from the distance. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp piercing sound came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a golden arrow shooting toward them from afar. The arrow was ferocious, looking like a rainbow as it arrived in the blink of an eye. Luo Tienga showed a ferocious expression as he swung his sword. This sword strike carried all his strength. The excitement of facing the dragon vein seemed to allow Luo Tienga to bring out even more strength than he could at his peak. Break for me! Luo Tienga roared ferociously. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Luo Tienga's manifested sword exploded along with his body. His body shattered, and a bloody mist filled the air. Blood splattered on the faces of the surrounding cultivators, startling them. They all looked at Luo Tienga in horror, who was pushing back everyone earlier. Luo Tienga exploded with one arrow. The largest part of Luo Tienga's body was only half of his head on the ground. Buzz! After the golden arrow exploded Luo Tienga, the remaining force stabbed into a mountain peak, leaving a small portion of the tail trembling outside. That was Luo Tienga, the East Sea Pirate King, who roamed the Thousand Islands Sea for 100 years, exploded with one arrow. Everyone suddenly calmed down and turned to look in the direction of the voice with fear in their eyes. They saw a flying ship quickly flying over from the distance. A man in golden armor stood at the bow of the flying ship. He held the bow in his hand and looked coldly at the arrow that shot out. The Shinji Battalion, Li Haoran? Chapter 98. On the flying ship, Li Haoran destroyed the source of the chaos with one arrow. The surrounding cultivators immediately stopped. Satisfaction flashed in Li Haoran's eyes. He enjoyed the feeling of deciding the situation with one arrow. Then, he revealed a faint smile. Everyone, listen up. My Shinji Battalion is taking over this place. Everyone, move 50 kilometers away. A loud shout came from the flying ship. The countless cultivators in the surroundings felt a chill in their hearts. That was the East Sea's Pirate King, Luo Tienga. Luo Tienga could kill Golden Horn and Silver Horn, two strong existences of the Yuanying state. However, Luo Tienga could not withstand one arrow from Li Haoran. When everyone saw the golden arrow stuck in the stone wall, their hearts trembled. Roar! The gigantic dragon tail image was still struggling. However, that arrow extinguished the flames of desire in everyone's hearts. Then, they quickly retreated into the distance. Roar! Behind, the Basha roared and sped up. The Basha did its best to rush to the dragon vein. However, Li Haoran's flying ship arrived in the blink of an eye. When the Basha looked down, it saw lava surging up. The 3-kilometer-long dragon tail was just an image. Furthermore, there was a more solid dragon tail under the lava. There was a tortoise shell on the dragon tail. A tortoise shell seal? The Basha did not sense the dragon vein, but this tortoise shell? A Shinji Battalion disciple exclaimed in shock. However, Li Haoran narrowed his eyes. It is just the dragon tail and not the dragon head. My lord, it is not the dragon head. We cannot collect it. Furthermore, this dragon tail seems to be on the verge of breaking free of the tortoise shell seal. A subordinate said worriedly, "This tortoise shell has been refined. Is it an extraordinary treasure? My lord, the Bashiao is charging over, another subordinate said anxiously. Li Haoran turned his head to look at the Bashiao. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, "Be it the dragon tail or the tortoise-shell seal, they are both mine. Evil beast, come." As Li Haoran spoke, he raised his bow again and aimed at the distant Bashiao. Roar! The Bashiao glared, showing a ferocious expression as it roared at Li Haoran. Rumble! An earthquake rocked the western region of 9-5 Island. The ninth young master led his subordinates to a mountain peak and looked coldly at the center of the chaotic battle in the distance. Li Haoran versus Bashiao. The battle was fierce, and for a moment, muddy water soared into the sky. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. Only the roars of Li Haoran and Bashiao could be heard. The ninth young master is Li Haoran. What a powerful arrow, a subordinate said with a frown. The ninth young master sneered, "It's not necessarily a good thing to be self-righteous. Ninth young master, should we? There's no need for that. As long as he participates in the fight for the dragon vein, he will have entered the game." Li Haoran has entered the game, the trap left behind by the pavilion master. No matter how many tricks he had up his sleeve, he would never be able to escape. Let's go. The ninth young master sneered. Yes, in a mountain forest. Montez hugged the awakened wind chimes and stared at the rumbling battlefield in the distance. The Shinji Battalion's Li Haoran, you are still so tyrannical. It has been 20 years since we last met. Montez's eyes flashed with a cold light. Guhai, humph. Very good, very good. To think that you can play the 29 horizontal checkerboard that old man Guanxi left behind. Furthermore, you want a ghost stone. Good ghost skills. What great luck. If you had continued, you would have been the one to die. Humph. You can run once, but how many times can you run? Montez showed a ferocious expression. When Wind Chimes saw the ferocious expression on Montez's face, she gently helped Montez wipe his face. A complicated expression flashed in her eyes. In another mountain forest, Wei Yang descended with the vegetative Li Wei. He listened to the distant dragon roars and the sounds of a huge battle. Has it started? My Great Foam Mafia family's mission is over. Pavilion Master, we have fulfilled your promise generation after generation. Since the Dragon Vein Seal is undone, does that mean that the restrictions on us are gone? Does that mean that I have the right to fight for it? I know that this is a trap. However, I am willing to be Pavilion Master's pawn. Wei Yang sighed softly. Then, he turned his head and gently rubbed Li Wei's head, feeling for the tattoo. My disciple, Li Wei, I will wake you up. Your master needs you. Quickly, wake up. Wei Yang said softly. Guhai had already left with the 3,000 evil men. Guhai ignored the dragon roars and the sounds of explosions coming from behind. My lord, this dragon vein. Shangwan Hen said softly. Dragon vein? We do not have the ability to get our hands on it yet. Let's leave first. Guhai said seriously. Yes. Shangwan Hen nodded. My lord, do you think Wei Yang can restrain Montez? Why did he? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. This pair of master and disciple are too scheming. They are not suitable for keeping by our side. Don't underestimate Wei Yang. Since he can nurture Montez, is he an ordinary person? He left a message in Li Wei's letter, saying that Feng Ling is a key. Don't let others read the letter. However, I believe that given Montez's ability, he has many ways to read this letter. Montez read it long ago. However, Wei Yang seems to have guessed it already. He wrote it very vaguely. Hiding something from Montez, Guhai said seriously. Oh, Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. If Feng Ling is a key, I believe that Li Wei is a key as well. There are two keys. Montez does not know everything. Guhai said seriously. Li Wei too. Do you still remember that tattoo? Chen Tianshan showed an uncertain expression. Clearly, he was shocked by the scheming of Wei Yang and Montez. The 3,000 people left quickly. Along the way, they encountered countless venomous insects in the forest. However, everyone could protect themselves with veritable energy, so the venomous insects could not do anything to them. 10 days later, at the seaside, the 3,000 evil men temporarily set up camp. Starting from Gao Xinji, they started disciplining the evil men. However, Guhai silently dove to the bottom of the sea. Guhai caught a shark at the bottom of the sea. Then he stepped on a shark with his left foot and pulled out the black bone saber with his right hand. The moment the bone saber appeared, it gave off strands of black, evil aura. Even though Guhai pressed the shark under his foot, it still struggled in horror. Bone saber? I can sense a thirst in you. What effect does it have? Guhai's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. Shing! The bone saber slowly stabbed into the shark's body, leaving only a small opening. Roar! The shark struggled in pain. Whoosh! Surging black energy immediately entered the shark's body from the bone saber. The surging black energy suddenly turned into small skulls the size of soybeans. Then, thousands of small skulls accompanied the bone saber. They entered the shark's body. Gurgle! Gurgle! In the blink of an eye, the small skulls consumed all the shark's flesh, leaving only the skeleton. Whoosh! Suddenly, the countless small skulls turned back into black energy and entered the bone saber. It was like they had never happened before. The bone saber seemed to have consumed some nourishing energy. Furthermore, 1,000th of this nourishing energy slowly returned to Guhai's body. Buzz! Guhai felt somewhat comfortable, and his eyelids twitched. This bone saber consumed flesh? It consumed energy to repair itself? This was because Xiao Qin refined it. Of the energy it consumed, 1,000th would return to his main body. Furthermore, this 1,000th seemed to have been purified by the bone saber, making it extremely suitable for his needs. One evil bone saber! Guhai exclaimed in shock. Xiao Qin carefully checked the shark's bones. Not only did the shark's flesh and blood disappear, but even the bone marrow was extracted. All that was left was a pile of withered bones. Guhai took a deep breath and moved quickly at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, he saw a shoal of sharks in the distance. There were about 20 sharks swimming over. Guhai moved quickly at the bottom of the sea. Clang! 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 The bone saber sliced through the sharks. Wherever the bone saber left a wound, a large amount of black energy would appear. Small skulls condensed in the black energy and quickly consumed the shark's flesh and bone marrow. After they were all consumed, they turned back into black energy and returned to the bone saber. Ka! 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 20-odd shark skeletons fell to the bottom of the sea. When all the black energy entered the bone saber, it turned pitch black. Although there were countless cracks on the bone saber, it looked extremely evil. 20-odd sharks contained too little energy. 1,000th was even less. Guhai only sensed it subtly and did not see much change. This bone saber is too evil. Everywhere it goes, it leaves behind a sea of bones. There is no life force, only death aura. From today onward, you will be called Life Ender, the Life Ender Saber, Guhai said as he looked at the bone saber. Buzz! The black bone saber trembled slightly, as though it was happy with its name. Shing! Guhai stabbed the Life Ender saber into his chest again. The Life Ender saber slowly entered Guhai's chest and turned into one of Guhai's ribs before slowly vanishing. If not for the withered skeletons at the bottom of the sea, it would seem like Guhai had never drawn the Life Ender saber. From today onward, my weapon is the saber. Guhai rushed to the surface of the sea. Bang! Soon, Guhai charged out of the sea and swam to the shore. At the shore, Gao Xinji trained the evil men. My lord, you are back. Scar and the others came over and handed a towel to Guhai. All right. Guhai accepted the towel and wiped his body. My lord, this subordinate went to scout first. A huge change happened in the Great Feng Mafia family, and the battle ended. Chen Tianshan rushed over. Oh! Guhai turned his head to look at Chen Tianshan. The dragon vein appeared. Li Haoran and the Basha fought over the dragon vein. However, in the end, the dragon vein struggled free of the tortoise shell seal and entered the ground. Neither Li Haoran nor the Basha obtained the dragon vein. As for the tortoise shell seal, it was swallowed by the Basha, Chen Tianshan reported. The Basha swallowed the tortoise shell seal? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Yes. When the Basha saw that it could not obtain the dragon vein, it started fighting over the tortoise shell and swallowed it in one gulp. That tortoise shell originally belonged to another Basha. However, it was a great supplement to the Basha. The Basha's tortoise shell immediately gave off a golden light. When Li Haoran saw that he had lost the dragon vein, he felt frustrated and wanted to kill the Basha. And then, in the end, the Basha could not defeat Li Haoran on the shore. The 3,000 ocean demons that it brought all died to the Shunji battalion's arrows. Li Haoran wanted to kill the Basha, but the Basha was in an incredibly sorry state. It kept fleeing, and Li Haoran pursued it all the way to the shore. With the power of the sea, the Basha finally managed to block Li Haoran. On land, the Basha was not a match for Li Haoran. However, Li Haoran could not do anything to the Basha at sea. Guhai asked. Yes. After fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, Li Haoran could only give up and return, Qin Tianshan explained. Guhai looked at the sea and nodded. This Li Haoran's martial prowess is truly outstanding. My lord, when are we continuing? Qin Tianshan asked. How long before we return to my Gu residence? Guhai looked at Qin Tianshan. Given our current speed, about half a month, Qin Tianshan explained. Inform everyone to prepare to eat and rest for 2 hours. After that, we will continue, Guhai said. Yes, everyone answered. Chapter 99. 9-5 Island, Great Qin Nation, in a mountain forest. Rumble. Arg, don't come over. This has nothing to do with me. A series of fighting and miserable cries rang out. However, the fighting soon stopped. Dozens of bound cultivators were brought before Guhai. Qin Tianshan showed an extremely unsightly expression. My lord, do you still remember the war between the Qin nation and the Song nation? Back then, the reason for the war was the discovery of this spirit stone mine. Hence, the 2 sects agreed to compete in the mundane nations. In the end, my lord's plan to destroy the Song nation helped us achieve victory. In the end, this inferior grade spirit stone mine belonged to my Clear River sect. These are the first Song sect disciples? Guhai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dozens of bound first Song sect disciples. Speak. What happened to my Clear River sect? Why are you guarding this spirit stone mine? Qin Tianshan stepped forward and glared. We don't know. It was the sect master's orders. The first Song sect disciples immediately said. The first Song sect master? Song Pingsheng? Qin Tianshan's expression changed. Were the Clear River sect disciples guarding this place? Gao Xianji asked seriously. No, they were not here when we arrived. That first Song sect disciple immediately shouted. Everyone glared, and the evil men immediately stepped forward to interrogate him. However, there was still no result. My lord, something might have happened to the Clear River sect. Qin Tianshan showed an unsightly expression. Qin Tianshan, bring the Earth Legion to the Clear River sect and investigate the situation. I'll return immediately. If there's anything, look for me at the Gu residence. Guhai instructed. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Qin Tianshan said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. The Clear River sect master helped me greatly back then. Bring this group of First Song sect disciples along. Guhai instructed. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered. Under Qin Tianshan's command, the hundreds of Earth Legion members quickly led the group of First Song sect disciples into the mountain forest. However, Guhai arrived at the Spirit Stone Mine. There was a cave here. Traces of chiseling could be seen on the walls of the cave. Low-grade spirit stones seemed to be embedded in the walls. My lord, this is the lowest grade spirit stone mine. It is also the most troublesome spirit stone mine. It needs to be slowly and carefully excavated to extract the spirit stones. Otherwise, if the force is too great, not only will the mountain collapse, but the spirit stones will also shatter. The shattered spirit stones are worthless, Scar explained. Check the surrounding spirit stones and take them away. Wait for me outside the cave, Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone quickly tidied up the spirit stones. However, Guhai reached for his chest and slowly pulled out the life ender saber. Who? The moment the life ender saber appeared, it gave off a black aura. As for spirit stones, can you also consume spirit energy? Give it a try, Guhai said after taking a deep breath. Shing! He stabbed the saber into the mountain. Who? All of a sudden, black smoke surged out of the life ender saber and drilled into the mountain wall. Whoosh! 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 More and more black smoke surged into the spirit stones in the mountain. Ka! 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 The spirit stones embedded in the mountain immediately turned into dust. The surging spiritual energy surged into the life ender saber. Soon, the black smoke returned to the life ender saber. Clearly, the black smoke had drained all the spirit stones' spiritual energy. Ka! 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 The spirit stones in the mountain crumbled, and the mountain shook. Shing! Guhai pulled out the bone saber, and a strong force charged at him. Buzz! Guhai's body trembled slightly, but his cultivation did not break through. Aren't there too few spirit stones? Guhai sighed. 1,000th of the spirit stones in a spirit stone mine was not enough for him to break through one stage. Whoosh! Guhai put away the life ender saber. Slowly, Guhai walked out of the cave. Crack! The instant Guhai walked out of the cave, the mountain, which had lost the support of the spirit stones, crumbled. The surrounding evil men revealed shocked expressions. Let's go. There's a horse farm in the town ahead. We can ride for at most 3 days before we reach my home, Guhai instructed. Yes. The group looked at the crumbling mountain before quickly leaving with Guhai. Gu residence, Hulao Pass. Guhai had not returned yet, but news from the Great Foam Mafia family arrived. For a moment, the crowd of cultivators who were waiting for the heir to appear opened their mouths in shock. You're joking, right? Guhai subdued 3,000 evil men? What did you say? Guhai destroyed the Great Foam Mafia family? That's impossible. The Heavenly Saber Death Match is the 28-line pair world ritual array. How could it be set up on 9-5 Island? Guhai forced the Yuanying state to not dare to approach. You are lying. Damn it. Do you take me for a fool? Guhai killed 20,000 cultivators just like that? For a time, countless cultivators were on tenterhooks. Their original confidence seemed to be slowly wearing away. When the news of the Great Foam Mafia family's tragedy spread, no one believed it at first. How could that be possible? Everyone asked around. More than half a year ago, Guhai was still an acquired realm cultivator. How could he be so capable? However, this was not something one cultivator said. Many cultivators said it. Some were even close friends. There was no need to lie to them. Guhai destroyed the Great Foam Mafia family? Guhai defeated the Yuanying state? Guhai killed 20,000 cultivators? Guhai still had 3,000 evil men as subordinates? The many pieces of news stunned many people. Are we just waiting for a rabbit to appear? However, the one that returned was not a rabbit but a tiger. Capture Guhai and snatch the century lifespan immortality peach? However, one needed to be alive to do so. This Guhai killed without blinking. He killed more than 20,000 people in the blink of an eye. Some people already started to think of retreating. However, some people's eyes turned red. My sworn brother died in the Heavenly Saber Death Match. I want to take revenge for my sworn brother. My junior brother died in the ritual array as well. Guhai, since you killed my junior brother, I'll kill your son. Countless cultivators felt furious. However, Guhai's massacre was too brutal. Hence, the furious cultivators did not dare to take the risk. Just because they wanted to snatch Guhai's peach, Guhai killed 20,000 cultivators. If they captured Guhai's son, would they incur boundless revenge from Guhai? 20,000 cultivators littered the ground with corpses. When piled up, they would be as tall as a mountain. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they thought about it. Their anticipation of Guhai slowly turned into fear. The atmosphere around the Gu residence turned strange. Those who wanted revenge were also somewhat hesitant. It was as if they were waiting for someone to summon them to attack together. Moonlight shone on the Gu residence. At this moment, the Gu residence had expanded significantly and countless new buildings have been added. The most special one was a circular building that looked like a city gate tower. At this moment, Gu Qin and Gu Han stood at the top of the city gate tower, enjoying the night wind as they looked into the distance. The surroundings of the city gate tower were extremely spacious, with many flowers and trees planted. Gu Qin and Gu Han held onto the railing as they looked around, listening to the reports from their subordinates. Good. Adoptive father is returning. He killed 20,000 cultivators. The people waiting outside my Gu residence should be frightened out of their wits, right? Gu Han guffawed. Gu Qin also said happily, adoptive father is returning. Furthermore, he is returning with 3,000 evil men. Those people's thoughts of waiting for him to return will be dashed. However, big brother, some people outside are getting restless, Gu Han said with a frown. Gu Qin looked outside and said in a deep voice, since foster father's news has come, he should be back soon. Don't worry too much. We just need to hold on for a short period of time. Besides, this place is a giant fortress built according to foster father's method. It's not something they can trespass. Gu Han nodded and smiled. How about we learn from adoptive father and hang a sign outside? That's fine. Trespassers will die, Gu Qin said with a smile. Early the next morning, the cultivators around the Gu residence startled awake as they looked in the direction of the Gu residence's fort in shock. A sign had been hung in front of the fort at some point in time. The Gu residence already has a ritual array. Trespassers will die. Nearly all the cultivators were stunned when they saw this sign. What kind of joke is this? A ritual array? Do you think this is the Great Foam Mafia family's 28-line pair world ritual array? Only Gu Hai knows how to lay that. He learned it in the innate puzzle world. The Gu residents cannot have it. There is no fog at all. We can see everything clearly. How can there be a ritual array? Many cultivators did not believe it. No, they could not believe it. Could this be any more fake? We can see everything clearly. Where's the fog? Where's the ritual array? However, even so, many cultivators did not dare to take the risk. After all, the story of the Great Foam Mafia family was too scary. 20,000 people, not leaving a single one alive, slaughtering them all? Was there really a ritual array? Some of the cultivators who wanted to take revenge hesitated. This continued until a group of 100 white-clad cultivators walked over from a distance. First Song sect disciples? Why are they here as well? Someone exclaimed. However, they saw the leader of the First Song sect disciples coldly looking at the Gu residents before him. A cultivator quickly leaped out of the group. It seemed like he had been waiting here for a long time. That cultivator stepped forward and said respectfully, Marshal Uncle Bai, why are you all here? Where are Gu Qin and Gu Han? The leader of the white-clad cultivators asked. The sect master has orders to capture Gu Hai's 2 adopted sons, Gu Qin and Gu Han, the leader said coldly. Marshal Uncle Bai, this disciple has been waiting here since 3 months ago. I have been paying attention. Gu Qin and Gu Han are in that strange city gate tower. However, there's a sign hanging outside that seems to be dangerous, that person said cautiously. As the group spoke, they arrived outside the bunker area. Many cultivators in the surroundings turned their curious gazes over. First Song sect disciples? They are here to capture Gu Qin and Gu Han? Those who barge into the ritual array will die. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. A bunch of people who are not even in the innate realm want to use this to threaten us? The leader said coldly. That's not it. Marshal Uncle Bai, I heard that Gu Hai hung this sign in the Great Foam Mafia family as well. That person said somewhat worriedly. The leader's eyelids twitched. Naturally, he had heard about the Great Foam Mafia family. The sect master sent him to capture Gu Hai's sons because of the news from the Great Foam Mafia family. However, this place seemed boundless. How could there be a ritual array? What a joke. Where's the ritual array? Are they trying to threaten us? It is one thing for Gu Hai to threaten us, but these 2 brats dare to do so as well. The leader snorted coldly. Refusing to believe it, he gathered the First Song sect disciples and prepared to barge into the bunker. On the bunker, Gu Qin and Gu Han received the news as well. At this moment, they stood on the city gate tower and narrowed their eyes as they watched the noisy group in the distance. Big brother, are they going to test the ritual array? Guhan asked seriously. If they're capable, then come. A cold light flashed in Guqin's eyes. Chapter 100. Guqin and Guhan placed their hands on the railing at the top of the fort as they watched the First Song sect disciples approach with cold gazes. A gentle breeze blew at the surrounding grass. There was nothing in the way. Look, Martial Uncle Bai, it's them. It's them. Guqin and Guhan. The First Song sect disciple from earlier immediately shouted. The First Song sect disciples looked up and saw the two brothers above the fort. Men, take them down. The First Song sect disciples' leader shouted coldly. Yes, the group of First Song sect disciples immediately answered. Although they still worried about the words on the signboard, there was nothing before them. How could there be a ritual array? Everyone was relieved. Then, the group of First Song sect disciples followed the First Song sect disciples into the Gu residence. Look, they went in. There are no traces of spiritual energy at all. Guqin and Guhan, those two liars. Although the First Song sect disciples' leader entered the Gu residence, they remained cautious. They kept an eye on the fort to prevent arrows from shooting out. Nothing? Martial Uncle, those two kids are liars. Ha ha. Martial Uncle, watch me capture them. I'll do it. The group of First Song sect disciples immediately guffawed. Just at this moment, the First Song sect disciples' leader's expression suddenly changed due to the cold smile on Guhan's face. Kacha! Suddenly, it sounded like a First Song sect disciple stepped on something. The sound of flint striking rang out. Flint? Hong! A loud sound rang out among the First Song sect disciples. Suddenly, there was a big explosion which made the noisy Xiozha on the outside tremble, and they all retreated with a change of expression. What's going on? Why did it explode? First Song sect disciples. 10 odd First Song sect disciples were blasted into the air as the crowd exclaimed. Their arms and legs immediately broke, and blood splattered everywhere. Thick smoke surged from the center of the explosion, and flames shot everywhere. Arg! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. 10 First Song sect disciples died, and another 10 were injured. The severely injured disciples curled up on the ground, hugging their broken arms and legs with horrified expressions. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding cultivators suddenly fell silent. Whoosh! 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 What ritual array is this? It will explode. Whoosh! 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 Martial Uncle Bai and the others, however, retreated. Their expressions were ugly. Martial Uncle Bai, there really is an array formation, a First Song sect disciple said with an unsightly expression. In the distance, on top of the fort, Guqin and Guhan wore gloomy expressions. We didn't bury enough gunpowder. Guhan frowned. Forget it, there's a lot of gunpowder buried around here. Let's blow it up slowly. Let's go, we should go. Guqin nodded. Guhan nodded. Then, the two of them slowly walked into the fort and disappeared from everyone's sight. The group of First Song sect disciples remained silent for a while. They treated the injured, not daring to approach for a long time. After a long while, someone looked at Martial Uncle Bai again. Whoosh! Whoosh! What should we do? A First Song sect disciple exclaimed. Enter again. Protect yourselves with veritable energy. Then, we will enter again. Spread out and enter from different directions. Capture those two. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yes. The group of First Song sect disciples surrounded the bunker. Then the First Song sect disciples gave the order. Enter. Whoosh! 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 The group of First Song sect disciples immediately charged in. Kacha! Ong! Kacha! Ong! Kacha! Ong! Loud explosions rang out around the Gu residence, one after another. The explosions shook the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. The First Song sect disciples used their veritable energy to protect themselves. However, they still screamed miserably as their arms and legs were blown off. It was a tragic sight. As the explosions continued, the Gu residence's surroundings seemed to shake. The ground shook, and this shaking seemed to trigger some hidden explosives. Kacha! 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 Countless flints from the earthquake suddenly ignited all the gunpowder in the surroundings. Huh! A loud sound rang out as the Gu residence's surroundings exploded. Even with veritable energy protecting their bodies, the explosions still blasted the first Song sect disciples into the air. More importantly, the explosions also contained countless shards of metal. Shards of metal pierced through a large number of first Song sect disciples in an instant. Ark! 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 Miserable shrieks rang out in the smoke and dust. When the smoke and dust slowly scattered, all that remained was a wasteland filled with injuries. The intense explosion had caused 20-odd First Song sect disciples to lose their ability to move, covering the ground with injured people. Everyone's faces were covered in soot, showing ferocious expressions. Guqin, Gahan, you brats, I'm going to kill you. Whoosh, whoosh, search, capture them. Whoosh, 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 boom. With one punch, Martial Uncle Bai punched through the fort. The 51st Song sect disciples charged in furiously. In the outside world, countless cultivators swallowed as they watched this scene. It's over. Guqin and Guhan are going to be caught. We can't escape. The crowd of cultivators seemed to have already announced Guqin and Guhan's death sentence. After all, the two of them had just reached the innate realm. Martial Uncle Bai, no. Martial Uncle Bai, I don't have it here either. Martial Uncle Bai, I don't have it here either. Shouts could be heard from the bunker. Martial Uncle Bai said with a gloomy expression, Impossible. I saw them just now. The group of First Song sect disciples rushed in together. Indeed, Guqin and Guhan disappeared. It was not just the two of them. Even the Gu residence's servants in the fort disappeared. Where is he? Martial Uncle Bai held back his anger as he searched quickly. Sir, there's a basement here. Someone suddenly shouted. Who long? A group of people ran to the basement's door. Martial Uncle Bai's eyelids twitched. I finally found you. Are you going to come out on your own, or do we have to help you? Little brats, scram out here, the group of First Song sect disciples roared. Gunpowder filled the basement on the other side of the basement's door. A flint was connected to the door. Open it. Martial Uncle Bai shouted. Martial Uncle Bai, could it be? A First Song sect disciple asked worriedly. Buzz. Everyone used their veritable energy to protect themselves. Martial Uncle Bai stepped forward and gently pushed. Crack! The sound of flint striking rang out. Oh no! Martial Uncle Bai roared. Honk! A loud sound rang out as the entire bunker exploded. A mushroom cloud seemed to form around the Gu residence. Countless rocks shot out in all directions, injuring many of the cultivators watching from the periphery. Ark! 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 A series of miserable cries rang out. The surrounding cultivators retreated again and again. Smoke billowed out from the bunker, raising everything to the ground. Countless cultivators goggled at this scene. Guqin and Guhan perished together with the First Song sect disciples. Perishing together? That's too ruthless, right? Countless cultivators gulped. When the dust settled, a huge crater appeared. The group of First Song sect disciples could no longer move. Most of them were already dead. Only Martial Uncle Bai, whose cultivation was higher, was not severely injured. His entire body was char-black. How can this be? How can this be? Martial Uncle Bai looked around in confusion. Was the 101st Song sect disciples that Xiao Chan brought completely wiped out? An underground tunnel. Martial Uncle, there's an underground tunnel. A severely injured First Song sect disciple pointed weakly not far away. Indeed, due to the huge explosion, an area had caved in. However, the caved-in area was an underground tunnel. An underground tunnel? An underground tunnel? Guqin and Guhan already fled? This was a trap to lure everyone into it? Nearly all the 101st Song sect disciples fell into the trap. Bastards! Come out! Guqin, Guhan! Get out here! I'm going to kill you. Martial Uncle Bai nearly went crazy. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the distance. Many people turned their heads to look and saw 2,000-odd soldiers galloping towards the Gu residence. Who said that they want to kill my son? Suddenly, a furious shout came from the 2,000-odd soldiers. This furious shout was like a clap of thunder. The explosion caused countless Shioja to quiver. Everyone turned their heads to look. Rumble. The 2,000-odd horses did not slow down. All the people on the horses wore black clothes and showed ferocious expressions. Before these people arrived, they already gave off a murderous aura. The one in the lead was a black horse. Guhai sat on the black horse, glaring furiously as his long hair fluttered in the wind. Scar, Gao Xinji, and Shangwan Hen follow behind. The 2,000-odd ferocious evil men did not stop to rest. They finally arrived at Hulao Pass and returned. Rumble. As the horses galloped, the surrounding cultivators moved aside. They all stared at Guhai, who was at the very front, not knowing how to express their emotions. Originally, these people were here to capture Guhai. However, no one dared to step forward now. They looked at Guhai, the innate realm cultivator at the very front. However, this innate realm cultivator gave off a feeling that he was even more horrifying and dangerous than the Yuanying state. Everyone dodged in all directions, avoiding the path of the horses. Rumble. The 2,000-odd soldiers arrived at the Gu residence in the blink of an eye. Amid loud rumbles, the 2,000-odd evil men surrounded Martial Uncle Bai and the surviving First Song sect disciples. The black-clad Martial Uncle Bai glared at the 2,000-odd evil men before him. These evil men stared at him ferociously as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. That horrifying pressure felt like mountains pressing down on him. Seated on the black horse, Guhai pulled on the black horse's reins. He held a whip in his hand as he coldly pointed it at Martial Uncle Bai. Were you the one who said earlier that you wanted to kill my son? Guhai asked in a cold tone. Chapter 101. Seated on the black horse, Guhai pulled on the black horse's reins. Then, he held a whip in his hand and pointed it coldly at the Bai elder across him. Were you the one who said earlier that you wanted to kill my son? Guhai asked in a frosty tone. The 2,000-odd evil men reined in their horses and glared ferociously at the Bai elder in the center. As long as Guhai gave the order, they would charge forward and tear the Bai elder to shreds. Countless cultivators held their breaths as they watched the sudden change in the atmosphere. The surroundings fell silent. The many cultivators rejoiced that they had not charged over with the evil men earlier. Otherwise, they would be trembling in fear now. Most of the 100 First Song sect disciples were already dead. The surviving ones were severely injured and could not move. They lay there and watched as Guhai pointed his whip at the Bai elder. I said that I would not come. I said that I would not come. Sect Master, save us. Spare us. We will not dare to do it again. The surviving First Song sect disciples cried out weakly. In the distance, the Bai elder showed an extremely unsightly expression. You all did not play by the rules. After you beat the young, the old came. I have not beaten up your young one yet. I have not beaten up your 2 sons yet. Half a year ago, the Bai elder had followed the First Song sect master and seen Guhai. Back then, he was an ant that the Bai elder could crush with his pinky finger. Now, Guhai pointed a whip at the Bai elder's nose. Guhai's son had killed nearly 100 of the Bai elder's martial nephews. Yet, the Bai elder still had to be threatened? Gu, Mr. Good, the Bai elder said with an unsightly expression. Were you the one who said that you wanted to kill my son? Guhai showed a sullen expression. At this moment, Guhai did not want to let this matter rest. Many people were watching. Guhai wanted to give everyone an impression that anyone who dared to target him or his family would have to pay a heavy price. Yes, but I did not. The Bai elder still wanted to explain. Profound Legion, kill. Guhai shouted coldly. He did not give the Bai elder a chance to beg for mercy. Ka, ka, ka. Many of the Xian division's evil men immediately knocked their bows. Mr. Good, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Master Bai said anxiously. Release. Scar coldly shouted. Bang. Hundreds of arrows rained down on Martial Uncle Bai. The arrows carried their own aura and were exceptionally ferocious, as if they would turn martial Uncle Bai into a sieve in an instant. Hundreds of sword rainbows he shot over in a dense formation. Countless Shioja on the outside felt a chill in their hearts. If it was them, they definitely would not be able to stop it. Martial Uncle Bai was finished. Martial Uncle Bai slashed his sword in a certain direction, and a large amount of sword chi rushed out. Boom! After the violent collision, a large number of arrows rained down. However, there were simply too many arrows, and Martial Uncle Bai could not defend against them all. Go high, you roar! Master Bai glared at Meng Hao in shock and anger. Boom! Suddenly, Martial Uncle Bai's hair turned scarlet. An evil scarlet aura surrounded him. Then, his hair suddenly changed. Every strand of hair turned into a small snake. The small snakes could merge. In the blink of an eye, the hair turned into hundreds of long red snakes. When Martial Uncle Bai opened his mouth, the snakes danced around, growing incredibly long as they charged at the rain of arrows. Roar! 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 The small snakes on Martial Uncle Bai's head roared ferociously as they crashed into the rain of arrows. Boom! Martial Uncle Bai knocked aside a large number of arrows. However, a few snake heads snapped off and fell to the ground. Shing! 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 When the snake heads fell to the ground, they gave off sizzling sounds and gave off evil scarlet aura. However, they did not turn into hair. Instead, they were snake heads that slowly withered. Whoosh! The countless surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. Martial Uncle Bai's eyes have become so evil. His long hair has turned into a red snake. It's so disgusting. What a heavy, evil aura. Why did his hair turn into snake heads? There are so many snake heads. Countless cultivators watched this scene in horror. The expressions of the 2,000-odd evil men changed. Even Gu Hai showed shock. Crack! 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 The countless snake heads on Martial Uncle Bai's head twisted quickly as they bared their fangs at Gu Hai and roared. Hair turning into snake heads. Roar! Martial Uncle Bai roared and immediately charged in a certain direction. It seemed like Martial Uncle Bai wanted to use his ferocious appearance to scare away the surrounding evil men and take the opportunity to flee. Hundreds of red snakes grew on Martial Uncle Bai's head, fluttering in the wind. No, they brandished their claws and roared ferociously. However, Martial Uncle Bai was charging in the direction of Gao Xinji. Gao Xinji also felt horrified. However, she glared and said, "Don't let him escape. Release the arrows." Roar! The group of evil men roared. Bam! 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 Arrows flew out one after another. The experience of the evil men was not something that ordinary cultivators could endure. Although they were startled by the snake heads in the beginning, they quickly stabilized themselves. Kill! After the arrows, the group of evil men grabbed their weapons and charged at Martial Uncle Bai. Boom! Martial Uncle Bai was surrounded by the scarlet evil aura. His strength seemed to increase exponentially. He swung the sword in his hand, sending out manifested swords at the group of evil men ferociously. Roar! The group of evil men quickly cooperated and surrounded Martial Uncle Bai. Crack! 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 The snakes danced about as Martial Uncle Bai's white sword surged. Martial Uncle Bai was immediately surrounded, resisting with all his might. Gu Hai sat on his horse, looking coldly into the distance. "This is the first song sex, Elder Bai. I heard that he had been stuck at the second layer of the Golden Core realm. His current strength," Gu Hai said seriously, "his strength is indeed much stronger than before. Furthermore, that head of snake heads," Scar said with a frown. Gu Hai turned his head and looked coldly at Scar. Scar's expression changed. Then, he immediately shouted at his subordinates, "Kill him! Take down this demonic genius!" Rumble! Scar quickly charged into the battlefield. Shing! Suddenly, an evil man in the distance swung his sword and chopped off Martial Uncle Bai's right arm. Ah! Martial Uncle Bai screamed miserably. With his right arm chopped off, Martial Uncle Bai's strength decreased significantly. Kill. Boom. A golden core realm evil man suddenly charged forward and chopped off Martial Uncle Bai's head. No! Martial Uncle Bai roared in despair. However, his head had already flown into the air. Boom! The battle stopped. The group of evil men surrounded Martial Uncle Bai. Gu Hai showed a sullen expression as he got off his horse and slowly walked to that Martial Uncle Bai's head. The surrounding cultivators felt curious, wanting to get closer to see what was going on. However, no one dared to get close to the evil men. When Martial Uncle Bai's head fell to the ground, a scarlet evil aura surrounded it. The snakehead struggled in pain for a while before finally going limp. Then, they slowly fell silent. Martial Uncle Bai's head did not turn into hair. It was just a withered snakehead. The evil men's eyelids twitched. Speak. What happened to him? Gao Xinji questioned a First Song sect disciple who was still alive. I don't know. We don't know. The group of First Song sect disciples, who were struggling at death's door, shouted in horror. Hair turned into hundreds of snakeheads. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. My lord, this person has already been spirit assimilated. Shang Wanhen said from the side. Oh, you know? Gu Hai looked at Shang Wanhen in confusion. The group of evil men also looked at Shang Wanhen. Yes, this subordinate has seen such cases in the past. This person should have been spirit assimilated and is no longer human. He is half human, half spirit, a kind of monster. Shang Wanhen nodded. Half human, half spirit monster? Gu Hai stared at Shang Wanhen. Yes, a spirit ate his human soul and infused it with spirit essence blood. The spirit essence blood modified his body and replenished his spirit, turning him into a new human soul, Shang Wanhen explained. Oh, the heavenly soul comes from heaven. The earthly soul comes from reincarnation, and the human soul comes from the inheritance of one's parents. A spirit ate the human soul and replenished his spirit. In other words, he is no longer a human's descendant, but a spirit monster's descendant. However, he was formed after birth, so he is half human, half spirit. Scar exclaimed from the side. Monster! Gu Hai stared at the head full of snake heads. A spirit monster's essence blood and spirit are extremely precious. They will not easily replenish others. Furthermore, a great spirit monster that can spirit assimilate a person is an extremely strong existence, at least in the Yuanying state. Based on the appearance of his head, it looks like a snake's spirit assimilated him. Shang Wanhen said with a frown. What's different after spirit assimilation? Aside from the earlier transformation, what else? Gu Hai stared at Shang Wanhen. His temperament is like that of a spirit monster. That scarlet aura earlier is the aura of a spirit monster. After transforming into a spirit monster, his strength can increase fivefold for a short time. That is incredible. Furthermore, these snake-type monsters like spirit monsters like to eat people's hearts and livers, Shang Wanhen said seriously. No wonder. On my way here, 2 of my junior brothers died for no reason, losing their hearts and livers. We thought that they were eaten by spirit monsters. It turns out that they were Martial Uncle Bai. Martial Uncle Bai? The First Song sect disciple on the ground looked at the monster head of that Martial Uncle Bai in horror. Gu Hai's pupils constricted as he looked at that Martial Uncle Bai's head. His expression turned sullen. Martial Uncle Bai spirit assimilated? Is it just him alone, or are there many people in the First Song sect? Burn it, Gu Hai ordered coldly. Yes, the group of evil men answered. Adoptive father. Cries of pleasant surprise came from not far away. It was Gu Qin and Gu Han leading a group of subordinates towards Gu Hai. Everywhere they passed, no cultivator dared to block them, opening a path for them. When Gu Hai saw his 2 adoptive sons coming over, he revealed a faint smile. Greetings, adoptive father. Gu Qin and Gu Han bowed respectfully when they arrived. Greetings, master. The group of Gu residents' servants also bowed excitedly. The servants had clearly seen their master's might earlier. When the countless surrounding cultivators saw their master, they all showed fear in their eyes. Is everything going well at home? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Guqin smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, Guhan beat him to it. Adoptive father, don't worry. Everything is going according to adoptive father's arrangements. The construction in the surroundings is rather fast. As there has been some danger recently, Big Brother and I moved to this fort. Earlier, that explosion was really powerful. The first song sect disciples were very arrogant earlier. In the blink of an eye, they all exploded. Ha ha. Guhan felt excited. However, Guqin said calmly, Adoptive father, everything is fine. However, there are many cultivators with ill intentions nearby. Guhai's expression turned solemn as he turned his head to look around. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were still looking at Guhai with anticipation. I'm about to lay a ritual array. Those who enter without bowing will be killed without mercy. Guhai snorted coldly. Wow! The surrounding cultivators immediately goggled. Chapter 102. I'm about to lay a ritual array. Those who enter without bowing will be killed without mercy. Guhai snorted coldly. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. They goggled as they looked at Guhai. Laying a ritual array? Laying a ritual array? The earlier ritual array was still vivid in their minds. Of course, while that ritual array kept exploding, it was still within the cultivator's tolerance. Now, Guhai was going to lay a ritual array. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. The 28-line pair world ritual array. A ritual array that destroyed 20,000 cultivators. The countless cultivators shivered. Some of the more timid ones already started retreating outside. However, Guhai no longer bothered with the surrounding cultivators. Instead, he looked at the evil men. Gao Xinji, you will lead the Heaven Legion and patrol the Gu residence's surroundings for now. Kill anyone who dares to barge in without notice. Guhai said seriously. Yes, Gao Xinji answered. Guhan, you will assist Gao Xinji in pointing out the patrol area. At the same time, deal with the remaining first song sect disciples, Guhai said as he looked at Guhan. Yes, adoptive father, Guhan answered. Guqin, you will help the others settle in. Guhai instructed. Yes, adoptive father, Guqin answered. Guhai slowly made arrangements for the evil men. After more than half a year of continuous construction, the Gu residence grew increasingly larger. However, Guhai still liked his soaring pagoda. After returning, Guhai took a hot bath. After feeling refreshed, Guhai took out a large number of spirit stones. Then, he started laying a ritual array. The evil men helped bury the spirit stones and started laying a ritual array. Whoosh! Suddenly, white fog soared into the air, slowly encasing the Gu residence's surroundings. Let's go. Guhai is laying a ritual array. The Heavenly Saber Death Match. It must be the Heavenly Saber Death Match. It's the 28-line pair world ritual array. The cultivators quickly retreated to the periphery. After all, Guhai was infamous for setting up formations. On the soaring tower, Guhai looked down at the large array shrouded in clouds and mist, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Outsiders would not be able to see what was going on inside, but standing on the top of the tower, the eye of the formation, they would be able to see everything outside. Foster father, is this the 28-line pair worldly array or the Heavenly Saber Death Match? Guqin looked around in surprise. Neither. Guhai shook his head. Oh, setting up the array requires a huge amount of spiritual stones. These spiritual stones are far from enough. Guhai shook his head. Then, what is this formation? Guqin was surprised. Empty fort strategy. Guhai took a deep breath and said. Guqin's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Adoptive father is wise. With the Heavenly Saber Death Match and the 28-line pair world ritual array, the cultivators of the outside world might not dare to take the risk. Guhai nodded. In a mountain forest far away from the Gu residence. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Chun Tianshan was being carried on a stretcher, rushing through the mountain forest. Cough! 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 Quickly go in that direction. The Gu residence is in that direction. Cough! 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 Chun Tianshan coughed as he pointed into the distance. It was not just Chun Tianshan. A large number of severely injured evil men were being carried on stretchers as they rushed through the forest. Legate, why is your Clear River sect like this? Why did they ambush us? An evil man asked with an unsightly expression. Cough, cough, cough. Traitors. They are traitors. They betrayed my Clear River sect and colluded with the First Song sect disciples. Chen Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Legate, let's kill our way back. A few evil men said while glaring. No, don't go back. Chen Tianshan cried out weakly. My lord, this subordinate cannot swallow this. In this ambush, 300 of us were injured and 15 died. When have we ever suffered such a huge loss? That evil man said while glaring. I know. Cough, cough, cough. I know that I am not very capable. I do not see through their scheme. I am afraid of everything. I am not as smart as Gao Xinji. I am not as ferocious as Scar. I am not as mysterious as Shang Wanhen. However, I know how to fear death. Cough, cough. I fear death. I mentioned this to my lord before, but my lord did not mind. Instead, he told me to maintain it. As I fear death, I do not wish to take the risk. 15 of us have already died. I do not wish for more to die. Let's report this to my lord. My lord will take revenge for us. Chen Tianshan said weakly. Huh. The evil men showed unsightly expressions. The Clear River sect is already destroyed. Ha 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 ha. The sect is destroyed. In the end, we came too late. With an inside and outside cooperation, the Clear River sect now belongs to the First Song sect. The sect master's whereabouts are unknown, and his fate is unknown. Is a hall master of class 1 hall imprisoned? First Song sect master, Song Pingshan, you how bold of you. Chen Tianshan said weakly. Why is the hall master of class 1 hall imprisoned? What is Song Pingshan trying to do? I don't know. Quick, follow this path and go straight to meet my lord. Quick, Chen Tianshan said weakly. Yes. The evil men showed unsightly expressions as they quickly ran into the distance. Gu residence. There was a small valley beside the Gu residence. At this moment, a fog shrouded the valley. Outsiders did not dare to approach. The small valley was very quiet. A small stream flowed through it, and azalea flowers grew around it. Normally, outsiders were not allowed to enter the valley to avoid disturbing the peace. At this moment, Gu Hai entered the small valley with a box of food. After passing through the azalea flowers, he stopped before a small grave. A stone stele stood before the grave. It looked very unremarkable, like an ordinary grave. The words on the stele read, "The grave of my beloved wife, Chun Xian." Gu Hai held a box of food in his hand as he looked at the stele, remaining silent for a while. After a while, Gu Hai gently opened the box of food and slowly took out plate after plate of pastries. Steamed mung bean cakes, secret purple potato, glutinous rice cakes, red bean paste cakes. These are all things you like. I have not personally made them for you for more than half a year. Look, have my skills deteriorated? Gu Hai smiled sadly as he looked at the stele. Then, he slowly sat down and leaned against the stele. This old man is back. Gu Hai sighed softly. As Gu Hai leaned against the stele and looked up at the sky, he felt much more relaxed. Before others, he appeared very dignified and ferocious. However, when he sat before the stele, he seemed to have let down his guard, turning into a child. Do you see it? I have become younger. I no longer look like an old man. I've already reached the 7th layer of the Xiantian realm. I've told you that if others can cultivate, so can I. I've done it, and it's getting better and better. I'll reach the Golden Core realm as soon as possible, and reach the nascent soul realm as soon as possible. I'll become stronger and stronger, and those who trampled on us will no longer have a chance. I'll avenge you, and I'll slice off the flesh of those who killed you one by one. Gu Hai's tone was very calm, but his eyes were filled with determination. You don't have to worry about me. I will live well. I will live better than anyone else, better than our enemies. I already have some clues. Back then, they might have come to 9-5 Island to search for the dragon vein. However, no one found it. I will slowly find them. My wife, my lover. Gu Hai picked up a piece of mung bean cake and ate it. As he ate, he looked around. After a while, Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. A few months ago, I heard a piece of news in the innate puzzle world. Humans have 3 souls: heaven, earth, and man. After you die, the heavenly soul returns to heaven, and the earthly soul reincarnates. The human soul stays by the grave. Is your human soul there? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Gu Hai asked softly as he ate the mung bean cake. I miss you so much, Sienna. 2 streams of tears rolled down Gu Hai's cheeks. Gu Hai muttered softly as he leaned against the steel. After some time, Gu Hai leaned against the steel and slowly fell asleep. A voice seemed to appear in Gu Hai's dream again. My husband is an unparalleled hero. He saved an entire nation's citizens. My husband is a great philanthropist who saves the people in distress. Husband, this puppy is so pitiful. Husband, I want to give birth to a baby for you. My husband is the most incredible. He can protect me. With my husband around, no one will bully me. The voice in Gu Hai's dream was a memory of the past. Gu Hai replayed it again and again as he leaned against the steel. Even when he fell asleep, his tears did not stop. Rumble. A group of evil men carried Chen Tianshan and a large number of evil men to the Gu residence. The journey was smooth. Although many people wondered why the evil men ended up in such a state, no one dared to stop them. Inside the Gu residence, Legate Chun, how did you end up like this? Gao Xinji looked at the injured Chen Tianshan in shock. Where's my lord? Quickly, bring me to my lord. Chen Tianshan said anxiously. The 4 legates gathered, with Gu Qin and Gu Han at the side. Chen Tianshan felt very anxious. Legate Chun, my father is currently mourning his late mother. No one is to disturb him. Gu Qin said solemnly. But this is extremely dangerous. Chen Tianshan said anxiously. You can tell us first that my father is mourning his late mother. No one is to disturb him. Even Big Brother and I are not allowed to get close, Gu Han explained. Late mother? My lord has a wife? Scar said in shock. However, Gu Qin and Gu Han did not mention anything. Everyone understood from their expressions that they should not ask. Everyone turned their heads to look at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan, what happened? Shang Wanhen asked with a frown. We ran into an ambush. Chen Tianshan said bitterly. You ran into an ambush when you returned to the Clear River sect? Everyone exclaimed. Several days later, at a pavilion in the Clear River sect, the first Song sect master, Song Pingsheng, listened to his subordinate's report. Gu Hai is back? It looks like Elder Bai failed. Song Pingsheng said coldly. Yes, Elder Bai even transformed at that time. However, those evil men still killed him. A subordinate behind Song Pingsheng said respectfully. Humph. Trash. I told him to go as soon as possible, but he insisted on putting on a show. Humph. Song Pingsheng snorted coldly. Sect Master, those evil men, Li Wei is trash. That is why those evil men destroyed the Great Foam Mafia family. If it were in the past, I would have been worried. Now, what is there to worry about? You can all transform now, and the rest are still in the process of being modified. Do you still need to fear them? Song Pingsheng said coldly. Yes. This subordinate worried too much. How's the interrogation? Song Pingsheng asked seriously. There is still no news. We used many methods of torture, but the Clear River sect master is very stubborn and refuses to speak, that subordinate said with an unsightly expression. Song Pingsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. We need to force that monk's location out of him. Otherwise, he will be a problem for me. Yes. Chapter 103. The Gu residence. In a large hall. After paying respects to his deceased wife, Gu Hai returned. His empty mind was once again enveloped by layers of might. He wore embroidered robes as he sat in the host's seat in the hall. Gu Qin, Gu Han, Gao Xinji, Scar, Sheng Wanhen, and Chen Tianshan sat on either side of Gu Hai. Gu Hai sipped his tea as he listened to Chen Tianshan explain everything with a frown. At the start, you arrived at the Clear River sect. Then, the Clear River sect disciples lured you to a valley. After that, the Clear River sect and First Song sect disciples surrounded you. As you fled, you saw the First Song sect master and 15 Earth Legion disciples die in an ambush? Guhai said seriously as he sipped his tea. Yes, 300 odd of us were injured, and we were pursued along the way. However, my Earth Legion is made up of elites. Unless Song Pingsheng personally attacked, he would not be able to hold us back. Later, as we fled, we captured a Clear River sect disciple. After interrogating him, we learned that Song Pingsheng had been plotting to destroy the Clear River sect since he returned from the Great Foam Mafia family. The sect master's whereabouts are unknown. Even the elite hall master was captured. Chun Tianshan said bitterly. Where are the captured people? Guhai asked seriously. I brought them back. I did not kill them. My lord, please wait. Chun Tianshan immediately ran out of the hall. Soon, several evil men escorted an azure-clad man into the hall. Let me go. Martial uncle, I was forced to do this as well. That azure-clad man begged as he looked at Chun Tianshan. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly as he turned his head to look at Shangwan Hen. Shangwan Hen nodded and stepped forward. When he reached that azure-clad man, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly extended his hand to tap that azure-clad man's head. Boom! Suddenly, a large amount of scarlet energy came out of that azure-clad man's body. The azure-clad man's eyes suddenly turned red. Walala! His long hair suddenly turned into small snakes. The expression of the evil men escorting him changed dramatically, nearly letting go. Bang! Shangwan Hen suddenly tapped that azure-clad man's forehead. That azure-clad man suddenly trembled, and the small snakes on his head drooped. His entire body went limp. What's going on? On his head? Chun Tianshan exclaimed in horror. This person probably knew that he wouldn't be able to escape even if he transformed, so he had been hiding it all this time. Huh! Shangwan Hen sneered. It looks like that elder bai is not the only one whose spear transformed. Many people in the First Song sect should have been spirit transformed as well. Even the people who submitted to them were spirit transformed. Scar said with an unsightly expression. How are you demonized? Who else? Gao Xinji asked directly. I. The man looked at everyone in horror. If you don't speak, you'll die. Gao Xinji said coldly. I'll tell you, but I don't know. Master wanted to join the First Song sect, so he brought us to the First Song sect. At that time, I did not know what was going on. Later on, I fainted. When I woke up, I discovered that I had been modified. I could transform. I could no longer turn back. That person said in horror, You were modified in the First Song sect? That means that the Great Spirit should be in the First Song sect. Shangwan Hen said with a frown. Even if they worked together from the inside, the Clear River sect could not have been destroyed in one day. Did the sect master not resist? Chun Tianshan exclaimed while glaring. I'm not sure. That day, Master brought Song Pingsheng and a black-robed man into the Clear River sect's protective ritual array. Then, he poisoned the sect master, the various martial uncles, and the elite hall people. At first, it did not feel anything. However, when the black-robed man waved his sleeve, surging red fog covered the entire Clear River sect. Everyone was poisoned, that person said softly. The Clear River sect master and the elite hall master were captured. Now, they are imprisoned in the Clear River sect? What about Venerable Lun Yen? Guhai asked seriously. Others might not notice, but Venerable Lun Yen was not to be trifled with. Guhai had interacted with him before. He would not make such a mistake. I don't know. Venerable Lun Yen is not there. I don't know where he went. Song Pingsheng is still interrogating the imprisoned Clear River sect disciples. That person whispered. Venerable Lun Yen left. Guhai asked seriously. Are you saying that all the Clear River sect disciples are still alive? Chun Tianshan's eyes lit up. That person lowered his head, not daring to look at Chun Tianshan. Speak, Chun Tianshan said while glaring. They're all basically dead. Song Pingsheng said that if they could not get Venerable Lun Yen's location, there was no need to continue living. So, that person whispered. Kill them all? Chun Tianshan suddenly sat down. More or less, that person whispered. However, Shangwan Hen narrowed his eyes and asked, Did you kill them or eat them? What? Chen Tianshan goggled at the side. What does that mean? Eat them? That person lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Legate Shangwan, what do you mean? Eat what? Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. I'll explain to you later. Shangwan Hen looked at that person again. Where's the elite hall master? Why did you capture the elite hall master? I don't know. However, that black-robed man brought the elite hall master back to the First Song sect. Song Pingshang stayed behind to continue interrogating the Clear River sect master. That person whispered. Black-robed man? That great animal spirit, right? Gu Hai gently tapped the table with his finger. Adoptive father. Earlier, Song Pingshang sent people to capture us brothers to threaten adoptive father. This time, Legate Chun and the others escaped. Perhaps Song Pingshang will come here personally soon. He probably captured adoptive father not just to take revenge for the Great Foam Mafia family, but also to silence you, Gu Han said with a frown. There is no need for him to come. I will go, Gu Hai said seriously. Division Master Gu, I already said what I need to say. I was forced to do this. I will definitely be a good person in the future. Please let me go, Division Master Gu. That person said in horror as he knelt. Xing. At the side, Shangwan Hen stepped forward and pierced that person's forehead with his sword. That person only managed to utter a single word before falling silent. Drag him away. Burn him. Shangwan Hen said seriously. Yes. The evil man escorting that monster immediately dragged him away. Legate Shangwan, perhaps. Chen Tianshan said, feeling some pity. Legate Chun, don't listen to him. After he's spirit transformed, he could no longer turn back. Eating humans is just a matter of time, Shangwan Hen said seriously. Eating humans? What do you mean? Chen Tianshan asked while glaring. After being demonized, they will have some instincts to eat something from humans. I've seen people demonized by bat demons have an extreme desire for human blood. They can't control themselves. They're called vampires, half human, half demon. They are abandoned by the heavens. They enjoy human blood and use it to strengthen themselves. Their existence is like a demon. As for the person in front of you, he is a person who has been demonized by a snake demon. He has a strong desire for a human's heart and liver. Don't believe his words. When he sees a human's heart and liver, he will immediately pounce on it. Do you think we should release such a demon? Eating people's hearts and livers? Then, my Clear River sect disciples. Chen Tianshan goggled. You guessed right. A cultivator's heart and livers are naturally great nourishment to them, Shangwan Hen explained. Chen Tianshan's scalp immediately turned numb. As he looked in the direction of the monster being dragged away, he no longer felt any pity for it. Spirit eating humans is evil. Humans eating humans is a demon. Such demons need to be killed. Shangwan Hen said with certainty. My lord, Song Pingshang should not be here soon, right? After all, my lord's ritual array is infamous. The Yuaning state will not be able to gain much from it, right? Gao Xinji asked as she looked at Gu Hai. Gu Qin, who was at the side, showed some worry on his face. This was because only Gu Qin knew that the ritual array outside the Gu residence was just an empty fort. Gu Qin, Gu Hai said sullenly. Present. Gu Qin immediately answered. Bring over an empty visitation card. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin left quickly and soon returned with an exquisite visitation card. Gu Han immediately went to the side to prepare a brush and ink. However, he saw Gu Hai pick up the brush and write the words Declaration of War on the visitation card. Then, he opened the visitation card and continued writing. Anyone who offends my elite hall is an elite hall disciple. Everyone has the right to kill them. Song Pingsheng, in a few days, I will lead 3,000 elite hall disciples to the Clear River sect and fight to the death with you. Elite Hall Water Division Gu Hai. Whoosh. Xiao Chun gently blew on the ink, waiting for it to dry. Clack. Gu Hai closed the declaration of war. Everyone watched from the side, but no one said anything. Gu Han. Gu Hai said sullenly. Present. Do you know who is a first Song sect disciple among the people in the surroundings? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Gu Han. Adoptive father, rest assured. This Hulao Pass is filled with our people. Those cultivators who stayed in the 4 restaurants were recorded and sent over. There is a total of 3 First Song Sect disciples stationed here to monitor my Gu residents. Guhan nodded. That's right. Hand this declaration of war to a First Song Sect disciple and have him hand it to Song Pingsheng. Guhai said sullenly. Yes. Guhan carefully received the declaration of war and immediately left the hall to make arrangements. My lord, are we really going to the Clear River sect? When are we leaving? Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. After all, although the Clear River sect was destroyed, the Clear River sect master was still imprisoned. Furthermore, the grudge of the destruction of the Clear River sect filled Chen Tianshan's heart with boundless hatred. We are not going to the Clear River sect. Guhai said sullenly. We're going to the First Song sect. Guhai said sullenly. The First Song sect? That's right. I wrote this declaration of war to Song Pingsheng only to stabilize him, so that he cannot act rashly for now. I need to buy more time for us. Save Long Wanqing first. Guhai said sullenly. Yes. Chen Tianshan could only answer. During the war between the Chun and Song sects, I helped Chun Liangyi conquer a large territory. He should still listen to you, right? Guhai looked at Chen Tianshan. Of course. He only managed to secure the throne in the Chun nation because of me. How dare that brat not listen to me? Chen Tianshan glared. It's good that he listens. Immediately send a message to him. Have him prepare 100 blank imperial edicts. We need them all stamped with the imperial seal. Do it quickly. Guhai said, 100 blank imperial edicts stamped with the imperial seal. Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. I want to temporarily take over the Qin nation. Use the imperial edicts to command the world. I will fill in the contents of the imperial edicts. Go quickly. Guhai instructed. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. Chapter 104. Merchant City, Qin Nation. Giddy up. Giddy up. Rumble. A group of armored cavalrymen galloped outside Merchant City, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. At the city gates, Merchant City Lord led some people to send them off respectfully. City Lord, who are these people? To think that you would personally send them off? A subordinate asked, feeling curious. These are the Emperor's Imperial Guards. They're going to the south to handle some matters. They even brought the Emperor's Imperial Edict. Cut the crap. The City Lord snorted coldly. Oh, the cavalrymen galloped quickly. The generals were unfamiliar. However, a group of people hid in the center of the cavalrymen. These people were Gu Hai, Gao Xinji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shang Wanhen. My lord, now that we are disguised and heading south, we should be able to hide from the First Song Sect disciples, right? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. There's no need to worry. Since we can come out, no one will discover us. Furthermore, we are now the Qin nation's Imperial Guards. With the Imperial Edict in hand, no one will suspect us, Guhai said seriously. Yes, Chen Tianshan answered. How much longer before we reach the First Song Sect? Guhai asked seriously. 5 days. In another 5 days, we will see the First Song Sect. Chen Tianshan said with certainty. Right? Do your best to find Long Wanqing first. Guhai nodded. Giddy up. The group of horses galloped quickly. After another 3 days, the group arrived outside a small town. My lord, this small town is very quiet, Gao Xinji said, his expression changing. You know them? Guhai looked at Gao Xinji. Yes. This subordinate already led an army and camped here for some time. There are several thousand people in this small town. It should be bustling with activity. Why is there not a single person here? Gao Xinji said, in surprise. Search, Guhai instructed. Yes. The 3,000-odd evil men quickly spread out and started searching house by house. However, there was no trace of anyone. My lord, there is no one. Gao Xinji frowned. Let's settle down first and send people to patrol the area. We'll set off tomorrow. Guhai said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. Guhai and his group temporarily set up camp. The evil men rested until midnight. Then, a sound came from outside Guhai's door. Sir, there's news. Gao Xinji shouted from outside the door. Oh, Guhai immediately got up and opened the door. However, He saw a travel-worn evil man with an anxious expression. "My lord, we found the people in this small town. They are in the valley in front. However," that evil man said with an unsightly expression. 2 hours later, the 3,000 evil men and Gu-hai arrived above a huge valley. Everyone laid on their stomachs and looked into the valley. He saw that the valley was brightly lit. About 500 commoners were tied to the ground in a disorderly manner, their bellies disemboweled. About 100 white-clad men and women were laughing maniacally at this moment. Scarlet energy surrounded these people, and their hair turned into snake heads. Crack, 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 crack. The snake heads gave off cracking sounds as they grew longer. Then, they drilled into the chests of the commoners and gnawed at their hearts and livers. The scene was extremely horrifying. The 500 commoners had all died. Before they died, they showed despair and horror on their faces. He tried to struggle, but he couldn't. Ha 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 ha. First senior brother, let me offer you a toast. First senior brother, it is because of you that our batch was placed at the front to undergo the transformation. I feel like my entire body is filled with energy. First senior brother, this feels great. In the past, I did not even dare to see blood. Now, I feel like the human heart is the most delicious thing in the world. With one bite, all the pores in my body open up. No, I feel that the human livers are delicious. Human hearts, human livers. First senior brother, the others were sent to the sect. It is all thanks to first senior brother that we managed to keep these 500. This meal was really satisfying. I still want to eat. What should I do? We'll go look for more tomorrow. Ha ha, let's go again. The group of demons below laughed maniacally as they drank. Is this a bonfire party? Gao Xianji's eyelids twitched wildly. Eating humans? A feast for eating humans? In the past, this great me felt disgusted just by eating a rat. These fellows are actually eating humans? Anger flashed in Scar's eyes. First Song sect disciples? They're all First Song sect disciples. Chun Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Half human, half spirit. They have the bodies of demons. They will become increasingly addicted to eating humans. It looks like that small town will not be able to escape this calamity. Shangwan Hen sighed softly. Guhai stared at the valley below, his eyelids twitching wildly as well. Reveling in eating humans? Ha! A ferocious look flashed in Guhai's eyes. My lord, kill then. Just leave a few alive for questioning, Guhai said with a cold light in his eyes. Yes. The group of evil men immediately drew their bows and arrows. Who is it? Suddenly, a shout came from the valley. Fire! Guhai shouted coldly. Boom! In an instant, 3,000 arrows were shot down. Arg! 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 Miserable shrieks immediately rang out in the valley. Quickly run! Quickly run! Save us! Fire again! Bam! 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 Another volley of arrows rained down. After the arrows were shot, the group of evil men charged down with their weapons, charging at the First Song sect disciples. At this moment, only 10 odd of the 100 First Song sect disciples could still move. However, so what if they could move now? The 3,000 evil men waited. Even though their strength had increased fivefold, they still faced 10 evil men each. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, only 10 remained alive. Who are you? We are First Song sect disciples. Do you want to die? Let me go. Let me go. The 10 begged for mercy. However, the evil men's gazes had already turned into deep disgust. Guhai's group slowly entered the valley. Scar, present, bury these 500 ordinary people's corpses. Guhai sighed softly. Yes, Scar answered. The group of Profound Legion disciples quickly went to dig a hole. After they finished digging, they collected the ordinary people's corpses and slowly buried them. Guhai watched this group of cannibalistic First Song sect disciples coldly. Gao Xianji and Chun Tianshan were in charge of interrogating them. We don't know. We were unconscious at that time. When we woke up, we were modified. More than 1 month ago, the sect master returned from the Great Foam Mafia family with a black-robed man. We don't know either. I did not eat people in the past. However, when I see people now, I cannot help wanting to eat their hearts and livers. We did not want to do that either. Please spare us. During the interrogation, this group of First Song sect disciples did not dare to hide anything. Where is the elite hall master being held? Guhai asked seriously. We don't know. We really don't know. The First Song sect disciples said anxiously. Guhai narrowed his eyes as he looked at this group of half-human, half-spirit monsters. Then he said coldly, Gao Xianji, do what you did to the great Foam Mafia family. Get them to tell us everything they can. Ask them about the First Song sect's terrain and everything they know. Yes, Gao Xianji answered. By the time dawn arrived, the First Song sect disciples had gotten all the answers they needed. Guhai also obtained a map of the First Song sect's interior. My lord, the First Song sect has a protective ritual array. Everyone who enters and exits has to verify their identity. Furthermore, although Song Pingsheng is no longer in the sect, there is still that mysterious black-robed man, that mysterious snake spirit overseeing the First Song sect. Chen Tianshan said worriedly. We need to rescue the elite hall master, Long Wanqing. Guai said seriously. Yes, my lord. What about these half-human, half-spirit monsters? Gao Xinji asked. Guhai looked at it coldly and said, Burn it together with the other monsters. Yes. No. Spare us. We won't dare anymore. The monsters begged for mercy. However, no one pitied them at this moment. Eating humans? They deserve death. Xing, 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 xing. After dealing with the First Song sect disciples, Guhai's group continued on their way. Along the way, the 3,000 evil men showed incredibly sullen expressions. As they approached the First Song sect, nearly all the towns and villages were empty. The surrounding ordinary people had been brought into the First Song sect. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The First Song sect? Were they really unbridled and unbridled? How many people are they going to eat? When they reached a deserted place, everyone removed their armor and returned to their original attire. Then, they rushed through the forest. After another day, everyone stopped and looked into the distance. Boundless clouds and multicolored light covered a large region in the distance. Some First Song sect disciples could be seen moving in and out. Not far away, groups of ordinary people were whipped into the First Song sect's ritual array in a valley. My lord, this is the First Song sect. The protective ritual array is the gold armor water crystal ritual array. It is incredibly tough. Even if 100 Yuanying state cultivators attack together, they could not break it. It is the strongest protective ritual array in 9-5 Island. Chapter 105. First Song Sect. At this moment, dark clouds covered a valley, giving the place a sinister atmosphere. A group of First Song Sect disciples in spirit-transformed form moved 100 unconscious people into a small blood pool in the valley. Then, they soaked in the blood pool, revealing only their heads. After doing all this, the spirit-assimilated cultivators looked respectfully at a black-robed man. This black-robed man had dark skin and cold eyes. There was a saber scar near his left eye, looking exceptionally ferocious. Primogenitor, this is the last batch of sect disciples. The blood pool is already filled with human blood. They are already unconscious, waiting for primogenitor to transform them. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said respectfully. The black-robed man nodded and walked to the side of the blood pool. Then he slowly stepped on it. Just like that, the black-robed man stepped on the blood pool's surface as if he was standing on flat ground. Slowly, the black-robed man walked to the center of the unconscious people. Then, he suddenly extended his hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, 200 thin red energy threads came out of the black-robed man's palms and charged at the unconscious people, entering their heads in an instant. Roar! The black-robed man roared. Suddenly, clumps of green light came out of the unconscious people's heads. These clumps of green light were transparent. They only showed color under the red energy threads. Whoosh! 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 The clumps of green light entered the black-robed man's mouth. In the blink of an eye, the the black-robed man swallowed them all. After absorbing the clumps of green light, the black-robed man slowly forced out a drop of essence blood from his fingertip. Drip! The essence blood fell into the pool and immediately merged with the human blood in the pool. Gurgle! Suddenly, after the human blood merged with the black-robed man's essence blood, it surged and quickly entered the unconscious people's heads. Rumble! After a while, all the human blood in the blood pool vanished. Whoosh! The black-robed man removed the red energy threads from his palms. Bring them away, the black-robed man said. Yes, the spirit-assimilated cultivators answered. Slowly, the black-robed man flew to a tall mountain at the side. There was a palace on the mountain, the First Song Palace. Primogeniture. A group of spirit-assimilated cultivators at the entrance of the palace greeted respectfully. Did you manage to get anything out of them? The black-robed man asked. No. They all have dragon-shaped talismans on them. We did not dare to use too much torture, that spirit-assimilated cultivator replied respectfully. The black-robed man frowned. Dragon-shaped charm? They were the personal guards of Long Wanqing's grandfather. Why were they assigned to protect Long Wanqing? Whether they are dead or crippled, Long Wanqing's grandfather will know the situation. So, don't cripple them, and don't let them die. Hey, however, if we don't do that, our torture will not have much effect, that spirit-assimilated cultivator said with an unsightly expression. Don't talk to me about the effects. That's your problem. I'm giving you power, not for you to complain about. The black-robed man said coldly. Yes, the spirit-assimilated cultivator said helplessly. Why is there still no news from Songpingxing's side? The black-robed man asked in a deep voice. Sect Master should not have found that monk's whereabouts yet. The spirit-assimilated cultivator said with a frown. All right, all of you can leave. I still need to refine the human soul. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Yes, primogeniture. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately retreated. The black-robed man slowly entered the First Song Palace and closed the door. Then he sat down cross-legged and revealed a cold smile. Foolish humans. Huh. Outside the First Song sect, Guhai looked into the distance at groups of ordinary people being herded into the First Song sect. My lord, this is the gold armor water crystal ritual array. It isolates the inside from the outside. There's only one entrance. What should we do? Chen Tianshan asked with a complicated expression. There's only one entrance. Are we really going in? Gao Xinji asked with a complicated expression. Not us, but you, Guhai said seriously. Gao Xinji felt slightly stunned. There are powerful fiends in there. Going in a search for Long Wanqing will be very dangerous. Hence, we need to do it without anyone knowing, Guhai said seriously. However, there are people checking the entrance. Can we get in? Scar asked worriedly at the side. Entering is easy. Guarding against the powerful fiends is the most dangerous. Hence, I need to lure the powerful fiends out. Guhai said seriously. Oh, my lord, what should we do? Chen Tianshan asked in surprise. However, Guhai looked at Gao Xinji as though encouraging Gao Xinji to think about it. Gao Xinji felt slightly stunned. Then, he immediately understood Guhai's intentions. After thinking for a while, he asked, My lord, you want to lay a ritual array? To fight the First Song sect's ritual array? Guhai smiled faintly and said, That's a good idea. The 28-line pair ritual array? Gao Xinji said after taking a deep breath. Guhai nodded. That means that it requires spirit stones. A vast amount of spirit stones? Gao Xinji's expression changed. That's right. Spirit stones. Guhai nodded with certainty. Spirit stones? There is a spirit stone mine over there. It is the First Song sect's largest spirit stone industry. It is not within the gold armor water crystal ritual array. Chen Tianshan immediately said as he pointed to a spot not far away. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Guhai said seriously. Yes. Everyone answered. Not far outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array was a mountain forest guarded by First Song sect disciples. Guhai's group of 3,000 arrived silently. Then, they looked coldly at a nearby valley entrance. Quick! Quick! These are the mortals we just captured. They are all youths. Their hearts and livers must be the freshest. I want one too. Quickly, give me one. Don't snatch it from me. There is a small group of people cruelly eating the newly captured Shen Nation citizens. The group of evil men showed unsightly expressions. This is also why I want to kill the spirit-assimilated humans. They get addicted to eating human blood, just like the vampires I saw in the past. They get addicted to drinking human blood. The more they drink, the more they like it. Unless they have extraordinary willpower, very few people can restrain themselves. It is the same for this group of spirit-assimilated humans. They get addicted to eating human blood. Hence, we need to kill them. Shangguan Hen said with a sullen expression. My lord, there are 800 First Song sect disciples in the surroundings. This should be a large mine. There are also some palaces in the surroundings. From the looks of it, this is where they mined spirit stones and temporarily stored them. Gao Xianji looked at the surroundings. Gao Xianji, you will lead the Heaven Legion. You are in charge of using this opportunity to enter the First Song sect and bring out the Long Wanxing or obtain the most accurate information about the Long Wanxing. Guhai said seriously. Yes, Gao Xianji answered. Shangguan Hen, you will lead the Yellow Legion and prepare to lay the ritual array. I taught you this in the Great Foam Mafia family. Later, I will give you the Spirit Stone layout diagram. Guhai said seriously. Yes, Shangguan Hen answered. Chun Tian Shan, Scar, you will lead the Earth Legion and the Profound Legion. You will be in charge of these 800 First Song sect disciples. It will be nearly 2 against 1. Will you have any problems? Guhai looked at the two. My lord, rest assured, there will definitely be no problems. The two immediately answered. What I need is silence. Guhai said seriously. That's right. Huh? The two felt slightly worried. After all, how could there be no movement from 800 people? You have one day. Go through every enemy in detail and make arrangements for your subordinates. Don't panic. Just identify your opponents. When night falls, just charge forward together. Isn't that enough? Guhai said seriously. Yes. The two answered. Gao Xianji brought the group of Tian Division members and left quickly. However, Guhai took out a brush and paper, giving Shangguan Hen pointers on where to bury the spirit stones after snatching them. In the end, 3,000 people were too many. They nearly got spotted by the First Song sect disciples several times. Fortunately, the First Song sect disciples did not realize the danger. While they were distracted, the evil men killed them. The sun slowly set, and night slowly descended. The movements of the First Song sect disciples slowed down significantly. Many of them went to rest. Guhai stood on a mountain peak and narrowed his eyes slightly. It is time. Then he slowly tossed a stone in his hand to the ground in the distance. Thud! The stone landed on the ground. Attack! The evil men's voices rang out in the surroundings. Who is it? Rip! Don't kill me! Who are you? The evil men dealt with the First Song sect disciples guarding the Spirit Stone mines amid a series of muffled sounds. The evil men moved extremely quickly. The First Song sect disciples only managed to shout once before they all fell silent. They did not even have time to transform. Kacha! Shangguan Hen led the Huang Legion to break open the doors of some of the palaces and quickly took out a large number of spirit stones. Start laying the ritual array. Shangguan Hen shouted coldly. Yes. Whoosh! 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 The group of evil men quickly ran through the surrounding forests. They continuously buried the spirit stones. Guhai slowly walked to the spirit stone mines and watched the evil men working around him. In just 2 hours, my lord, it's done. Shangguan Hen ran over. Rise! Guhai shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, a surging fog appeared around the spirit stone mines. The thick fog was not very conspicuous at night. After laying the preliminary ritual array, Guhai arranged for the evil men to continue burying the spirit stones, laying out even more complicated embryonic forms of the ritual array. The evil men busied themselves continuously. The next morning, an evil man wearing the uniform of a First Song sect disciple led a group of people holding whips, escorting a group of ordinary people. As the evil men headed to the entrance of the First Song sect, Gao Xianji hid among the ordinary people. Aside from Gao Xianji, there seemed to be a few other groups. These were First Song sect disciples capturing ordinary people. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shone on the ground, illuminating the surroundings. Hey, look, why is there so much fog over there? It looks like a ritual array. A ritual array? Why is there a ritual array there? Suddenly, many First Song sect disciples discovered something strange with the ritual array where Guhai was. Let's go over and take a look. A First Song sect disciple immediately rushed over. Gao Xianji signaled with his eyes, and that evil man escorted the group of ordinary people to the entrance. Senior brother, these are the 500 people we just captured. They're the best, the evil man said with a smug smile. The guard guarding the entrance frowned slightly as he looked at the evil man before him. He looked very unfamiliar. Which mount are you from, junior brother? Why do you look unfamiliar? The guard asked, feeling confused. However, at this moment, a miserable shriek came from the ritual array in the distance. Ah! The miserable shriek sounded heart-wrenching, spreading to the 9 heavens. The expressions of the surrounding First Song sect disciples changed as they turned their heads to look. Chapter 106. First Song sect. Early in the morning, when the first rays of the morning sun shone down, countless First Song sect disciples immediately discovered the ritual array that Guhai laid. Quick, let's go and take a look. What's wrong with the Spirit Stone mine? What thick fog? Is this a ritual array? What happened? Junior brother, are you here? 10 odd First Song sect disciples immediately charged in the direction of the ritual array, wanting to investigate. However, when they got close, they suddenly discovered a group of men standing outside the ritual array with cold smiles on their faces. Who are you? Oh no! The group of evil men immediately charged over. Ka! 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 The First Song sect disciples immediately transformed. Their snake heads danced around as their strength soared. Boom! 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 Even though the First Song sect disciples' strength soared, they were not a match for the evil men. They were immediately suppressed. Arg! When a First Song sect disciple's arm was chopped off, he let out a miserable shriek that tore through space. What? The First Song sect disciples in the distance goggled. Kill! Scar shouted. CI! 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 10 odd people charging into the ritual array were immediately chopped down by the sabers and swords. Enemy attack. The First Song sect disciples suddenly roared. Quickly, inform our martial uncle. Quickly, inform our master. Quickly, inform the elders. A large number of Song sect disciples rushed in and out of the entrance amid a series of anxious cries. More First Song sect disciples immediately surrounded the First Song sect. They all drew their weapons and coldly eyed the ritual array in the distance. The Spirit Stone mine was snatched. I wonder how Senior Brother is doing. Indeed, Junior Brother is in there as well. Who exactly are they? The First Song sect disciples who rushed out felt anxious. At the center of the ritual array, Guhai stood at the summit of a mountain peak, looking coldly at the outside world. Toss them out, Guhai ordered coldly. Yes, Chen Tianshan and Shang Wanhen answered. Xiao Chan waved his hand, and the evil men tossed out the 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators he killed last night. Bam! 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 One after another, corpses were thrown out like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden. When the 800 corpses flew out, the expressions of the charging First Song sect disciples changed. Just as they were about to charge forward, they suddenly discovered who the corpses belonged to. It's Junior Brother? Senior Brother, it's Senior Brother. Master. Ah, they killed everyone in the Spirit Stone mine. These demons. The First Song sect disciples immediately cried out in alarm. This impact was too shocking. All 800 First Song sect disciples were wiped out. Who was the person in the array? An increasing number of First Song sect disciples rushed out. More and more First Song sect disciples received the notice and rushed out. All of them showed ferocious expressions as they glared at the ritual array. However, they hesitated, not rashly charging into the ritual array. Who are you? A first song sect disciple finally shouted. Hua! Suddenly, some of the clouds above the ritual array parted, revealing the summit of a mountain. Gu Hai stood at the summit with Shangwan Hen and Chen Tianshan behind him. Together, they looked coldly at the first song sect disciples in the distance. Gu Hai! He is Gu Hai! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Didn't he vanish? The Heavenly Saber Death Match. This is the 28-line pair world ritual array. The people who wanted to charge forward immediately stopped and looked at Gu Hai in horror. After all, the tragedy of the Great Foam Mafia family was still fresh in their minds. Gu Hai, how bold of you! How dare you kill my first song sect disciples? The sect master will not let you off. A first song sect disciple roared while glaring. As Gu Hai stood at the summit, he smiled coldly at that person and said, Are you talking about the first song sect master, Song Pingshan? There is no need to wait for him. He already died at my ritual array in the Clear River sect. What? That's impossible. The expressions of the surrounding first song sect disciples changed dramatically. First song sect? You're really bold. It is one thing for you to cause trouble and form a grudge with the Clear River sect. To think that you dare to target my elite hall? Where's my elite hall's hall master? Hand her over. Otherwise, I will wash the first song sect in blood today. You can forget about escaping. Gu Hai shouted while glaring. You killed the sect master? That's impossible. The sect master is from the Yuanying state. How can you be a match for the sect master? That person roared in shock. Is the Yuanying state very impressive? No one I want to kill can escape. If not for the hall master, do you think you can survive until now? I could have wiped out your first song sect last night. Gu Hai said coldly. Don't listen to him. The sect master can't possibly die. Someone shouted. However, he did deal with the Yuanying state before. Someone said anxiously. Charge in and destroy his ritual array. Go on then. The Heavenly Saber Death Match killed 20,000 cultivators. Although my cultivation increased fivefold, more first song sect disciples gathered outside Gu Hai's ritual array. However, they did not dare to charge in, feeling incredibly anxious. Quick! Inform the primogenitor. Inform the primogenitor. Someone urged anxiously. Outside the first song sect, the anxious voices of the first song sect disciples and the captured ordinary people begged for mercy. The commotion was exceptionally chaotic. Gao Xinji mixed in with the ordinary people and gave a look to the evil man disguised as a first song sect disciple at the very front. Senior brother, quick! Let me send this group of meat in. Gu Hai is here. I have to inform my master. Quickly! That evil man urged anxiously. At this moment, the first song sect guards were anxious and irritated. The other side was Gu Hai. Gu Hai was here. Right now, the first song sect disciples were moving in and out, making it impossible to check. The cries of the countless ordinary people in the surroundings made the guards even more frustrated. Go in. Quickly. That guard urged in frustration. Let's go in. Slap. As the whip cracked, Gao Xinji followed the large group of ordinary people into the gold armor water crystal ritual array. First song sect, first song palace entrance. Primogenitor, it's not good. Gu Hai is here. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said anxiously to the closed doors of the palace hall. Gu Hai. A confused voice came from the palace hall. Yes, he is Elite Hall's water division master. He said that he killed the sect master and is here to save the Elite Hall master. The spirit-assimilated cultivator said respectfully. Creak. The doors to the palace hall suddenly opened. The black-clad man with a scar over his left eye looked coldly at that spirit-assimilated cultivator. You said he is Elite Hall's water division master? What is his cultivation? I think he is an innate realm cultivator. That spirit-assimilated cultivator whispered. Slap. The black-clad man slapped that spirit-assimilated cultivator's face. You believe that? Why are you not capturing him? Can he kill Song Pingshan? That spirit-assimilated cultivator covered his face as he explained bitterly to the black-clad man. Oh! The black-clad man narrowed his eyes slightly. Primogenitor, this lowly one does not dare to hide it. It is true. Half a year ago, he was still an innate realm cultivator. However, now he knows the ritual array and can resist the yuanying state. So, that spirit-assimilated cultivator said, feeling wronged. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes and said, "Lead the way." Yes. Outside the First Song sect, with the appearance of the black-clad man, more First Song sect disciples came running out. In the blink of an eye, thousands of people surrounded the First Song sect, all of them holding weapons and surrounding the black-clad man. A spirit-assimilated cultivator at the side kept telling the black-clad man everything he knew about Gu Hai. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes as he looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was at the summit of a distant mountain. What a heavy fiend aura! My lord, that black-clad man is a snake spirit. Be careful, Shang Wanhen said in shock as he narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai looked coldly at the black-clad man. When he saw the scar on the black-clad man's left eye, he raised his eyebrows slightly, finding this person familiar. "Brat, you killed Song Pingshan?" The black-clad man asked coldly. As the black-clad man spoke, he slowly floated up. Black energy surrounded him as he looked at the white fog ritual array before him. "I remember now. It's you," Gu Hai said in shock as he raised his eyebrows. As Gu Hai looked at the black-clad man, his expression turned increasingly grave. "Oh, you know me?" The black-clad man looked at Gu Hai in surprise, his eyes cold. "I don't know you, but I recognize the scar on your left eye. Previously, I did not think of it. I always thought that you were a snake spirit. Unexpectedly, it is you," Gu Hai said with an increasingly grave expression. "My lord, isn't he a snake spirit?" Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. The black-clad man looked coldly at Gu Hai and said, "With just you, it is impossible for you to know me. Brat, you are seeking death. The one seeking death is you," Gu Hai said with a glare. "Huh?" The black-clad man said coldly. "You don't remember me? Of course, you can't remember me. I did not forget this scar of yours. A flood dragon, a sea beast," Gu Hai said coldly. "A flood dragon?" Chen Tianshan exclaimed with wide eyes. Back then, when Chen Tianshan returned from the innate puzzle world, he ran into a shipwreck. Back then, it was a battle between a flood dragon and a Bashia. Is this that flood dragon? Chen Tianshan compared the scar on the black-clad man's left eye. The shape of the scar was the same as the flood dragon's. Is it really him? A flood dragon? Shang Wanhen's face sank, showing worry. If it was just a snake spirit, my lord's ritual array could deal with it. However, it was a flood dragon. Could it block it? Suddenly, Shang Wanhen felt that the danger before him surpassed his expectations. The countless spirit-assimilated cultivators in the surroundings also looked at the black-clad man in shock. Primogeniture is a flood dragon? Turning a snake into a flood dragon? You came to my 9-5 island to turn a flood dragon from a flood dragon, right? Gu Hai said coldly. You are really full of nonsense. The black-clad man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, surging red, poisonous fog surged out of the black-clad man's sleeve, charging at Gu Hai. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the surrounding ritual array immediately activated. Surging white fog instantly encased him. Bang! The red, poisonous fog instantly arrived at the white fog, looking like it would dye the surrounding ritual array red.